The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Matt from the past year welcoming you to another nightly old-time radio shows. It is February 25th, 2024, and let's get on with this day in history. In 1570, Pope Pius V excommunicates Queen Elizabeth I of England for heresy and persecution of English Catholics during her reign. Also absolves her subjects from allegiance to the crown. In 1862, First Legal Tender Act 1862 is passed by U.S. Congress, authorizing United States note greenback into circulation. The first fiat paper money that was legal tender in the United States. In 1910, 13th Dalai Lama flees Tibet for British India to escape Chinese troops. In 1956, Nikita Khrushchev denounces Joseph Stalin at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. He wanted to frustrate. He didn't want to be his atrocities to be compared to Stalin's. He wanted to commit his own atrocities. In 1950, your show of shows with Sid Caesar and Imogen Coca premieres on NBC. Writers include Mel Brooks, Neil Simon, and Woody Allen. In 1957, Buddy Holly and the Crickets record their smash hit, That'll Be Today, in Clovis, New Mexico. In 2019 Winter Olympics, Marat Borgen, Norway, becomes most successful winter athlete of all time. 15 medals with gold in the 30K cross country. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that cheeky, chubby little mischief maker who, when caught red-handed cutting the garters off his Aunt Minnie's girdle to make himself a slingshot, calmly said, "I'm a bad boy!"
I'll say you're a bad boy, Costello. What's the idea of coming here late? The first broadcast of our new season. You're supposed to make a speech of welcome to our listeners. By the way, do you know how to make a speech?
Oh, sure, I know how to make a speech.
Oh, you do?
Sure. Watch me.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Costello, they know they're ladies and gentlemen.
I know, but it's nice to remind them of it every once in a while.
Never mind that. Go ahead with your speech.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
All right. Now, just listen to this.
All right, let me hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, take it easy. I'm lost, and it's the beginning of the season.
Go ahead, now, never mind.
Folks, we're back again, and we're going to be on the air every Thursday night for a whole year.
Oh, no, not that, oh, no!
we just lost a listener.
All right, never mind that, Costello. Why weren't you here for rehearsal this afternoon? Where were you?
Oh, Abbott, my family gave me a welcome home party this afternoon.
They did?
Hey, did we have fun? My Uncle Artie Stubbins, he drank 2 cups of tea and passed out cold.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could a man pass out from drinking 2 cups of tea?
This was DTT.
You dummy, DTT is not a beverage. It's made strictly for vermin.
That's right. We made enough for everybody. Men, vermin, and children.
Never mind about that. You should... You should be very proud of the way your friends welcomed you back from your vacation, Lou. I saw big signs all over your neighborhood.
Oh, sure.
Welcome home, our hero, Lou Costello. We love you, Lou Costello. America's ace of the airways, Lou Costello.
Yeah, but Abbott.
What's the matter?
Oh, but those signs embarrassed me terribly.
Why should those signs embarrass you?
They caught me nailing them up.
Oh, come on. You're impossible. Never mind that. Look, tell me about your trip back east. How did you like New York?
Oh, Abbott, New York's a wonderful place.
You think so?
The people there are so friendly.
They are.
The minute you get off the train, they grab you and they smother you with kisses.
They do?
Yeah. Then they take you for a ride in a taxi. They hug and they kiss you. And then they take you out for dinner and they buy you champagne. And then they take you for a moonlight ride in Central Park. And then they hug you and they kiss you some more. And then they send you home with a 5-pound box of chocolates.
Costello, did all this happen to you?
No, to my sister.
Costello, look, please. I'm talking about you. What did you do in New York?
Oh, Abbott, I met the most beautiful wave. We went together for 13 weeks.
You went with this wave for 13 weeks?
Yeah, we just finished basic training.
Oh, come on. That's silly.
The next time I see you, we're going on maneuvers.
Will you talk sense, Costello? Look, what does this girl do in the Navy? Is she a petty officer?
What kind of officer?
Petty. Petty?
Oh, sure. She petties all the time. And she likes the necky, too.
I don't mean that.
I'm crazy about that girl,
I
Abbott.
can imagine.
She's so sweet and delicatessen.
Delicatessen?
Everything about her is so dainty.
What's her name, Lou?
Lena.
Lena.
Lena Genster.
Lena Genster. Is she a nice girl? Is she a nice girl, Lou? Did you meet her family?
Oh, sure. And what a family. Her father and mother have 37 children.
37 children?
Mm-hmm.
They must live on the other side of the tracks.
With 37 children, they got to live on both sides of the track.
Well, never mind about her family. Is Lena a pretty girl?
Pretty? Mm-hmm. Abbott, do you know how Veronica Lake's cute little nose comes right to a point?
Yes.
Lena's head does the same thing.
Well, look, how about a figure? Is she sylph-like?
What?
Is she sylph-like? Does she have a sylph-like figure?
If she does, she keeps it to herself.
No, you don't. By sylph-like, I mean chic. Is Lena chic?
No, she ain't been chic since she had the mumps.
No. Chic has nothing to do with the mumps. Chic means svelte. Now, is Lena chic and svelte?
Oh, yeah. When Lena had the mumps, she was very chic and her face svelte way up. Her mother rubbed a shower of chav on her push and the svelting went away.
No.
What have we got? Swedish riders?
I don't know. You imbecile. Listen to me, imbecile. I only want to find out your girlfriend, Lena, what she looks like. Is she pert?
She what?
Pert. Would you say she was pert?
Certainly she's pert. She's pert Irish and pert Eskimo.
No, you idiot. I'm not talking about her background. I want to know if Lena is pert or appealing.
Oh, sure. One time she got sunburned, and a pert of her background was appealing.
No. Look, Costello. I merely ask you if your girlfriend Lena is chic. When I say chic, I'm not referring to her health. Chic means pert. Therefore, a girl can be pert, and a pert girl can be svelte, and a svelte girl can be appealing.
Oh, when you say a girl is chic, you're not referring to her health. Chic means pert, and a girl who is chic and pert is appealing. And most girls who are appealing are referred to as svelte. Therefore, a chic girl can be pert, and a pert girl can be svelte, and a svelte girl can be appealing.
Now you've got it.
And now I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Get him out of
Gentlemen, a masterpiece of the ridiculous. And may I make a quick jump from the ridiculous to the sublime, from the clowning to the classics, and quote a wise man named Aesop who declared some 3,000 years ago,
"Experience is the best teacher."
And true today, what we learn by experience means the most. And most civilians have learned a lot lately. For when the dealer said, "Sorry, no Camels today," because with Camels it was the service first, well, they just had to smoke what they could get. You smoked more different brands during the cigarette shortage than you'd ordinarily try in a lifetime. And you'll learn by experience that nothing takes the place of Camel's costlier tobaccos properly aged and blended.
Experience is the best teacher.
And experience has taught millions of smokers to say, C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Today, more people want Camels than ever before in the history of this famous brand. And now here's Will Osborne and the orchestra with one of your favorite favorites, the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
She's as sweet as she can be. I love to lean against Alina. When Alina leans against me.
All right, look. Cut that out, Costello. Will you please never mind that scene? Will you forget about your girl, Lena? You're here and she's in New York.
I'll never forget Lena Abbott. Gee, I remember the last night her and I was together. I bought a great big bag of gumdrops. Red ones for Lena and black ones for me.
Red gumdrops for Lena and black ones for you?
Yeah, we sat on a bench in the park eating them gumdrops. Then it got dark and I lit a lantern.
You jerk, you mean you were sitting on a bench with a beautiful girl at night and you lit a lantern?
Yeah.
Why?
It was so dark I couldn't tell the red gumdrops from the black ones.
Costello, is that somebody at the door?
I didn't hear anything.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm looking for Mr. For Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott?
No, Costello.
I'm Lou Costello. What do you want?
Well, I got a telegram for you, and it's from Chicago. It's from Chicago.
Chicago?
Brooklyn.
Where did they dig this hiccup?
Here, boy, give me that telegram, please. Costello.
Yeah.
The boy has his hand out.
What do you want me to do, read his palm?
No. He's waiting for you to lay a little gratuity in his hand.
Lay a gratuity?
Yeah.
If he'll settle for an egg, I think I can make it.
Oh, that's all right. My company won't allow me to accept
Money?
No, tips. You see, the telegraph company pays me very well as it is. I only been working for them for 20 years, and yesterday they raised me.
They raised you?
Sure, they raised my bicycle seat up 6 inches.
I think he's just got a flat, that guy. You know, the only reason we keep the guy on the show is because he knows where to get bacon.
Oh, never mind. Here, give me that telegram. Give me that telegram, Costello. I'll read it. Let's see. Have been discharged from the waves. Am on my way to Hollywood to accept the starring role that you promised me at Universal Studios. Signed, Lena Genster. Costello, look at me. Did you promise that little girl that you would make her a star in pictures?
Abbott, I had to.
You had to?
It's the only manly thing to do. It all happened the night I bought her a bag of gumdrops. It was so romantic. Every time we reached for a gumdrop, our fingers would meet inside the sack. Then, quite by accident, I kissed her.
Oh, how could you kiss her by accident?
We were both chewing on the same gumdrop, and I ate half my half.
You imbecile. You didn't have to promise her a starring part in pictures just because you kissed her.
That's not all I did.
What?
As I was pulling away, the gumdrop snapped and bent her pivot tooth.
Well, you're certainly in a mess, Costello. How are you going to get an unknown girl a starring part in pictures?
Abbott, I thought maybe you could help me.
I can't help you. I can't. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. There's a man here tonight who happens to be the world's greatest motion picture producer.
Good evening, gentlemen. I am Professor Melonhead. Better known around the studios as Cecil B. D. Melonhead.
Melonhead? Hey, Abbott, get a load of that skull. His head looks more like Nagasaki after it was hit by the atomic bomb.
Young man, don't you scoff at my cranium. I'll have you know there's plenty inside of my head.
There should be. There's nothing on the outside. Melonhead, I know how you can make a lot of money.
How?
Rent your head out as a skating rink for flies.
Oh, now, Costello. Suppose my head is round and shiny. Surely you've seen things like this before.
Yeah, but they all had handles on them.
Quiet, Costello, please. Professor, do you think you could advise Costello how to get his girl a starring role in pictures?
Certainly, Abbott. Now, Costello, first I'll have to know something about your girl. Is she photogenic?
No, she's part Irish and part Eskimo.
Oh, I see. She's chic. Now, I'm not speaking of her extraction. I'm merely inquiring about her physiognomy.
Her what?
Her physiognomy. Does she have a smooth physiognomy?
Gentlemen, don't discuss those things outside of barrooms.
Lou Costello, you haven't got the brains of a 2-year-old child.
I know, but look at the difference in our ages.
Oh, please, gentlemen, we're getting no place. Costello's girl is on her way here, and he made her a promise to star in pictures. Now, we've got to do something about it.
Very well, Costello. I will personally groom your girl for a screen test.
Melonhead, just what do you intend to do?
Well, first, I will instill her with supreme confidence. I will enhance her histrionic proclivities. I will retard her basic timidity, cram her repertoire with scintillating soliloquies, and then, with dynamic exuberance, I will embellish her cinematic latitude.
You wouldn't dare. You haven't got the nerve.
Oh, nonsense. Costello, I've never been so humiliated in my life. I'm ashamed to have people see me walk out of here after conversing with an imbecile like you, Mr. Abbott. Isn't there some way I can sneak out of here without being seen?
Look, Melonhead, if that's the way you feel about it, you can go out this window and down our fire escape.
Thank you. Open the window. Good night, gentlemen.
Costello, what was that?
It just dawned on me we ain't got no fire escape.
Lovely Connie Haynes is back with us again this year, and we know that's a real treat for our Camel audience. Connie sings, I'll Buy That Dream.
Imagine me with my head on your shoulder, and you with your lips getting bolder, a sky full of moon and a sweet mellow tune. I'll buy that dream. Imagine me in a gown white and flowery, and you thanking Dad for my dowry. A church full of folks and those last-minute jokes. I'll buy that dream. A honeymoon in Cairo in a brand-new order gyro. Then home by rocket in a wing. We'll settle down near Dallas in a little plastic palace. It's not as crazy as you think. Imagine me on a first anniversary with someone like you in the nursery. It doesn't sound bad, but if it can be had, I'll buy
Connie. Lovely. And that song's heard round the world, for this program is sent overseas to our servicemen. And I can just picture two such servicemen on their way to that magic place called home. They've been everywhere, seen everything. And now they're seeing the Statue of Liberty and the skyline they haven't seen in years.
Boy, does that look good. Gosh, you never know how much you've missed something until you've had to do without it.
Yes, it takes the experience of doing without to make us really appreciate things we're apt to take for granted. Proving again that experience is the best teacher. Not only in the big things, but in little things, too. Cigarettes, for instance. Most of us today have had more experience with smoking different brands than we'd usually have in a lifetime. During the shortage, we had to smoke whatever we could get. And although production was at an all-time high, the volume of demand for them made them seem to be the scarcest of the scarce. And did experience teach us that there's simply no substitute for Camel's costlier tobaccos and proper aging? It certainly did. For today, more people want Camels than ever before in the history of the brand. Yes, as old Aesop said,
experience is the best teacher.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos.
All right, stand aside, boy, and let me in. One side or I'll open your head.
Shh. Now, please, madam, quiet. The Abbott and Costello show is on the air in the studio. You must be absolutely quiet. Not a sound. You're not even supposed to breathe while they're on the air.
Don't tell me they're that bad. Well, I'm going in. Step aside, hat rack, before I hang something on your hook.
You're not getting past me, madam. I am the head usher.
Oh, yeah? Well, pick up your head, usher.
What's going on here? Wait a minute. What is all this commotion, madam?
Boy, I'm looking for the owner of the NBC network, Mr. Lou Costello. Just tell him. You may tell him that Lena Genster is here.
Wait here just a minute, Miss Genser. Don't go away, will you please? Just a minute. I'll be right back. Costello.
What?
Costello.
Yeah?
Who do you think is here?
Who?
It's Lena Genster.
Oh, good. That's... What?
Yes. Well...
Lena Genster. Hey,
You
good
heard-
heavens.
What?
Open the window. I'm going down the fire escape.
Costello, we have no fire escape.
I'll make one.
No. Costello, come here. Did you tell Lena Genster that you own the NBC network?
I had to, Abbott.
When did you tell her that? The night you had the gumdrops?
No, that was the night we made fudge.
Costello, you idiot. First you told Lena you'd star in pictures. Then you told her you own the NBC network. I hope you didn't tell her you were the mayor of Los Angeles.
Abbott, you know I wouldn't do that.
No.
I'm not that dumb.
You're not that dumb.
I've had enough of this horsing around. I demand to see Senator Lou Costello.
Senator!
Abbott, that must have been the night we pulled Taffy.
There you are, Fatso. Come here to Mama and give her a great big kiss.
All right, now put me down!
Well, Bubble Nose, let's call Universal Studios and tell them the new star has arrived. We'll go right over. Go on, Costello. Get them on the phone.
Hey, Abbott, what's the studio's phone number?
Get him. He owns the studio and he doesn't even know the phone number.
Costello, you told her you own the studio?
Oh, sure, I'll own it any day now. President Bloomberg of Universal practically promised it to me.
He promised it to you?
Yeah, he said, Costello, one more picture like the last one and I'm going to give you the business.
Come on, Fatso. Jump over that last egg and let's get out to the studio. I'm ready to star in my first picture. Well, here we are, Costello. Main gate to Universal Studios. Just think, in a few minutes, thanks to you, I'll be a star.
Lena, don't you think we ought to come back some other day? The gate's locked.
There's other people getting in. Look, there goes Charles Lawson.
Open the gate for Mr. Lawton, Mike.
Look, There goes Charles Boyer.
Open the gate for Mr. Boyer, Mike.
Go on, Costello. You own the place. Tell him to open the gate for you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Lou Costello.
Climb over, you bum.
Costello, did you hear what he said? Why, he's treating you like a dog. Speak up. Costello, talk to the man. Show him you're the boss.
Okay. Hey, you. Did you tell me to climb over that gate?
Yeah, what about it?
Would you mind giving me a boost?
I'm beginning to think you're a phony, Costello. If you don't get me a starring part in this studio, I'm going to tell your mother just what really happened the night you bought me that 50-cent bag of gumdrops.
No, Lena, not that. Anything but that. Please don't tell her that.
Your mother wouldn't like that, would she?
No. She thinks those gumdrops only cost me a dime. Lena, why don't you give up this idea of being a movie star? And Hollywood is too rough and tough for a place for a girl like you. Go back to Brooklyn. They could use a good third baseman.
Listen, egghead, if you don't get me that starring part, I'm going to bend your nose down till it touches your knee. I'll stick hat pins in your eyeballs. Then I'll get a hot iron and solder your ears together. And if that doesn't work, I'll torture you.
Lena, I was only kidding. Come on in here. We'll see my director friend, Gregory Ratbiscuit. He'll do anything for a friend of mine. There's Mr. Ratbiscuit's secretary. Hey, you.
Well, what is it? I said, what is it?
I give up. What is it?
Boy, tell Mr. Ratbiscuit that Lou Costello has a friend out here that he wants to star in pictures.
Well, you'll just have to wait. Mr. Lawton is in there now trying to get a friend of his in pictures.
So, Mr. Lawton, you got a friend that you want to get in pictures, eh? Everybody's got friends. Nothing but friends. What am I running here, an old friend's home? I'll show you what I think of you and your friends. Now get up! Anybody else brings a friend in here, I'll smash them to pieces. I'll jump up and down on them. I'll tear them to bits. Well, Costello, I suppose you have a friend.
No, sir, not me. I haven't got a friend in the world. Everybody hates me. I'm all alone.
What about this young woman?
Oh, I never saw her before in all my life.
What a beautiful creature. What a gorgeous specimen of poultry. Poached. Spring is busting out all over. Come, pretty one, come into my office. I want to discuss your possibility.
Oh, Mr. Ratbiscuit.
Costello. Why did you run off without me? Well, what have you done with Lena?
She's been in the office with Mr. Ratbiscuit.
Huh?
Whew, that must have been oh, boy. She's been in there since 3 o'clock, Abbott. I don't know what to do.
Oh, you
That must
dumb.
be a terrific audition.
Now, wait a minute. You know Ratbiscuit is a ladies' man. Oh, do you want him to steal your girl? Go in there and get Lena.
I'm afraid, Abbott. Ratbiscuit was in a terrible temper. I think he's mad at me.
You coward, go in there and get Lena.
Okay.
Well, Costello, what happened?
Oh, Lena's all right, Abbott. She's in there. And you know what, Abbott? That Ratbiscuit is a swell fella.
What do you mean?
And he ain't mad at me anymore. Look, he even gave me a quarter.
He gave you a quarter? What for?
Well, he wants me to go downtown and get him a bag of gumdrops.
Get him out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight, we salute those heroic men who wear the yellow and blue patch with the green cactus on their shoulders. The heroes of the 103rd Division, upon whose battle record is written the names of Wissembourg, Stuttgart, and Austria. In your honor, men of the 103rd Division, the makers of camels are sending to your fellow servicemen overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 2 Camel shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen again next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Well, Costello, it's nice to be back on the air with all our old friends. You know, I hope they've all got their radios tuned into our show tonight.
Well, Abbott, I know of one little radio that's tuned in down on the Lower East Side of New York, and that's at the bedside of a little pal of mine, little Johnny Stack. Come on, Johnny, get well quick. Get well for Abbott and I. I know the radio audience won't mind that we dedicated our opening show to you, Johnny. Okay. So good luck, kid.
Come on, Johnny. Get well, Johnny. Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody. Good night, Johnny.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you. There's many a type of pipe in the world, and they give out with many different sorts of sound. For instance, take a Navy bosun's pipe, or the pipes in an organ, or that sound that signals tops in contentment, the sound of a man whose pipe is loaded with rich, full-bodied, mellow Prince Albert smoking tobacco.
Yes, that contented is the sound produced by a PA-packed pipe. Because not only does Prince Albert deliver wonderful flavor and fragrance, but it's gentle to your tongue as well. Even if you're a marathon pipe smoker, a special no-bite treatment takes out the tongue punishment that spoils your smoking pleasure. Prince Albert is crimp-cut, too, for firm packing, easy drawing, and even burning. Switch to PA today. Saturday night, be sure to listen to the Prince Albert program, Grand Ole Opry, broadcast coast to coast every Saturday night on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, Pepsodent is proud to entertain the men and women in our armed forces. Tonight, Pepsodent brings to United States Navy's midshipmen at Notre Dame University, South Bend, Indiana, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Herbert Marshall.
Don't be stubborn. Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the United States Naval Reserve Midshipman School at the University of Notre Dame in Notre Dame, Indiana. Hope. Take me out, Coach. I'm through. Telling you, midshipmen, to brush your teeth with Pepsodent, whether you're an admiral or a ship's baker, and when you get to Japan, you'll capture a lot of territory without getting a single acre. Well, here I am at Notre Dame, the school that went from educated toes to educated boots. That's what they told me. I can't help it. But the commanding officer, Captain Berry here, was nice and invited me to make myself at home on the campus. I liked it, but I still think it's better to sleep in a room. these midshipmen really have got that college spirit around here. Every time these Navy barbers see a sailor coming, they get together and yell, raw, 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 raw. We did a Bond show last night in the Notre Dame Stadium. I wouldn't say it's big, but what a thrill it was to stand up there in the back row and look down at South Bend, nestling on the 30-yard line. Elkhart was on the 10, but Notre Dame is now housing the Navy's midshipmen. You've all heard of old sea dogs. Well, these are the puppies. You just heard them bark. And boy, they're really young. I was in the washroom today using an electric shaver, and 4 guys were in back of me waiting to plug in their electric trains. You can hear they agreed. Bendix Aviation has an airplane plant near here, and the other day they had a little excitement over there. They thought one of their test pilots had bailed out, but it turned out to be a midshipman who'd been on the double so much he took off. And they have a golf course right next to the school here, and these midshipmen even play golf on the double. Yeah. The other day, one of them was 3 holes ahead of his ball. Sounds a little like Crosby. And this school is 2 miles from South Bend, 90 miles from Chicago, and 800 miles from New York, and the line of the mess hall passes through all of them. I don't know how long that cafeteria line is, but 3 guys at the end of it starved to death when the government cut down on Lend-Lease. And wait till the finish, fellas. And what a wonderful selection of steaks they have at that cafeteria. I ordered Honest, that's a straight line, fellas. What a wonderful selection. I ordered a filet, and the waiter said, "What kind, Shetland or Pinto?" See, if you'd wait, we'd all have fun together. When the Navy first took over this place, they had a lot of trouble because of the girls' school being right across the street. In fact, it took 6 months before they could teach the fellas to do their drilling on the ground.
Poor Miriam, selected using Irium, so she waited for things for the phone to ring.
Hello?
Wrong number.
Uh-oh. Hello?
Wrong number.
Uh-oh.
So folks don't be like Miriam, use Irium.
No matter how many toothpaste you've tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. Because it removes film, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number 1 with the armed forces. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. And in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how it uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Irium, so the telephone ring is the busy thing.
Hello?
Some number.
Uh-oh. Hello?
Some number.
Uh-oh.
So folks just be like Miriam, use Irium.
Here's Skinny Ennis.
Every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around. Every time Every time, every doggone time I try romance, I'm taking a chance on losing my mind. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hide out in there. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8-ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hide out in there. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8-ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time.
That is our Skitty Minute. Thank you, Skitty. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet a great guy and a great actor, the man who takes over for us here on the Pepsodent Show during the summer, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thank you, boys. Say, they are boys, aren't they?
Yes, sir. They're really young, Bart. They're all 18 or 19, with the exception of one or two fellas who are about my age.
Oh, are there some admirals in the audience?
How can you say that, Herbert? Just look at this bill. Don't you think I'd make a good midshipman?
No, I'm afraid not, Bob.
Why not?
Too much mid for one ship, man.
Listen, Marshall, you better watch your step. You know, just because I'm getting a little old, don't think I'm not plenty flabby. Say, I ought to read this stuff before the show. But tell me one thing, Bart. How did you happen to choose this show for the summer?
Well, truthfully, Bob, I didn't really choose it. I just waited too long, and this was all that was left.
I don't think you realize which side your toothbrush is pasted on. And it may be a little strange for you to follow me, Bart, on this show. After all, you and I are entirely different types.
Thanks, Bob.
We'll skip that last track.
Why?
I can't think of an ad-lib. By the way, Bart, what's the name of your program?
The name of the series is The Man Called X.
The Man Called X. I wonder why they chose that to replace me.
Well, Bob, it's a mystery, and they wanted to keep the same type of program.
Well, look who's here. Francis Langford. Well, there you are.
Hello, Bob.
Gee, Francie, these midshipmen like you. You really brought down the house.
Did I?
Yeah, but their eyeballs are still holding up the wall. Oh, Francis, I'd like you to meet Herbert Marshall. He's taking over for me, you know.
Oh, hello. So you're taking over for Bob.
Yes, and, by the way, what are you doing tonight? I mean, would you join me for cocktails, the theater, dinner?
This boy's really taken over. Bart, you haven't got a chance with these midshipmen around.
You mean the midshipmen have cornered the market?
Well, I don't know about the market, but they've certainly cornered every place else in town, including Sweeney's, the Club Lido, and the Melody Bar. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you stockholders? What are you doing?
Sweeney's, the Club Lido, the Melody Bar, are those watering places?
If they are, W.C. Fields must own the reservoir.
Well, anyway, Bob, these midshipmen do better than you do.
That's because they acquire polish here at the midshipman school. When these midshipmen enter Notre Dame, they're a little on the eager beaverish side, Bob, and after 4 months they come out a smooth ensign.
Really? That's what they told us, anyway. Well, look, Francis, let's explain it to the folks some more fully. And to confuse the audience, Herbert, you be the eager beaver just entering... Wait, we got something worked out. Wait a minute. Just entering Notre Dame, and then in the next sketch, I'll play the same guy 4 months later. Some eager beaver music again, please.
Boy, it sure is solid being in midshipman school. I think I'll latch onto this park full of girls. Yes, sir, man. I'm on the beam to snag a dream. Man, I never seen so many girls in a park before. It looks like Mother Nature's USO. There's something on that bench over there. Bet you I can click with that chick. Well, what's knitting, kitten? You go up with sailors?
Well, I didn't get this Purple Heart driving a tank for General Patton.
All right, doll. Hit me with those lips. Parker, and step into my office.
Well, don't you even want to know my name?
I only take names when I got a 6-hour pass.
Say, you think a lot of yourself, don't you?
Oh, why shouldn't I? You know how all the sailors have a girl in every port?
Yes.
Well, mine swim out and throw the boat in. Come on, Dream, start living. Don't be a square. If you go out with me, I'll give you a present, a bottle of Surrender. $25 an ounce.
Wait a minute. Surrender is only $10 an ounce.
I know, but this is unconditional surrender.
Say, you're quite a character, aren't you?
Sure. How about you and me stepping and doing some jitterbugging?
Oh, can you jitterbug in that sailor suit?
Do I jitterbug? Watch, I'll show you. Look, now, watch this breakaway. Watch this breakaway. Oops, broke away in the wrong place.
And now, after 4 months, the same guy becomes an ensign. Oh, gosh, I can hardly believe it. This is my first day as a full-fledged ensign.
Hello, handsome.
Egad, already I must start paying the price. Oh, well, I wonder if I should take another walk past the girls' school and mow them down again. No, why let them look at me free?
Don't you remember me, Robert? I'm Francie Langford.
Oh, quite to be sure. You notice, of course, that I'm an ensign and just think someday I'll be an admiral.
Someday you'll be an admiral?
Yes, of course, it may take 8 or 9 months. I bet you're surprised to find me on top of the heap.
Oh, I knew you were an ensign.
You knew I was an ensign? How could you tell?
You dress so neatly. You have a lovely crease in your water wings. Oh, you look so wonderful, Robert. Do you mind if I hold your arm?
All right, but don't cover up my stripe. But Francine, it's wonderful being an ensign. Regular sailors have to show me so much respect and always salute. Watch, here comes one now. Hey, you, sailor, how about saluting me?
Yeah, shut up.
What's that?
Yeah, shut up.
Sir. Well, that's better.
Gee, Robert, couldn't we sit down someplace?
We sure could, Francis. I'll make that sailor give us that bench. All right, Salt, back to your shaker. Get moving.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I'd like to see him make me.
You would, huh? Okay, I will. See, I told you we'd get the bench. Now take it off my head. Thank you, Herbert Marshall. We'll see you a little later. Here comes Francis Langford.
For a dream or two, but then I count my sheep well. Funny how sheep can lull you to sleep, so I should care. I should let it upset me. But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. But I should care, and I do.
Despite years of faithful brushing, despite any other toothpaste you've tried, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, Pepsodent toothpaste contains irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. Pepsodent toothpaste with irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. Brings new brilliance to your teeth. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see the difference in the brightness of your teeth, the sparkle of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste. Because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of irium, so the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello.
Some number.
Oh.
Well, let's go.
Hello.
Some number.
Oh.
So folks just be like Miriam, use irium.
Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Here's something unscheduled. Coming out on the stage is none other than the old groaner himself, Bing Crosby.
It's not on my program. I don't...
Come back here.
Get this imposter off of here. What is it?
Come back here, old folks.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I have a special message for you.
Now, what
This is from your sponsor, Really? This may be it. All right. You find a nice, easy
You mean I'm
spot
resting
there.
next season?
Yes. Will you move over for me? I may need it. Here's what it says. Bob Hope, Notre Dame Navy, South Bend, Indiana. Because you, as always, are so busy thinking about others, doing bond rallies, benefit golf matches, entertaining servicemen at camps and hospitals, you may not even realize that today is your birthday. But we do. This is just to wish you many more happy years. Charles Luckman, Pepsodent. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Go over. What is it?
Happy birthday, dear Paolo. Happy birthday to you.
Cake and threw it in the audience. Well, now on with the show. Ladies and gentlemen, South Bend is world famous for its automobile
I want a
factory.
piece of that, though. Wait a minute.
So Bob Hope has decided to open up a plant here and produce.
What'd you say before?
I said that you decided to open up a plant here and
What
produce
kind of a plant?
automobiles.
Oh, automobile.
So we take you now to the Hope Automobile Factory.
Where's that? Is that in the script? Oh, yeah, here you are. How about that cross? How about that? It's the biggest frame-up I've ever had. Where's the mic? Oh, yes, there you are. Hello. I'm not excited. Don't worry. Look at cap staff. Get it? I'm going. Hello, Hope's Auto Factory. Get a Hope-mobile. Our cars are guaranteed not for years, not for life, but forever, Amber.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah?
Here's a telegram just arrived for you.
Yeah? Say, it's from Washington, Skin. We can make cars again. Reconversion is staring me in the face. Who was that?
Reconversion.
Well, we got to convert the factory over right away. Where's my foreman, Professor Colonna?
Coming, Hope, coming. Large lunchbox.
Colonna, I've been looking all over for you. Where have you been?
Well, Hope, I just had a 38-hour conference with John L. Lewis.
But, Colonna, that conference with John L. Lewis was only supposed to last 2 hours. What happened?
Mustache got tangled in his eyebrows.
Colonna, you haven't got the brains you were born with.
Naturally, Father couldn't make the last payment.
Colonna, is this your first time in South Bend?
No, Hope, I was a Notre Dame football hero. I'll never forget the day Notre Dame was behind with a minute to go.
Yeah?
I put on my helmet, kissed my girl goodbye, and sped to the attack.
You did, huh? College girl?
Whack.
Pretty?
Stack.
How'd it look for Notre Dame when you went in?
Black.
How'd you come out?
Sack.
Boy, I ought to break your neck. Where are we? Colonna, I just got word that reconversion is setting in.
Well, don't stand there. Deal him in.
By the way, Colonna, what color are you painting the new cars?
Well, Hope, you've heard of Canary Yellow.
Yes, what are you painting them?
Sinatra Green.
Well, whatever happened to your assistant, Schwartz?
Well, you know our slogan, we stand behind every car we sell?
Yes.
Dangerous, isn't it?
Well, Colonna, keep things going. I've got to step into this office and see our sales department. Now, Miss Vera Vay. Well, Miss Vera Vay. Well, our little Notre Dame posy.
Well, Bob Hope, the man with the South Bend nosy.
Say, so you're in our sales department, Miss Vay?
Yes, I am, Mr. Hope. I took a prospect out for a demonstration last night, and I really put the pressure on him.
Really, Miss Vague? What happened?
Well, I don't know. The x-rays haven't come back from the clinic yet. Oh, boy, but I love being a salesman here, Mr. Hope. You know, before I came to South Bend, where all these handsome midshipmen are, I used to go from door to door.
Well, what do you do now?
I go from window to window. Marry a sailor. You know, they're all Casanovas.
Oh, no, not all of them, Miss Vague. My kid brother's a young sailor, and the first time he went out with a girl, he was so bashful he had to get a stranglehold on her and pin her into a corner before he could kiss her.
Oh, well, give him... Just give him time.
They did. Say, you know, we're putting out a new car, Miss Vague.
Yes.
Which do you think we ought to concentrate on, a four-door sedan or a two-door sedan?
A no-door sedan.
A no-door sedan? What good would a sedan be with no doors in it?
He's never been to Leeper Park, has he?
Miss Vague, how did you find out about Leeper Park?
I like this boy. He's silly. He's so silly. But seriously, Miss Elba, I just went to Leeper Park to see the trees and the sap running.
Really? Did you catch him?
Oh, you dear boy. You're so breezy, and I just love to listen to it whistling through those holes in your head.
Pardon me, but I'm interested in buying a car.
Well, shall we talk it over?
Look, Bob, I haven't got much time. I want to buy a car.
Well, Herbert, we've got something here that's unbelievable.
Hello, Mr. Marshall.
I see what you mean, Bob. Yeah, but I came in to buy a car.
Introduce me, Mr. Hope.
Miss Vague, this is Herbert Marshall. Herbert, this is Vera Vague.
The pleasure is all mine.
The pleasure's all yours.
Yes.
Goodness, he's new around here, isn't he?
You know, Miss Vague, Herbert Marshall is the man called X.
The man called X. I wonder if X next.
Really, Bob, I'd like to see one of your new cars.
All right, Bart, I'll call the showroom. Hello, showroom. Send a car over to my office right away.
Think I should have knocked?
Thank you very much, folks. I'm sorry we're late. We have to go. Thank you. Goodbye.
Pepsodent has brought you this program from South Bend, Indiana. This is Wendell Niles reminding you to always use Pepsodent.
How about that blackout? You like that?
The
What kind of timing we have now?
Pepsodent, the product that's number one was
See you in Indianapolis and Omaha. Topeka. Come in and say a few words, Wendell. Good night, all.
Oh, thank you very much. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the Juvenile Bureau. The high schools in your city have been flooded with obscene literature. You stamp out one source, and a dozen more spring up. Your job, stop them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, October 21st.
was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Lester, commander of the Juvenile Bureau. My name's Friday. It was 10 a.m. when we got to the auditorium of Canfield High School. Stage door.
Guess we go right out onto the stage.
Yeah, we better wait till we're called, though, huh?
You're the men from the police department?
Yes, sir. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Paul Fisher, the principal here. Come right out onto the stage and we'll get the meeting started.
Yeah, all right. Yes, sir.
Just have a chair there.
Thank you.
Is the microphone on? Ladies and gentlemen of the Coordinating Council, members of the Parent Teachers Association. As you know, this meeting has been called for the purpose of discussing ways and means to bring about an end to the distribution of the filthy and obscene books and pamphlets that have been littering every high school campus in the city of Los Angeles. We've tried every means at our disposal to clean this matter up, and they all seem to fail. On the advice of the Coordinating Council and Mrs. Randall to the PTA, we've called in the authorities. Here to discuss the matter with us this morning are two officers connected with the Juvenile Bureau of our police department. Sergeant Romero and Sergeant Friday. And now, may I turn the meeting over to Sergeant Friday of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way we're going to get to the bottom of this thing and put a stop to it is to get all the information we can on where this lascivious material is coming from. Now, you people, as parents and teachers of the children who are buying and reading this stuff, might be able to give us some help. So, if it's all right with you, Mr. Fisher, I'd like to hear from some of the people sitting out there, if I may.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, if any of you people have anything to say or any information, any questions, why, we'd be glad to listen to you and do our best to answer your questions.
Sergeant?
Yes, the lady out there, go right ahead.
I'm Mrs. Stein. I know of a place in our neighborhood that has dirty books. I feel sure that that's one of the places where the children are getting this trash. Complaints have been made to the police department, but the man who runs the place has never been arrested. Can you tell me why?
Well, ma'am, I think I'd better make it clear now that there's only one way a police officer can arrest anyone for possession of lewd literature. The officer has to prove that the party who possesses this literature does so for the purpose of selling it. Sometimes that's difficult to prove.
Well, I told you I can prove it.
You mean you can go to this place and buy a book from him?
Well, maybe I couldn't. If I were known.
Yes, ma'am, that's just the point. Now, I don't know offhand about the one in your neighborhood, but I can assure you that we've cracked down on hundreds of such peddlers in the past few months. You can see for yourselves that this doesn't put a stop to it. We've got to get to the source.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir?
My name's Fred Scott. I'm director of the Square Shooters Boys Club.
Yes, sir.
Point I'm trying to make is, I know the young boys pretty well. With the exception of my boys, 49 in number, I'll wager just about every boy in this high school has one of those books. Or at least he's seen one.
Yes, sir, we're aware of that.
Point I'm trying to make is, somewhere in the municipal code, there's got to be a law to forbid such things.
Yes, sir, there is such a law.
Then why isn't it enforced?
It is.
What does the law say?
Well, how do you mean, sir?
Well, I mean, what happens when somebody's found guilty of selling these books? What's the penalty?
Oh, well, the law states that an offender is liable to fines, a jail term of 6 months, or both.
That's not much of a law, is it? Why isn't there a stronger law?
Well, I wouldn't know that, sir.
The point I'm trying to make is, we need laws with some teeth in them.
We have good laws in the state of California for the most part. It's true that we're weak in some cases, but you can say that about most states, I think.
Well, you may be satisfied with the laws, but I'm not. I'd say stronger laws. That's the answer.
No, I don't think it is, Mr. Scott. Passing a set of new laws isn't going to make this city a cleaner or a safer place for your boys to grow up in. Laws don't decide how moral a city's going to be. People do. Laws don't mold character in young boys either. The parents and teachers do that.
I don't think I know what you're getting at. What do you mean?
Well, just this, Mr. Scott. It's our job on the police department to keep filthy junk like these books from falling into youngsters' hands.
Yes?
Now, on the other side of the fence, the youngster has to be taught to recognize this obscene material for what it is, filth and garbage. And the youngsters have to be taught that in the home, in the school, and the church. Now, if they can be made to understand that the kind of dirt and filth that these books represent, well, that'd be worth more than any new set of laws, wouldn't it?
But But what about these men who put out the books? The men who sell them? How do you reach them?
Through the youngsters. They seem to know the way. The next morning at 8 a.m., after meeting with Inspector Lester of Juvenile Bureau, Ben and I went on stakeout at Canfield High School. From past experience, we knew there was little hope of a quick end to the case. It was going to be a long haul. Tracing the source all the way up the line from the high school kids who bought the filthy books to the small fry pushers, the wholesalers, and finally we hoped to the top, the man who printed the books. We had no illusions on that score. Generally, with the arrest of his pushers and other small-timers who work for him, the top man gets the alarm and clears out before the police officer can apprehend him with evidence that will stand up in court. During the first 2 days at Canfield High, Ben and I found out nothing. The obscene literature was being bartered and exchanged between students, but the main source of supply was still a mystery. We had one slim lead to go on. Mr. Fisher, the high school principal, helped run it down.
We've been watching that boy down in the yard since yesterday, Mr. Fisher. Seems to have quite a bit of spending money, expensive clothes, car of his own.
I don't know that boy's family. They could be well fixed.
We saw him with a stack of those dirty books in his notebook. He must have had a dozen of them. We were showing him around to his crowd.
Travers, are you sure?
Joe, take a look down there.
Yeah. Yeah, Travers is showing him something. I can't see what it is.
Come over to this side of the window.
Yeah.
Small books. He's giving them to one of the other fellows.
They've got their wallets out. They're giving Travers money.
Come on, Ben. You better come too, Mr. Fisher.
This way out to the yard?
No, to the left. That's it.
Let's hurry, huh?
This door, Sergeant. Right here. Travers. Travers.
Hello, Mr. Fisher.
I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah?
These men here are from the police department. They want to ask you some questions.
Can we go inside?
Sure. Come on.
Oh. What's the matter, Mr. Fisher? I haven't done anything.
Oh, we'll see. Come on.
What is it? What's it all about?
Sergeant?
It'll be a lot easier if we have the truth now, son. Did you just sell those boys out there some dirty books?
No, I mean, it's only a gag. They're funny books.
Have you got any more of them on you?
Yes, sir.
Can we see them, please?
I didn't steal them. They're only books. Funny books. Here.
Thanks.
Almost a dozen.
Mm-hmm. You think these are funny books, do you, Travers?
Well, some of them. I guess not. It's only a gag, Sergeant.
Where'd you get them?
I didn't steal them. I bought them off a guy.
Who?
Why, I can't tell you.
Do you have any more of these books?
No, sir.
Will you show us your locker?
I can't remember the combination. It's a new locker.
Could you open the locker for us, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, but I'll have to get the maintenance man.
All right, I'll show you. Come on. Down here, sir. This one. 412. I've only got a couple.
All right, we'll see.
Come on, open it.
I haven't done anything.
Here's a sample, Joe. Locker's loaded down with them.
Rotten filth.
You can't arrest me. I don't sell the books, I only rent them.
Somebody's been briefing you. Who?
You're only making it hard on yourself, boy.
You can't prove anything. These are my books. I don't sell them.
Where do you get them? Who sold them to you?
Nobody. I got them, that's all.
All right. We'll have to talk to your folks.
You can't. They're away. No, you can't. Don't.
Afraid we'll have to, son.
Oh, please don't tell them. Please don't let them know I'll do anything.
All right, let's have the truth then. Who are you selling the books for?
Name's Barney. That's all I know. I meet him at a cigar store downtown, 5th and Harrison.
Does he sell you the books?
He gives them to me. I sell them and then give him the money. I get 10 cents for every one I sell.
How much do you sell them for?
25 cents. Some are $1. I get 30 cents for those.
And the boys in this school have been paying that kind of money for this film?
Yes, sir.
This man who gives you these books, you know where he lives?
No, sir. I haven't any idea.
When are you going to see him?
Well, this is Wednesday. I was going to meet him downtown this afternoon.
The cigar store?
Yes, sir. But I don't want to get Barney in trouble. He's been okay to me.
Sure. He's done a lot for you. 4 p.m. Wednesday. Ben and I drove downtown with 16-year-old Eddie Travers. We parked the car near the corner of 5th and Harrison and kept an eye on the cigar store. We waited.
No sign yet, Travers?
No, sir. Barney usually waits by the newsstand there. I haven't seen him yet.
How long you been selling for this man, son?
About 3 months, maybe 4.
Any idea where he gets the books?
Well, Oh, just a minute, Sergeant.
Yeah?
I think Yeah, that's Barney, the one going up to the cigar counter.
The man in the gray suit there?
Yeah, that's him. He's going into Juanita's cafe.
Is that where you usually go after you meet him?
Yes, sir.
You better take the boy back to the office, Ben. I'll tail this guy and see what I can find out.
Okay, you want me to pick you up later?
No, I'll call you at the office. Oh, you got any matches?
No, I'm out.
I'll pick some up at the cigar stand.
All right. See you later.
Yeah. Box of matches?
Oh, yeah?
And a pack of spearmint, too.
All right, sir. Much obliged. Got a special on Old Typical New Bourbon today. $2.69 a fifth.
No, thanks.
Hey, Rosie. Rosie, another tamale when you get time, huh?
All right, Barney, don't come in. Yes, sir.
Let me have chicken tacos, side order of fried beans, and a cup of coffee, huh?
Chicken tacos on one, side of beans. Another tamale. Anything else, Barney?
Yeah, some more coffee, huh, Rosie?
Tamale on one.
Hey. Slide the ketchup down here, will you?
Yeah, here you go.
Thanks. They got good tacos in there. Lots of meat on them. It's fresh stuff.
Yeah.
There's the sugar.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Rosie. Here, Rosie.
Yeah?
I got some new ones in just today. Whole stack of them.
What are you talking about?
You know, the picture books. Good ones. You can make some money on the side. They'd sell good around here.
Listen, Barney, I told you once, no.
Oh, come on, here. Look them over. These are good ones.
I said no, that lousy junk. The next time you bring that stuff in here, I tell the boss, understand? Now eat and get out.
Well, that's a real funny day. Looks great, but boy, what a cold potato.
Yeah?
Come on, eat and get out and take that junk with you.
Cold potato. I don't like the chowder anyway.
Well, coffee's certainly cold.
Yeah. Yep. You'd probably get a big boot out of these. Take a look.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good quality stuff. Yeah. Give me that little book there. Let me show you one. Wait a minute. Yeah. Wouldn't that kill you?
Yeah. How about sell me one of them?
Okay. 4 bits for the small ones, $1 for the big ones. Wait a minute. Let's see, I got 14 of them here. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make you a deal. You can have the whole works for $10.
Okay. You got any more?
Well, you going in business for yourself?
No, I got a newsstand out in Riverside. Books, I guess, ought to go fast. I think I can probably handle another $25 worth.
All right. I got the rest of them back at the hotel. Some of them are in color.
Yeah?
You want to meet me there tonight? Around 7?
Where's the hotel?
Well, you go straight up 6th Street from here. It's just 1 block on your left. Called the Denver House. I'm in room 337.
You going up there now?
Well, I was supposed to meet some guy, but... Yeah, we can go now. How about a check, Rosie, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, you'll probably be wanting more of these. I can put you on my mailing list.
Okay. The prices are right. I don't want to pay retail.
Nah, we can work out a deal. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Hey, that Rosie, huh? She's really put together.
Yeah.
Too bad. A real cold potato, though.
Well, some are like that.
Yeah.
No sense of humor. We left Juanita's Cafe and walked up Harrison Street to 6th. We turned left and went down 1 block. It was 5 minutes to 5 when we got to Barney's room in the Denver house, number 337. He dragged out a steamer trunk from under the bed and counted out a stack of books and pamphlets covering the general topic of degenerate filth in stories and photographs.
Okay, Mac, there you are. It's $25 worth. Pay the money and the bucks are all yours.
Okay. There you go. There's 10, 15, 18. I'll have to give you a check for the rest.
How do I know it's any good? You could take off. I'd never see you again.
You'll see me. You're under arrest.
Huh? Hey, you're kidding. Hey, let go.
All right, let's hold it right here.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, Now, look, Lieutenant, we can work this thing out.
We'll work it out downtown.
Now, wait a minute. I can set this thing right for you.
Where are you getting this junk? Who's supplying you?
Oh, look, why not use your head? You never get the top, man. Not in 10 years you won't.
We got lots of time. Come on.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Mr. Joseph G. Hertzberg, city editor of one of New York's great newspapers, and this is his actual signed statement.
I recommend Fatimas to anyone who likes a king-size cigarette. In my business, the long hours really put smoking to the test. Working overtime means smoking overtime, and that has sold me on Fatimas. No matter how often I light up, Fatima gives me an extra mild smoke. And Fatima flavor, it's much better every time. I found out it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And more smokers are discovering this every day. Actual figures show Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy Fatima yourself.
The long cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
The filthy literature racket feeds on the curiosity of youngsters and the stupidity and ignorance of adults. It's an all-season business, and in its own quiet way, it has reached a market which the other heavy rackets never hoped to reach. Your home and your children. 6 p.m., Wednesday, October 23rd. We checked the records, and the make sheet showed his true name to be Timpson, 38 years old. He had a past record of one previous conviction for peddling lewd literature in Dodge City, Iowa in March 1948. We had him brought to the interrogation room.
Sit down, Timpson.
Okay. Let's make it easy, Barney. Where are you getting the books?
I told you, Sergeant, they deliver them to me.
Who does?
Different guys. I don't remember them all. I send different guys every time.
How often do they make the deliveries to you?
Once a month.
When?
Around the first, usually. Sometimes maybe the second and the third.
They bring the books to your hotel?
Yeah, they leave a pack up in the lobby addressed to me.
They ever use the mails?
They never do. They're not that dumb.
So you've never seen the men that you do business with, huh?
Not so I'd know them, no.
You have no idea where they're operating from?
I don't know.
You expect us to swallow that?
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Oh, don't push us that kind of a story, Barney.
I'm giving it to you straight. Now, what else do you want?
Who's the supply man?
Hey, look, we found this notebook in your hotel room, Barney. There's a list of names in it. This your customer book?
Friends. Okay, they're customers.
It gives us enough to land on you.
I know that. I've told you everything.
You still don't know who you're working for?
No.
Look, there's a phone number in this notebook. No name to go with it.
Yeah?
Now, look at it. This one right here.
I don't know. Must be another customer. Yeah.
Does it belong to the boss?
I don't know the boss. He don't know me.
Then who do you buy the books from?
Who says I buy them?
You must owe somebody a lot of money.
Don't worry. I don't owe him nothing. He don't owe me nothing.
He does now.
What?
You're going to jail for him. Barney Timpson was booked into Central Jail for violation of the Penal Code, Section 311.3. We contacted the telephone company, and they traced the extra phone number in Timpson's notebook to a private residence on Wonderview Drive in Laurel Canyon. A detail of men was assigned to stake out on the place. During the next week, mainly from information obtained from Barney Timpson's customers, 7 other peddlers of obscene books and pamphlets were taken into custody and questioned. 5 of the 7 told us they picked up their supply of books from the Laurel Canyon address. We moved in on the place and found thousands of lewd books and pamphlets stored in the garage. 3 men on the premises were taken into custody. They identified themselves as John Alexander, George Kelleher, and Raymond Kester. We brought them downtown and interrogated them for 2 hours. They refused to admit anything. They were booked in, but by noon their lawyers arrived and they were released on writs of habeas corpus. 2 p.m. Ben and I met with Inspector Lester of Juvenile Bureau.
Just had a call from the men on stakeout at the Laurel Canyon place. They've just been over the garage where the books are stored.
They get anything, Skip?
A couple of things. Might be fair leads.
What's that?
3 stacks of books they found were wrapped in proof letterheads from the Havenbrook Hotel.
Yeah?
We checked with the hotel. They get all their printing done at Rudolph Brothers, placed out in West L.A.
That name's not familiar to me.
It's a big layout. Their specialty is religious books, Bible, things like that.
That doesn't add.
Not so sure.
How do you mean?
Be a perfect cover for the racket. Printing the Bible one day and a flock of filthy books the next. Could be the setup.
What kind of a name does this Rudolph's place have around town? They've been here long?
50 years. Good reputation.
Well, we could give it a look.
Where's the place?
On West 3rd, just below Athens Street.
All right.
Check the place over, but don't make them suspicious. If there's anything wrong, no use tipping until we're ready to move.
Right, Skipper.
We got to reach the presses turning out this junk and choke off the supply where it starts. Do that and we got it beat.
Right.
Just a minute. Juvenile Bureau, listed. Yeah, Tavern. Down where? Okay, they'll be right out. Gross and Pacelli, they spotted one of the delivery cars.
Where?
Downtown. They followed it out to West L.A.
Yeah?
Rudolph's printing shop.
4 p.m. Ben and I, together with 2 other men from Juvenile Bureau, drove out Beverly Boulevard to Athens Street and then down 1 block to the corner of West 3rd where we picked up Gross and Pacelli on stakeout. The Rudolph Brothers Printing Company covered almost half a square block on the corner of West 3rd and Athens. The front of the plant had display windows featuring expensive leather-bound Bibles and other religious literature. While the other men remained on stakeout, Ben and I crossed the street and entered the plant. We introduced ourselves to the clerk in charge as potential wholesale customers, and we asked to be shown around the shop. It was more than obliging.
I'd be happy to show you our plant, gentlemen. The most modern religious publication company in the West. That's our claim. Would you step this way, please?
Thank you.
On your left there, those are 3 of our new Ludlow machines. Excellent mechanisms, needless to say.
Mm-hmm. You must employ quite a few men in here.
65 full-time. Enough to meet any emergency rush jobs you might want done. Now, over here are Bush Emerson hand presses.
Oh. You handle only religious books then, huh? Nothing else?
That's right, sir. We specialize exclusively in that.
You don't take in any small contracts, school journals, things like that?
No, our steady customers take up all of our time. Here on this stone, you see the pages of a new prayer book we're getting together. Very ultra.
Mm-hmm.
An entirely different kind of typeface.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, and back there, along the wall, are new linotypes. The very latest, monotypes. Then the proof presses. Next to them are proof readers. And the flatbed Truslow press beyond that.
Seems like lots of activity. Business is pretty good, I guess, huh?
Oh, yes, we're kept pretty busy. Quality printing is always in demand.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much for showing us around.
Not at all, gentlemen. Anytime. Here, this way out.
All right.
I'll get you one of my cards here. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
And when you're ready to do business, why, just give me a call. I'd be glad to take care of you.
All right, sir, thanks. We'll do that.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Bye-bye.
All right. What do you think?
You got me. Nothing out of place.
Yeah, whatever system they're using, they got it down pat.
Bibles, prayer books, church announcements. That's all I saw.
Hey, Ben, look. That man getting out of that car going into Rudolph's there?
Alexander, the guy we picked up this morning out in Laurel Canyon.
Yeah.
What's the answer?
I don't know, but it's got to be somewhere in that print shop. We went back to the car and waited. The stakeout on Rudolph's printing plant continued. 6 p.m. The lights in the display windows went out. The shades were drawn. We watched the employees leave. 6:30 p.m. The lights in the plant were still burning. Gross went down to the corner and picked up some hot dogs and coffee for our dinner. We ate in the car. 7:30 p.m. A black Cadillac convertible pulled up across the street. 2 men got out and let themselves in through the front door. We waited. Between 7:30 and 8 p.m., we counted 21 men entering the plant.
That printing press is starting up.
Okay, let's move. Oh, yeah. Gross, you and Pacelli want to go through the back, and Ben and I will take the front.
Right, let's go, Mike.
Come on.
It's a neat setup. I had it all figured.
Yeah, you didn't spot any side entrances, did you?
No. Here we are.
Can you try the door?
Yeah, it's no good.
All right.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up. All right, come on, open up.
The press is stopped.
All right, let's hit it quick. Come on, again. There we go.
There they are, Joe.
They're trying to smash the plates. Come on.
Pacelli! Pacelli, save those plates!
Watch it, Ben. All right, come on.
All right, you. All right, hold it.
Pull against the wall. Hey, Gross, get those plates off the press, will you? All right, hold it, you two.
Now, Joe, look out.
All right.
Get the plates, Joe.
I round up those men and keep the doors covered.
Get away from those tables. Come on over to the wall. That's about most of them, Joe.
Those 2 men going out the door. Come on, head them off, will you?
Come on, you. Come on, back in.
All
Get
right.
out, wait. Get your hands off her.
Hold it up, mister. Come on, over there with the rest.
You'll pay for this. I'll sue you down your last nick.
Yeah, come on, simmer down.
Hey, Joe, we got Rudolph going out the back.
Right. Call the office, will you? We're going to need transportation.
Okay.
Take those two with you, huh?
All right. Come on.
Well, we got enough evidence against them.
Yeah, we're going to need it.
2 full pages of the junk right here.
Yeah.
Look. Right next to it.
Yeah. Page from the Bible.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 94, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Frank Rudolph and 16 of his accomplices were tried and convicted of possessing lewd and lascivious literature for the purpose of sale. They received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the county jail.
Remember this Saturday, because that means Dimension X on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Deems Taylor. Deems. No, Duffy, you don't say what are they, you say who is he. Yeah, certainly. It's different from Yonkers. Yeah, he's the guy who used to talk at Carnegie's Hall. Yeah, the guy that talks about music. Yeah, he just talks. Yeah, for that he gets paid. Well, they have to pay him, otherwise he wouldn't stop talking. Well, look, you know my song, Leave Us Face It? Peter Van Steeden is making it into a symphony. A symphony? Well, that's the same as music, only longer. Yeah. And louder. Huh? Paul Whiteman? No, he ain't coming tonight. He had an accident. Yeah, he fell into the orchestra. Yeah, very serious, Duffy. He wiped out the entire fiddle section. Yeah. Well, look, I gotta go write a commentary for Deems. I'll call you back. Okay, Duffy. What that you writing, Mr. Archie? It's a commentary, Eddie. You see, Peter Van Steeden is making my song, Leave Us Face It, into a symphony. I'm gonna call it Archie Sixth. What happened to the fifth? Beethoven already wrote that. This thing I'm writing is a commentary for Deems Taylor to say. Commentary? Yeah, one of them things, that explains what a composer was thinking about after he's dead. Or, as us musicians say, after he is posthumous. Is this your symphony going to be played right out in public? Oh, yeah. Then you'll be posthumous, too. That crummy song. Eddie, that crummy song may turn out to be a hit. It's being sold all over the country.
Yeah? But where is it being bought?
Plenty of places. The royalties is just rolling in.
How much have you made so far?
Well, this is my first song.
How much?
Well, Mozart started slow, too.
How much?
Well, it ain't $1 million.
How much is it?
28 cents.
28 cents. Is that net or gross?
No, it's strictly cash. Of course, it ain't no fortune.
It ain't even 30 cents.
Yeah, but wait until Deems gets me into ASCAP.
ASCAP?
Yeah, that gang of songwriters, the SPCA. You know the thing, it's a songwriters thing, a kind of a protective association.
That you could use.
Yeah, why do I argue with you?
Hello.
Hello, Flanagan.
I like that song of yours keeps running through my head all the time.
Well, Flanagan, it's certainly got plenty of room. But stick around. We're going to play it later for Deems Taylor.
Deems Taylor Hotel.
Didn't you ever hear the symphonies on Sunday?
No.
Well, Deems is the guy who announced them.
Oh, him! Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was one of them commentators, gave sort of a blow-by-blow description of the music.
I hate them kind of guys. Dude, I don't like people that talk while I'm listening to music.
Why not?
Oh, when they talk, I can't hear the tuba.
Well, what do you want to hear the tuba for?
Because I never heard one. What is that tuba like, God?
Tuba? That's the thing that goes tweet, 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 tweet.
Is that a tuba?
Yeah.
So, well, then, what's one of them little things that you hold on the side of your mouth that looks like a piccolo?
That's a piccolo.
Then what's your flute?
That you play on the other side of your mouth.
All right, maybe we're thinking of two different kinds of tubas. See, I mean them tall tubas with strings.
Oh, them is violins.
So, wait a minute, I thought a violin was something you played sitting down under your chin.
Well, this is for short guys who play standing up with no chin. They call them king-size fiddles.
Thanks, Sarge. Thanks very much. You make everything so clear. Boy, you sure know your musical instruments.
Thanks, Flanagan. Now, let's see. The second movement of this symphony opens with a baboon's playing a staccato. Boy, this is going to be some symphony.
Well, Archie, if you ask me...
Miss Duffy, I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah?
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Flanagan, what do you want to say?
Oh, yeah?
Well, that throws a different light on it. Look, Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one woman music composer who was a member of the female sex.
A woman composer? Florence Nightingale.
Florence Nightingale. Miss Duffy, Florence Nightingale happened to be a singer. No, Miss Duffy, to write great music, one has to suffer. And women happens to be insufferable.
Women are the biggest sufferers of their sex in the world. It may not show, Archie, but I have suffered.
It shows. Believe me, Miss Duffy, it shows.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, well, Benevenuta, look, where was you last week?
Home with a cold.
Go ahead, sing, Bene. We try it.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain.
And the waving wheat can sure smell sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain. Oh, Oklahoma every night, my honey lamb and I sit alone and talk and watch a hawk making lazy circles in the sky. We know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. Chicks and ducks and geese better scurry when I take you out in the Surrey. When I take you out in the Surrey with the fringe on top. Watch that fringe and see how it flutters when I drive them high-stepping strutters. Nosy folks will peep through the shutters and their eyes will pop. The wheels are yellow, the upholstery's brown, the dashboard's genuine leather. With isinglass curtains you can roll right down in case there's a change in the weather. Two bright side lights winking and blinking, ain't no finer rig, I'm a-thinking. You can keep your rig if you're thinking that I'd care to swap for that shiny little Surrey with a fringe on the top. Oh, we know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. And when we say, yeah, oh, yippee-I-O-A, Oklahoma, 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 you're okay.
Mr. Archie, there's a man over there complaining.
Complaining? Why is he complaining?
Because we ain't got no Peter Ibbotson records in the jukebox.
Who else could it be but James Taylor? Well, Jamesy, old boy, it's good to see you again. You know, you ain't changed a bit.
You don't look so good either.
Well, I need a haircut. Are you still working at the Philharmonica?
No, I'm now on the Radio Hall of Fame.
Oh, no more Philharmonica, huh?
Uh-uh.
When'd they can you?
I wasn't canned, Archie. The engagement was terminated by mutual consent.
Oh, are they still paying you?
No.
Don't let them kid you, Deems. You was canned. Boy, the way you kick around Carnegie's Hall, the Hall of Fame. Always in a hall.
Well, you know me, Archie. Hall or nothing at all.
Same old corny dames. By the way, I heard you on Information Place last night.
You did?
Yeah. That Joel Kupperman's a clever kid, ain't he? Anyways, Deems,
Oh, hello, Mr. Taylor. Remember me?
Oh, yes. Yes, we met at...
Here.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. It was in...
Last night.
That's right. Yes. How are you, Miss...
Duffy.
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
Gee, you have a marvelous memory.
and so we say farewell, Miss Duffy. Now, Deems, I want to talk seriously. You know, I've been kind of dabbling in your territory.
Archie, you've been wooing the muse?
Who's got time for dames? I mean music. Now, Deems, you're president of that SPCA, ain't you?
Well, I'm president of the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers.
But you're still with ASCAP.
Just in my spare time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's good. You see, I wrote a song.
Oh, goody.
Here, I'd like you to take a gander at it, huh?
Let's see.
Will that get me into ASCAP, James?
Archie, that wouldn't even get you into the SPCA.
Look, James, ain't Paul Whiteman the conductor on that program of yours?
Yes.
Well, I bet you if you show it to him, Whiteman would go overboard for this song.
Well, he might not go overboard, but this would send him to the rail.
But, James, you ain't heard the symphony arrangement of it Van Staden did.
Van Staden?
Yeah, of course, you know, I could have got one of them symphony big shots, you know, say like Toschi.
Toschi?
Castellanos. But with me helping him, Pete's pretty good, too. Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
Pete, you know James Taylor. Show him the symphony, huh?
Here, Deems.
All right. I see you've done a magnificent job of obliterating the melody.
Thank you. Yeah, Pete's very good at that.
Say, this is a nice touch here, Pete. But you know, I think right here for the trombones, you need a glitch.
You feel a glitch there? I don't.
Oh, I do.
Now, wait a minute. I'm the composer of this song. I got something to say about this, too, you know.
Well, what did you want to say?
What's a glitch?
A glissando.
Huh?
A glissando.
Oh. Those guys must have a code. Well, how about getting the band ready to play the thing, Pete?
Okay, I'll wake them up.
Good. Hey, Danny, Pete's going to play me symphony. Will you tell the people?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the smartest thing you can do for the next 10 minutes is to go out for a walk.
Ready for the symphony?
Yeah.
The chorus ready?
Yeah.
And James Taylor will do the commentary.
A commentary? But Archie, a thing like that takes preparation. It takes thought.
James, your brain is luckier than your body. I have already wrote one for you.
You wrote a commentary for me?
James, you wrote them when you was with the Philharmonica?
Yes, I did.
Are you still with them?
No.
Touche? Go ahead and read it, James.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
Good eventide, music lovers everywhere. We are at Duffy's. This is your...
Go ahead, James.
This is your Uncle Dean's. Tonight we present the symphony version of Leave Us Face It, We're in Love. This is one of them rare hunks of music which we are very lucky to find only once in a rarity. It will be performed by Maestro Van Steeden with the assistance of the Duffy Mixed-Up Chorus. The chorus consists of as follows. First bass, Mr. Clifton Finnegan. Second bass, Miss Duffy.
Me.
Third bass, Eduardo Green. The first movement is called Begin Here. And now a brief word about the first movement of this symphony. There is a clutter of the drums. Then a small theme is pushed out by the tuba player. This suddenly becomes a cadenza, then a theme again, then a cadenza, then a theme, then a cadenza, then a... This continues until the little theme is all pooped out. And now the house lights dim, and a pall falls over the audience. I see Maestro Van Steeden is climbing on his baton. And we're about to hear the first movement of this symptomatic arrangement of Leave Us Face It.
Don't leave us face it.
Oh, leave us face it.
Leave us face it.
Leave us face it. Don't 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 let us leave us face it.
The second movement is based on the word us in the title. It is a short, frighteningly clever movement, which is a masterpiece of brevitude and shortness. The second movement. And now the third movement. This little movement has a meaning all its own. It is a depiction of the composer's love life. We can hear in the fiddles the beautiful tomatoes pleading with Archie for love. And then the sound of the drums is Archie saying no. In the last half of the movement, we don't hear the drums.
Well, Beams, I ain't made out of wood.
Not all of you.
Continue, Dames.
We now hear the third movement.
I told you I wasn't made out of wood.
And now the fourth and final movement. Hooray!
Dean!
The fourth and final movement changes its mood. It goes from the subjunctive to the philopopsical.
The philopopsical. Deems, the word is philosophical.
Nevertheless, we now hear the fourth movement.
Duffy, did you hear it? What do you know about music? Well, listen, Dames, now that you've heard... Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Paul. It's Paul Whiteman. Paul, did you hear the symphony? What did you think? Well, no kidding. I would be very grateful for your opinion. What do you know about music? So jealous. Well, look, James. Oh, the thing. Hello? Oh, yeah? Just a moment. Deems, it's ASCAP. They want to talk to you.
Oh. Hello? Brutal? Slur on the profession. A disgrace to music.
Deems, ask him how he liked it.
Hello? No, listen. No, listen. Please, listen. Hello? Hello?
What did he say, Deems? Do they want me in ASCAP?
No.
No, huh?
No, they don't want me either. They just thrown me out.
They threw you out, huh? Well, don't worry, Deems. You still got that swell job, you know, in the Hall of Fame. Yes. Well, Deems, if I hear of anything, I'll get in touch with you.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plant is spinning, the needle comes down. It's music.
Until my baby comes home, no sir, no nothing. As long as baby must roam, I promised him I'd wait for him till even the hated rose. I'm lonesome, heaven knows, but what I say still goes. No love, no nothing. And that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one. I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no sir, no love, no nothing till my baby comes home. Until my baby comes home. No, sir, no love until my baby comes home.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Now let's see what Fibber, McGee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Jimmy Shields, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Rise and Shine. For most of us, these are the bad weather days, and that means that floors come in for more than their usual punishment, kitchen floors especially. The milkman, the delivery boy, your own children track in and out. And if it weren't for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, you'd be down on your knees half the time keeping your kitchen floor clean. With Glow Coat on your linoleum, the job is easy. Wet footprints and stains are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Glow Coat is a protection, guarding the linoleum against wear and preserving the colors in all their fresh beauty. And, of course, there's practically no work at all to applying Glow Coat. It's self-polishing. It shines while it dries without any rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, you have a sparkling floor, easy to keep clean, and you've saved yourself hours of work. Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat is a labor saver for your wood floors, too, varnished or painted. Save yourself the work of floor scrubbing. Take life easier by using Johnson's Glow Coat, the easy-to-use floor polish. Shakespeare who said, "Beware the Ides of March, for then, varlet, ye will pay double if caught with ye last year's license plates." And so, here, approaching the Auto License Bureau, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
I sure hate to get a new license just when I got the old one memorized.
I never could memorize it. How'd you ever do it, dearie?
Well, it was kind of tough, but I done it. I can even give it to you backwards.
Wow.
987-456-G-12.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Now, what is it forward?
Search me. All you got to do is write that down on a thin piece of paper and hold it up to the light.
Excuse me, buddy. Could you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
You betcha, bud. Here. Hey, how'd you get that black eye?
I was in a fight.
Oh.
I seen a cigar stub on the sidewalk, and another guy jumped me claim, see? I claims it was mine, and he claims it was his.
Oh, heavenly days. How disgusting. Are you sure it was yours?
Lady, it was nobody else's but. Thanks, Doc.
Nobody else's but. I hope the next time he toes a stub, he stubs his toe.
Oh, say, look, McGee, all the people waiting in line for licenses. Why, we'll be all day getting up to the counter.
Oh, no, we won't. Just follow me and act nonchalant. We'll walk right up to the head of the line. Here, hold my hat.
But now, McGee...
Now, quiet, Molly. Take it easy and follow me. Excuse me, folks. I left my hat in here when I got my license. Excuse me.
Well, nice work, McGee. Here's your hat.
Thanks. I was afraid you'd drop it in front of that crowd. And I'd hate to get caught with my hat down.
Oh, my goodness. Look who's just leaving the counter, McGee.
Well, Mrs. Uppington. Page 14 in the American Album of Familiar Faces.
Hush. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
Imagine meeting you here, Mrs. Uppington.
Yes, imagine.
Small world, ain't it?
Yes, positively stuffy at times.
My goodness, Mrs. Uppington, are all those license plates yours? What are you planning to do, shingle the garage?
Oh, no, my dear. But I insist that my chauffeur put on clean license plates every time he washes the car. They do get so dirty, you know.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, and you got to watch out for garter runs in your radiator hose, too. Yes, can't keep a car too dainty, I always say.
Is that what you always say?
That's what I always say.
Really? Don't you get tired of it? Oh, but look here, Mrs. McGee. At my new license numbers, they all have 23 on them.
Oh.
Yes, my numerologist says I vibrate to the number 23.
Oh, you don't say, Mrs. Uppington. Isn't that interesting? Now, McGee says he simply shakes for a 7 or 11. Tell me, Mrs. Uppington, who is your numerologist?
Oh, I go to the Swami Svengali. They say such splendid things about him, really.
I don't know about him, Uppy. I think somebody's been giving you a bum steer. Good joke, eh, Uppy?
No, Mr. McGee, just a medium joke. Goodbye.
Her and her fortune tellers.
Incidentally, Molly, you know why all them fortune tellers wear a towel around their heads?
No, why?
Well, being experts on the future, they always try to look like the morning after. Don't you get it, Molly? I said...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I know it. I know it. Years ago, a fortune teller told me I'd never get that gag across. Well, come on, Molly. Let's get our license. Hey, Bud, how about a little service?
Yes, we want some license plates, sir.
Yes, madam. Have you a pink slip?
No, it's more of a peach color with a... Oh!
He means the application, Molly.
Oh, yes.
Here you are, Bud.
Thank you. I see your car's a 1916 model.
Yeah, that was a leap year, so we bought a puddle jumper.
Very well. Here you are, sir. $16. $8 a plate.
Wow, $8 a plate. What is this, a Jackson Day dinner? Okay, Bud, here you are. Well, let's go, Molly.
Oh, unwrap 'em, dearie. Let's see what number we got.
Okay. Oh, boy. WV963-867-G-17-Q-6 and 7/8. Boy, this is wonderful.
Well, what's so wonderful about that?
What motor cop can write that down without making a mistake? Shucks, I didn't... Hey.
What's the matter?
Where's our car? Our car's gone. Somebody stole our car.
Heavenly day.
Oh, Molly, I got to report this to the police right away.
All right. You do that whilst I run across the street and pay the gas bill.
Dad, drat it, what's so important about paying the gas bill?
Well, it's the October bill, and I want to get the discount.
Go ahead. You run over to the gas company, and I'll stop in the Puff cigar store here and phone. I'll meet you right outside the Puff.
All right, dearie.
Dad, the dad-ratted rattletrap. Hey, Gus, let me use your phone, will you? Somebody just swiped my car.
Sure, Fibber. Help yourself.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the police department. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's, eh? Your brother. He broke a leg and they had to shoot him, eh?
Who did, Fibber?
Mert's brother, the one that works in the music store. He broke a leg off a grand piano and they had to shoot him another one from the factory. Oh, ain't you going to laugh, Gus?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Hey, Mert, give me the police. Quick. Thanks. Hello, police. I want to report a stolen car. Huh? Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. No, just now. It was parked just south of 14th and Oak. Yeah, near the corner of Mite and Main. Yeah. Description? Well, I'm warning you, you'll have a hard time spotting my car because I just polished it with Johnson's Car New. Okay, just a commercial. Well, you'll recognize it by the right front fender. Huh? No, it fell off in 1932. Yeah, put it on the radio, will you, officer? Okay. You better tell Winchell, too. Thanks, boys. Goodbye. Oh, much obliged, Gus.
You're welcome.
Oh, there you are, McGee. What took you so long?
Mert. But I phoned the cops, Molly, and they'll be right after...
Oh, McGee, I found the car. You see it halfway down the street there?
Where? Oh, well, I'll be a gap in the dialogue.
You sure will.
I surely was. They brung it back, Molly.
They didn't know such a thing. It wasn't stolen.
What you mean? We parked it halfway along the line of people waiting for licenses, didn't we?
Certainly, but while we were inside, the line got twice as long.
Oh, that's it. Well, that's a good thing. If that car was really stolen, I'd play Billy,
Play Billy what?
That's all. Just play, Billy. I got the old license plates all off, Molly.
Oh, that's fine. Yep. How long will it take to put the new ones on?
I'll have to wait till I get home to put the new ones on. I busted the string I had the old ones tied on with. Oh, come on, get in the car, Molly.
Wait a minute, McGee. Who's that man coming this way?
Oh, well, that's Mr. What is his name? I can't think of it.
His face is certainly familiar, but I can't place him.
Me either. I know just as well. I'll find out as I talk to him.
Well, hello there, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, hello there. Hi, Bud. Oh, glad to see you again.
And how's every little thing with you, Mr. McGee?
Oh, just fine, Bud, just fine. How's everything with you?
Oh, same old thing. You know how it is.
Oh, sure. Sure, you bet. I know how it is.
How is it?
Why, Bud, we ought to see more of each other. Where can I get hold of you these days?
Well, I'm still at the same old place.
Oh, yeah. Same old place, eh? Oh, that's great. Nothing like being in the same old place, is there? No, sure, nothing like it. Say, you better give me that phone number again. I never can remember it.
Oh, don't worry about my phone number, Mr. McGee. You can always find it in the book.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Silly of me. Well, you give me a ring sometime, Bud. We must have lunch together.
Swell idea.
Yeah?
Usual place?
Oh, sure. Usual place. Well, so long, kid.
Well, so long, Mr. McGee. Goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Goodbye, Mr. Goodbye.
Drat it, who is he?
Well, don't you know yet?
No. I know that guy as well as I know my own brother.
You haven't got a brother.
Oh, that's right. I haven't. Maybe that's why I can't place him.
That's it.
Oh, well, it'll come to me. Well, get in the car, Molly. We better get going home.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. How about a lift? Which way you going?
Which way are you going, Mr. Oldtimer?
Ask you first.
Well, we're going east, old-timer. Hop in.
Thanks, Johnny. I'm going west, so I'll sit facing backward. What you been doing?
Oh, waiting for a sound effect. Just got our new license plates, old-timer.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Just been getting me a plate, too.
Is that so? License?
Nope.
Dental?
Nope.
Printing?
Nope. Give up?
Yes. What kind of a plate did you get?
Blue.
Well, I certainly fell for that one.
Hey!
You kind of got me there, old-timer. As the suit says, when it was handed down from father to son, it looks like I've been taken in.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it.
No.
The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, says, did you see me take that last corner on 2 wheels? Nope, says t'other feller. But ain't that kind of risky? Not for me, says the first feller. I've been riding this bicycle for years. Hey, slow down and leave me off, kid.
Okay.
Well, much obliged for the lift, Johnny. See you Tuesday.
That old fossil, I'm getting so I feel pretty strongly about meeting him weekly.
Oh, look out, McGee. Red light. Stop.
Okay.
Oh, McGee, look, there's Mr. Wilcox.
Huh? Where?
In that car that just pulled up beside us. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Wilcox.
What's he trying to say? I can't make out a word of it.
Well, no wonder. Our window's closed. Let it down.
I can't. There's no handle on it.
Well, we've got to hear what he's saying. He's all excited about something.
Give me that monkey wrench. I'll open the window.
Here.
Thanks.
I say traffic lights always remind me of Johnston's self-polishing glow coat. Stop and go. Stop worrying about your housework and go out to a movie. Stop that old-fashioned scrubbing and go modern the glow coat way. You get the idea, Fibber?
And to think I busted a window for this.
Well, you see, we want every housewife to know how to have a sparkling, easy-to-clean kitchen floor. Give your linoleum a facial treatment with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, girls, and you'll get a permanent rave from your friends. Ask anybody that uses it, and you'll find...
Aha, saved by the bell.
Well, so long, folks.
You know, McGee, I think Mr. Wilcox is the most enthusiastic salesman I ever knew.
I'll say so. He's terrific in traffic.
Oh. Look, McGee, here comes a motorcycle policeman. Let's make a wish.
What do you mean, make a wish?
Well, that's the first star we've seen tonight.
All right, you. Pull over to the curb.
Got to get them brakes fixed.
To say nothing of this cop.
Well, gangbuster, what, if anything, is on your mind, if any?
Get out of that car, both of you. No tricks. You're driving a stolen car.
Oh, I am not. This is my car. I reported it stolen, and I found I just forgot where I parked it.
Why, sure. We were going to call the police just as soon as we got home.
Sure.
That's what they all say. Now walk slowly ahead of me over to that call box while I telephone for the Trump wagon.
Now, wait a minute, officer. This is all a mistake. I'm Fibber McGee.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
And I'm Rudy Valley. Hi-ho, everybody.
Now, you'll be sorry for this, officer. Show him some identification, dearie.
Okay, I will. Show him my elk's tooth. Oh, shucks, I ain't got a thing with me. I left all my papers in my other suit.
Go on with you. Anybody with 2 suits wouldn't be wearing the one you got on. Now, come along with you. No more of your gab.
Now, you listen here. I'll sue the whole dad-ratted police force for this. What's your shield number, officer?
What?
We want your shield number.
Oh, the shield number is over the rainbow. We can hear it while we wait for the wagon.
Okay. The number, Shields. Sing, Jimmy.
that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney top. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
All right, you. Step up to the desk. Leap up to the desk. You're charged with driving a stolen car.
Well, now listen, it's all a mistake, officer. That was our own car.
Look here, I'm Fibber McGee, and I'm a well-known citizen in this town. How about you, madam? Who do you claim you are?
I'm Mrs. Fibber McGee.
Still sticking to your story, eh?
I've been stuck with that one for 25 years. And if you'll give me just 1 hour to find somebody to identify us, I'll prove it.
All right, I'll give you a break. 1 hour.
And now, McGee, if I can't find anybody by midnight, I'll send over your pajamas.
Okay, you better make it my stripe at once. Now, look here, my fine feathered friend. I don't want to threaten nobody, but if I ain't out of here inside of 2 hours... What'll happen? I wish I knew. Go sit down. Okay, bud. Precinct Station, Lieutenant Broer B. Yes? Oh, hello there. Oh, yeah. Sure. How's it with you? Oh, fine. Sure. Okay. What? Oh, that's pretty good. So long, Mert. Hey, was that Mert? Hey, she can identify me. Oh, she can, eh? How do you know Mert? Why, shucks, I talk to her on the phone pretty near every day. Me and Mert are old pals. Oh, you are? I guess she just gets lonesome for somebody to talk. Hey, put that gun down. What'd I do? I didn't... That was my wife I was talking to. Oh, well, I meant Mert, the telephone operator. Oh, forget it, Bud. I just thought it just a slip of the... Oh, hello there, Mr. Boomer.
Ah, there, Lieutenant. Just dropped in to make a little contribution to the police pension fund. Here you are, $1,000.
Well, thank you very much. Hey, Boomer, you can tell us... Quiet there, you. The boys will appreciate this very much, Mr. Boomer. They've been working very hard lately. The bank robbery last night, you know.
Yes, I know. Terrible crime, wasn't it? And to think that rascals like that go unpunished, I hope.
Listen, Boomer, tell the lieutenant who I am, will you? I want to get out of here. You know this man, Mr. Boomer?
Come to think of it, his face is familiar. There might have been something I ate. What does he say his name is?
Fibber McGee, and you know it.
McGee. Now, let me see. I have such a large circle of acquaintances, it makes me a little dizzy. Let me look in my address book. Now, where'd I put that address book? Have it right here someplace.
Come on, Boomer. Just because we never been warm friends is no reason to leave me in the cooler.
Don't be so crusty, Shortening Bread. Have my address book right here someplace. Address book. Here's a bottle of fingerprint remover. Removes fingerprints from loose diamonds. Also removes the diamonds. And sometimes the fingers. Here's a repossessed toupee. The owner was snatched bald-headed. Box of sachet powder tied up with a ragged shoestring. Ah, yes, lavender and old laces. Here's a slave bracelet. I set it free from a jewelry store night before last. Pair of loaded dice. Those are the bones I have a feeling in I'm going to win some money this evening. And a check for a short beer. Well, imagine that. No address book.
Oh, listen, Boomer, help me.
Now I'll have to start all over. Write down my friends' names, write down their addresses. Wonder where I live myself. Oh, yes, write down my alley. Well, good day, Lieutenant. So long, Bill Hook.
Mr. Boomer certainly appreciates how hard we work. Every time there's a bank robbery, he donates a lot of money to the pension fund. Oh, he does he? Well, if you can't make a simple deduction any better than that, I pity you on March 15th. Oh, be quiet. I have work to do. Yeah, you'll have more work to do when my wife gets back.
Here I am, dearie.
Oh, there, you see. Well, what luck, Molly?
Oh, everything's all right, McGee. I've got Mr. Gildersleeve with me.
Oh.
Come on in, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. And now, will you tell me what this is all about?
I didn't tell him what I wanted him for, dearie. I was afraid he wouldn't do it.
Oh, he'll do it all right. Won't you, Gildy, old man, old pal?
Do what? What is this?
How do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve? We've arrested this man on a charge of possessing a stolen car.
Oh, you have, eh? Yeah, whose car did he steal?
Belongs to someone named Fibber McGee.
Fibber McGee, huh?
Oh, cut it out, Gildersleeve. How can you laugh when I'm sitting here like a bird in a gildy cage?
Who reported this car stolen, Lieutenant?
It was Fibber McGee, sir.
Fibber McGee, huh?
But the funniest part of all, Mr. Gildersleeve, is this. The prisoner claims that he's Fibber McGee.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, that isn't neighborly.
Oh, come on, Gildersleeve. How can you forget me? Don't you remember the way I stole your dress suit last week? What's that? You stole what? You stay out of this. You're only a cop. It's none of your business what I stole. Sorry, I didn't mean to be personal. Better. Now, Gildersleeve, go ahead and identify me. Can you do it, sir?
Of course I can. Officer, this man is the most unreliable little prevaricator in the state. An irresponsible little squirt who's continually involved in all sorts of scrapes and messes. Incidentally, he's also Fibber McGee.
Well, thanks for identifying me, Gildersleeve. But you didn't have to be so specific.
Well, thank goodness. Now you can go home, dearie.
Not so fast, Mrs. McGee. The charge still stands against your husband until we straighten this out. What? But here's what I'll do. I know Mr. Gildersleeve personally. I'll release your husband in his custody.
Yeah.
Will you take the responsibility, Mr. Gildersleeve?
My custody, eh? Yes, all right. I'll do it.
Thank you, sir. And remember, McGee, you are to report to Mr. Gildersleeve every morning and night.
Yes, sir.
And you're to obey any orders he may give you.
Yes, sir.
If you don't, you'll be remanded to jail at once.
Yes, sir.
You may go now.
Thanks, Bud.
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. The other door, please. That door leads to the cell block. I know it, but if it's a choice between a clink and a clunk, I'll take the clink. Lock me up.
Molly will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to make a suggestion that I know will be very helpful to many of you. It's this. Protect your windowsills with genuine Johnson's wax. Then when snow or rain come in the open window at night, you simply wipe off the sill, and the finish is as good as ever. Soot and dirt wipe off easily, too. Protecting windowsills is just one of the 100 extra uses listed right on the Johnson's wax package. Try waxing your tabletops, painted woodwork, parchment lampshades, luggage, and other leather goods. The wax protects the surfaces from scratches and wear, keeps them from drying out, and saves hours of cleaning. Besides this protection, genuine Johnson's wax adds rich, mellow beauty to your home. Johnson waxed floors grow more beautiful with every application. Cleaning is easier throughout the year. But be sure to ask for the genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, used by careful housekeepers for over 50 years.
Folks, you've just heard the 232nd broadcast in the Johnson Wax series.
Hi, mister.
Oh, don't bother me now, little girl. I'm making an announcement. We're going off the air.
Gee, for good?
No. Just for tonight. And take that pleased expression off your face. Now go away. Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, mister.
Oh, what do you want?
You know that candy rabbit you gave me for Christmas and remember?
Yeah, what about it?
Got any more?
No, I haven't. You think I always carry candy rabbits around with me?
Hmm?
I says no, I haven't. What'd you do with the one I gave you Christmas?
Well, I carried it around and played with it and took it to school with me and slept with it and showed it to everybody and finally it got so darn dirty I had to eat it. So long, mister.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Comic Weekly, now printed in 32 tabloid-sized pages, each page in full 4 colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. For the benefit of those who may not have seen the earlier episodes, here is the story to date. Flash Gordon, internationally famous American athlete, his beautiful American sweetheart, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov, a great scientist, left the Earth on a rocket ship. They crashed on the planet Mongo and were captured by Ming the Merciless, the cruel emperor of Mongo, who commanded Dale Arden to marry him and ordered that Flash be killed. But Flash escaped through the help of Emperor Ming's beautiful daughter Aura, who fell deeply in love with him and proposed marriage. This Flash refused, saying he loved Dale Arden. Flash then met Thune, the powerful, huge, bearded prince of the Lion Men, and Prince Baron, a former member of Emperor Ming's court. Joined by Dr. Zarkov, these 4 friends plotted to overthrow the government of Emperor Ming and rescue Dale Arden. They were almost successful, but at the last moment, with victory practically within their grasp, were recaptured by Emperor Ming's soldiers, and the 4 friends, together with Dale Arden, were condemned to a fate far worse than death. Securely bound, they were placed on a gyro ship and sent as slaves to the prison city of Hawkmen. Now we continue the story. The prison ship carrying our friends roars through the stratosphere on the way to the prison city of the Hawkmen. In the cell room, Flash and Prince Thune work feverishly on each other's bonds.
Can you get the knot untied, Prince Thune?
It is almost loosened, Flash. Just another twist. There. Thou art free.
Thanks. Now I'll set you free. If we work fast, we may be able to release Zarkov and Baron and get control of the ship.
Good. As soon as thou canst loose my bonds, I will help thee capture the guard and take his keys when he makes his rounds.
There. The rope's undone.
Hark. I hear the guard approaching.
Put your hands behind your back like this and lie still until he bends over to give us food. Then we'll overpower him. All right, now. Here he comes.
Here is your food, prisoners.
Now, friend Thune.
What? There. I have him fast. Take his keys.
Stop squirming, fellow. I'll give you something to squirm about. Now, I've got his keys, Thune. Now to save Dale, Baron, and Zarkov. Look out! Be careful! Be careful!
What was that?
We must have struck something. Are you all right, Thune?
Yes. And thou, friend?
I'm okay.
Flash Gordon.
Here. Prince Thune and I are in here.
And you are free. Yes. And how didst thou gain thy liberty, friend?
The crash broke the lock on our cell door. Come quickly. We must go to the control cabin and see about the girl. Yes, hurry. This way. Dale, where are you? Dale.
I'm here.
Are you all right, Dale?
Curse you, girl. Let go of me. I've got to call Ming on the spaceophone.
Send this to Ming with my regards.
He won't be able to transmit your message for quite some time, lad.
Let's get out of here.
Let the others go soon. I need your great strength to help me remove the valuable scientific apparatus from the ship.
Come, Flash. Come, Dale. We have no time to lose. We're with you, Baron.
Soon. Wrench those spaceographs from their sockets. I will take this space compass.
What else wouldst thou like to have removed, friend?
That is enough for this trip. Come on outside.
Where are our friends Baron and Flash and Dale?
They must have gone into the forest over yonder. What is that rushing sound?
By the great god Tao. Look up there. Hawkmen. Run, friends. Run for your life.
Pennants flying, lances held in readiness, a squadron of savage hawkmen hurtle from the skies. They seize Thune and Zarkov and sweep them into the air. While in the forest, numb with horror, Flash, Dale, and Baron watch their friends carried away toward a city suspended in fate. The prison city of hawkmen.
There they go with Thune and Zarkov.
And that, friend, is the end of them.
What do you mean, Prince Baron?
No man captured with the Hawkmen has lived to tell about it.
How terrible.
You'll see about that, Baron.
It's hopeless, Flash. Look, their city drifts high in the heavens, held up by powerful light beams.
What are we going to do now?
Let's go back to the wrecked ship. We may be able to fix it.
I'm afraid the ship is beyond repair, Flash. But perhaps it won't do any harm to see.
Flash, I see a rustling sound.
Why, it's a rocket ship bearing down on us.
It's going to land.
It made a perfect landing. I wonder who the pilot is.
A girl is getting out. She's holding a ray pistol.
Why, it's Princess Order. Well, Princess, this is a surprise.
I followed you to give you your last chance, Flash Gordon.
What do you mean, Princess?
Keep out of this, Laden. He knows what I mean.
I suppose you still want to marry you.
Yes. Marry me and the Empire is yours. And your friends go free.
And if I refuse?
The Hawkmen, with my aid, will kill all of you. You shall never marry this Earth girl, Dale Arden.
My dear Princess, if I must make a choice, I choose Dale and death.
That, darling.
Good for you, Flash.
You have signed our death warrant. But I don't care as long as we are together.
I'm glad, Dale. That's just how I feel, too.
Very well. You have made your choice. I go to the Hawkmen.
Well, there goes the haughty beauty. In an hour, every Hawkman in Mungo will be after us.
Prince Baron's prophecy comes true. He, Flash, and Dale are captured by the Hawkmen and dragged before the throne of their king, mighty Volan. There the prisoners find Aura leaning on the arm of the great throne, while King Volan explains to her,
The laws of Mungo allow you to judge the fate of one of these prisoners, Princess. The others belong to me.
I will take the yellow-haired youth. Make him pay for scorning me. Incidentally, by torturing him, I can also torture the Earth girl.
So be it. Take the man to the torture chamber.
No, I beg you. Kill me, but spare Flash.
But let the girl stay with me. So, you're in love with this youth, eh?
In love with him? Why, just because I begged for Flash's life doesn't mean I love him.
No.
He is but a youth. You, impressive Majesty, you are a man.
Ah, my pretty bird, you have discernment. I took you at your face value, but I see I was wrong. You have an unusual appreciation of men.
Thank you, impressive Majesty. I can also appreciate compliments.
Soon I shall show you how your friends have failed to stand the rigors of the torture chamber.
I don't care much for tortures, Your Majesty. But I guess you can't help doing what the Emperor's daughter tells you to do.
Emperor's daughter? I give orders in this city. But now it's to your fate.
Yes, impressive Majesty.
I shall make you my wife as soon as the high priest can be summoned.
In the meantime, down in the torture chambers, Flash and his friends have been put to work stoking the great atom furnaces of the Hawkmen. Driven nearly mad by the terrible heat and the anxiety of wondering what is happening to Dale, Flash is all for rebelling. He throws a shovelful of flaming radium at a guard. The captain of the guard reaches for the switch, which will electrocute Flash by passing the current through a wire fastened to his leg iron. But Dr. Zarkov rushes up and pleads,
Do not kill him, Captain. He is but an impetuous youth. We will make him work.
Then see that he does. If he starts any more trouble, he shall die.
Thank you, Captain.
Get back to work, the rest of you slaves.
Thanks, Dr. Zarkov, but I'd just as soon die. Dale's lost him.
Patience, Flash. Zarkov and I have a plan. Come over here, behind this lead wall.
What are you going to do, Baron?
I shall keep watch for the guards. Get to work, Zarkov.
Quickly, here, lad. Break these wires off your manacles and wrap them around your shovels.
All right. There. Now what are you going to do?
You heard what the captain said. If you start any more trouble, he will electrocute you. When I give you a signal, jump up and throw your shovel into that radium bin over there.
And get myself killed for it?
I promise you, you will not die. Do as I tell you.
All right. Now?
Is the coast clear, Barry?
No one is looking this way.
Now, Flash.
Come on, men. Follow me. Better death than slavery.
Mutiny. Then die like a rat. Here goes the switch.
Electric current ignited the radium ore.
It worked. It worked.
Now's our chance to escape. I'm going to find Dale. Back in the sumptuous quarters of Volan, king of the Hawkmen, he and Dale are awaiting the arrival of the high priest to perform the marriage ceremony.
Well, my pretty little bird, soon you'll be the bride of Volan the Mighty. But suppose you give me a little kiss while we're waiting for the high priest, eh? Come here.
Oh, no. Don't touch me.
What? You repulse me, Earth girl? Come here.
Keep away from me, you fat fool. Flash, darling.
Take your hands off her, Vulcan.
Oh.
With a yell of fury, Flash drives his fist to Vulcan's jaw. The mighty king staggers back and, bellowing like a mad bull, sinks his steel-sinewed fingers into Flash's throat. His left hand reaches for his dagger.
Flash, look out for his dagger.
A smashing left and a crushing right-hand uppercut that would have killed an ordinary man knocks Volan into unconsciousness. That settles that out. Dale, did he hurt you?
No. Oh, my darling. I feel so safe in your arms. They're so strong, yet so tender.
These arms were meant to hold you and protect you. By heaven, they will, as long as I have life.
My dear. Oh, where are Baron and Zarkov and Thune?
Zarkov and Baron are working on some scientific gadgets. Thune and I separated looking for you. Come, we'll join him.
Did you kill Volan?
I don't know. There's no time to waste finding out.
Which way do we go from here?
Look. Soldiers. Coming this way. Turn to the right, Dale, down that other passage.
More soldiers. Flash, we're trapped.
Back to Volan's quarters, Dale. We can bar the door and hold them off while we arrange to escape by the window. There. We're back in Volan's quarters and we've escaped the soldiers.
Now what?
No, the firing squad.
Volan!
Why, you...
Stay where you are. I have this ray pistol trained on you. The slightest move and both of you will be blown to dust.
Don't hurt the girl. I surrender.
What's that? Light! Light! Who turns off the light?
Flash, the floor is tipping off.
Don't worry, Dale. I'll save you. What is happening to the city of Hawkmen, perched so perilously 5,000 feet above the ground on the planet Mongo? What terrifying experiences await our friends? Be sure to listen in again next week for the continuation of the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. The same all-star American athlete who will appear in full color pictures next Sunday on the big 32-page Comic Weekly supplement of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. What a treat is in store for you in next Sunday's Comic Weekly. For besides Flash Gordon, you'll find the greatest array of funny people ever assembled in any magazine, waiting to entertain you. Just think of it. Bringing Up Father, The Little King, Barney Google, Polly and her pals, Toots and Casper, Pete the Tramp, good old Skippy, and your friends the Katzenjammer Kids, and last but by no means least, that mischievous, lovable little fellow, Mickey Mouse. Yes, they'll all be there, besides Ace Drummond, Radio Patrol, Jungle Jim, Red Barry, and all your other favorites. Be sure to get this big 32-page Comic Weekly with your Hearst newspaper next Sunday. And now, goodbye until next week at this time, when we'll be back with another amazing interplanetary adventure of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
With Fred Allen, folks, 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. La-di-da with our guest star, Bert Lahr, that cowardly fugitive from The Wizard of Oz. Music with Peter Van Steeden, with that all-American swing quartet, the Merrimacs. And with the sensational singing star of the Boys from Syracuse, Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. Ladies and gentlemen, any similarity between the next voice you will hear and any living voice is purely coincidental and a figment of the acoustics. The unfortunate owner of this nasal impediment is Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we assemble with good intentions.
Never mind the good intentions, Fred. How are your jokes?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Harry. You know, radio is the one industry where the law of averages doesn't function. In radio, it always seems that a comedian's intentions and his jokes are direct opposites.
And you're here with good intentions tonight, Fred.
The best, Harry.
Well, I'll be back later, Fred.
Now, no, you don't. Wait a minute. You're going to stay right here with me and swelter. Gee, it's sure hot in here tonight, isn't it? Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
When the band plays the next number, tell the trombones to blow over this way, will you?
What for?
To get a little relief from this hot air around here.
Why don't you stop talking?
Now, if you're trying to get me hot under the collar, Mr. Van Steeden, the humidity has beaten you to it. Look, I show you in here. You see? I've never seen heat like this in October, Harry. Have you?
This is Indian summer, Fred.
Well, we just had one Indian summer in September.
Yeah. Well, I guess this year it's a double feature.
You think it is?
Yeah.
Well, it certainly was hot Saturday. I went up to see that Alabama-Fordham game, remember?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
It got so hot in the first quarter, Fordham took out their fullback and put in a good humor man. In the second, he had trouble going around the ends with his wagon, I might say. In the they threw his vanilla for a loss. In the second quarter, they took the pigskin off the ball and put on a cretonne cover. And towards the end of the game, you know, it finally got so hot. Say that, you know, that knock just came in time, Harry. That next hot joke wasn't so hot. Fortunately. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah?
Are you back on the air for good?
Yes.
That's done it. Goodbye, all.
Wait a minute. Hold him, Harry.
I got him. Go ahead.
You came in here last Wednesday night. You pulled that same line, and then you shot yourself.
I know, but last week I missed.
Well, he didn't miss himself tonight.
You know, we ought to do this show in a morgue, Harry. It would save a lot of cleaning up around here.
Huzzah for Sergeant
Congratulations, and welcome back
Now, wait.
today.
What is this? An echo in the studio? Wasn't that your speech last week, Portland?
Yes, but I didn't get a chance to say it.
Well, it's a little late to welcome me back now. You heard the show last week.
Oh, was that the show?
Uh-huh.
Mama said it was your rehearsal.
Oh, no. We, last week was the first program. Don't believe all you hear. Didn't your mother hear it?
Only part of it.
What happened?
In the middle of the program, Mama's portable radio got down off the table and went into the closet.
The portable radio walked out on me. Well, that proves at least that this program is going places. Say, Harry, even if it's only in closets. Say, Harry, did you hear? You know, closets are handy with the moths in the closets and the Millers on the program. Say, Harry, let it go. That's a house. Say, Harry, did you hear any comments on last week's Fandango? Cross your heart.
No, Fred. I went right home and stayed in the house all week.
Oh, right after the... Well, how about you, Pete?
I didn't hear anybody speak right out, but...
I knew that was coming. That little conjunction. But what?
The sponsor was seen talking to Phil Baker.
Through an interpreter, I suppose. Well, I'm getting nowhere in high. Well, look, did anyone see any notices, anything in the papers?
I didn't see your name mentioned, but I did see a notice in Winchell's column. It could have meant you.
Yeah, what did Walter say?
The line read, "What comedian is on his last egg?"
What? Mr. Van Steeden, did you ever have any hair on your head as a baby?
No, I was as bald as a honeydew.
And your mother was nearsighted, wasn't she?
How did you know?
By your conversation. You are slap happy.
I don't get it.
Yes. How does Peter being bald as a baby and his mother being nearsighted make him slap happy?
Well, she must have spanked him on the head.
If that's wit, I'm an icky.
Well, that's wit.
Then I'm an icky.
Van Steeden? Is that fellow who's on his last egg says company now, if you just know. Van Steeden, you are a keen judge of character, which line is no longer needed since you blew the other one. Now, where was I?
You were trying to find out about last week's program.
Oh, yes. Somebody must have heard it beside that guy on Variety. Let me see. Win Murray.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Now, what was the reaction out your way? Where do you live?
In Jackson Heights.
Oh, Jackson Heights. That's a suburb of the World's Fair, isn't it?
Yes, Jackson Heights overlooks the fair.
Well, that was the trouble. Jackson Heights started overlooking the fair, and a trend set in. You know, I hear that next summer they're going to start conscription to get people to go to the fair. If you get in class 1A, you have to pack up and leave right away.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Allen.
Oh, well, that's beside the point, as Grover said when he put the perisphere next to the Trilon. What I really want to know, Win, is this. Did you hear anyone around Jackson Heights speaking about last week's program?
Only my family.
And what did your family allow?
They said there wasn't enough of me on the program.
There wasn't enough? Is there any more of you, Win, put on the program?
No, this is all of me, thank heaven.
Gosh, I'd hate to have you on my mind, Win.
You'd sure have a load.
Yes, I would.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Mr. Allen, Win.
Nobody else around here does, Win.
Oh, I can take it.
Oh, I'm only kidding, Winnie. I'm just trying to find out how I can improve the program.
Well, I can recite.
I can tear off some jive.
Now, wait a minute, everybody. This may be trouble. Come in.
You want an opinion?
You heard the program?
Yes.
And?
It's too slow.
You mean?
Speed it up.
I should.
That's it. Bang, bang, bang. Goodbye.
He must be in a fast business.
I make minute rubs. So long.
Minute rub.
Gee, that was the sponsor.
You heard what he said, Alan. More speed.
Okay, the sponsor wants speed. That's what he's going to get. Now, on your toes, everybody. We'll start the program over. Take it away, Pete.
Ipana, Sal presents. And here he is.
Thank you, and
here she is.
Hello?
Well, you can't get it any faster than that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Win Murray sings for you from Yokel Boy that popular song, Come Love.
After the storm comes the rainbow, peeping through the sun. Then the dawn of the day takes your troubles away. Comes love, comes trouble, comes a rainstorm. Put your rubbers on your feet, comes a snowstorm. You can get a little heat, comes love. Nothing can be done. Comes a fire, and you know just what to do. Blow a tire, you can buy another shoe. Comes love, nothing can be done. Don't try hiding, 'cause there isn't any use. You'll start sliding when your heart turns on the juice. Comes a headache, you can lose it in a day. Comes a toothache, see a dentist right away. Comes love, nothing can be done. Comes a heat wave, you can hurry to the shore. Comes a summon, comes love, nothing can be done. Comes the measles, you can quarantine the room. Comes a mousey, comes love, nothing can be done. That's all, brother, if you've ever been in love. That's all, brother. You know what I'm speaking of. Comes a nightmare, you can always stay away. Comes depression, comes love, nothing can be done.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and... Oh, alack-a-day.
Well, what's wrong, Fred?
Well, I'm worried about myself these days, Harry.
Oh, spots in front of your eyes?
Oh, worse than that. Unfinished sentences ringing in my ears.
Say, that sounds pretty grim, but I don't quite get the idea.
Well, Saturday I was riding on a bus. A woman in back of me said, so I stepped to the edge of the roof, closed my eyes, counted 10, and...
And what, Fred?
And the woman got off the bus.
Oh.
I lay awake all night, Harry, wondering what happened next.
Yeah, I see.
Last night, coming out of the theater, I heard a man say, "Look at that girl in red. Is she beautiful?" My mistake. And, Harry, I can't figure that one out either.
Well, no, wait, Fred. Let's see. Maybe the girl really was beautiful, and then she smiled, an unattractive smile that spoiled that whole first impression of loveliness. For you know, ladies and gentlemen, that a smile can make or mar your attractiveness. But it's even more important to know that the daily use of Ipana toothpaste can help you have a winning smile. You see, Ipana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten your teeth, but when used with massage, to help give your gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. That's why so many dentists advise this easy modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums. Notice the remarkable difference the very first time you use Ipana this way. Notice the pleasant, tingling sensation as circulation speeds up and lazy gums start to waken.
So make up your mind right now to stop at your drugstore tomorrow for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste and help yourself to healthier gums and brighter teeth. The perfect combination for a winning smile. The Ipana smile.
Peter Van Steeden and his sawed-off Ipana troubadours have just played The Little Man Who Wasn't There. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our midget quiz. This is the shortest quiz in radio. Portland has selected 3 people from our studio audience to act as sort of an impromptu committee. Each person will be asked only one question. Each question pays $10. This quiz is entirely unrehearsed, ladies and gentlemen, and I can assure you that nothing has been prepared. If the contestants win any money when the time comes to settle, I shall prove that I am entirely unprepared. And now, is your committee ready, Portland?
Yes, it is.
And our first contestant is...
Mr. Vincent Moore.
Mr. Moore, how do you do?
Fine, thanks, Mr. Allen.
Do you live in New York, do you, Mr. Moore?
I do, Mr. Allen.
You live here in New York?
Yes.
And what is your occupation, may I ask?
Bartender.
You're a bartender, are you?
Bartender, yes.
You're a contact man for Bacchus, huh? You haven't brought any samples with you tonight, have you?
No,
I wish you'd have come around a little before the program. We could have used a bartender. I was looking for somebody to put a head on Van Steeden. Yours is not a profession to be laughed at, Mr. Moore. A great many changes, I know, have come to the bartending profession lately, haven't they?
That's right.
Say, what became of those old guys, the old walrus mustache guys, and the other fellows who used to draw the soap pictures on the mirrors? What became of them?
Oh, yes, but on the WPA now, Mr. Allen.
But, they'll come back strong. Of course, you can't tell a tavern today. Most of them look like tea shops, and the old-fashioned bloated bartender, he's gone. The boys all look like clerks now. They tell me there's a tavern over on Park Avenue where it looks like a tea shop. They even have a fortune teller in there. A lady goes around and reads the olives in your martinis. Mr. Moore, and do you want to add a short resume to what's been going on here?
No, I think I had enough, Mr. Allen.
No, I was just trying to give the folks an idea of our committee before we get started. Now, next, Portland.
Miss Doris Riley.
Miss Riley, how are you tonight?
Oh, just fine.
Do you live here in New York, do you?
No, I'm from Boston.
You live in Boston, do you?
Yes.
That's a peculiar thing. I, too, come from Boston, Mass. The only difference is I guess you came voluntarily and I came by request. May I ask your occupation, Miss Riley?
Telephone operator.
Telephone operator, are you? Where?
Boston Consolidated Gas Company.
In the Boston Consolidated Gas?
Yes.
Really? But it's not a laughing gas company. It just shows you what a small world this is, Miss Riley. My brother Bob works up there for the Boston Consolidated Gas Company. He's up there in Everett making gas in Boston, and I'm over here making gas. Are you here on just a pleasure trip, are you, a little visit?
Just over the weekend.
Just over the weekend. New York will be a great city if they ever get it finished. Have you looked around?
No, I haven't had time. I just get in.
Did you miss the L on 6th Avenue? Did you? They took it down, and then when they saw what 6th Avenue looked like, they were going to put it back up again. Well, I hope you have a very pleasant weekend here, Miss Riley, and give my regards to my brother when you go up home again.
I surely will.
Thank you. And next, Portland.
Mr. Clyde Dorr.
Mr. Dorr, how are you? Do you live in New York, do you?
I do.
You live in New York. We're lucky tonight. We're getting all people from near home here. What may I ask your profession?
I'm a chiropractor, Mr. Allen.
You're a chiropractor, are you really? Right. Well, I'm very happy to meet another chiropractor. You know, we have a chiropractor on the program here.
Is that so?
Uncle Jim is an old retired chiropractor. He finally gave it up. He decided that he couldn't go on doing things behind people's backs.
Maybe he's wise as that, Mr. Allen.
Well, I don't know. I think he gives treatments occasionally. I saw an installment collector around here this morning mentioned something about an adjustment to Uncle Jim, so... Well, now we'll get down to our quiz. We only have 3 questions here. It doesn't make much difference whether they're answered or not, because you win even if you lose. First, Mr. Moore, I'm going to ask you, this question was filched from the world of books. Mr. John Steinbeck, the author of Mice and Men, recently wrote a new book which he called The Grapes of Wrath. Now, do you know from what the title of the book was taken? Was it a well-known book, play, or opera? The Grapes of Wrath?
Let me think for a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
Yes, I will. I'll be very happy. I wish I could join you. If I was equipped, I certainly would. Do you know where Mr. Steinbeck got The Grapes of Wrath?
No, I couldn't answer you that one.
Well, it was taken from the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He's tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. And now, Miss Riley, your question. Millions of dollars are spent in advertising each year to popularize slogans. Now, I'm going to ask you to complete these supposedly well-known slogans. Quick, Henry.
The flip.
Good to.
Good to?
Shh, quiet. Good to the last.
Oh, good to the last drop.
Very good. Call for that man who's never answered. The little man who wasn't there. Call for Phil.
Oh, Philip Morris.
Philip Morris, is right. I'd walk a mile for what?
Walk a mile for a... Now, isn't it awful?
It sounds... Well, it is if you own one, but... You walk a mile for... Hold down. I heard that. Remember on our own... Miss Riley? A camel. He told you I'll have to take a little off of the camel. They and they what?
They and they what?
They, that slogan, the cigarette slogan, they what?
They and they what?
Well, it's all right. I'll overlook that. As far as I'm concerned, you're correct. I don't know what the other one was myself. And now, Mr. Dorr, this is a question of etiquette. If you are dining in a cafe and your napkin slips from your lap, is it considered good form to pick it up?
I would say no.
You are perfectly right. The waiter will give you a fresh napkin. If you're eating in a cafeteria, of course, you can either throw a moth under the table to eat the napkin up, or if it's a paper napkin, etiquette says, Miss Poe says that you can throw water on the paper napkin, stoop down, make a large spitball out of it. The next one here. Well, this really concludes our quiz. We have another feature we're going to start next week, ladies and gentlemen. It's called the Question of the Week. You know, on all these programs, the Round Table out in Chicago and the Forum and the Town Hall, all have experts talking on the vital topics of the day. Now, next week we're going to start a little series here, letting the little man discuss with me, if he can get a word in edgewise, the topics of the day. Now, I want to thank you all for being so kind to us and helping us out tonight, and I'm going to present you each with a gift box containing all of the Bristol-Myers products, including Ipana and Salopatica. The meeting is now adjourned, and thank you very, very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs. Their song is dedicated to the Internal Revenue Department tonight. It's called, Do You Ever Think of Me?
When you have another's arms about you, do you ever think of me? When you whisper, I can't live without you, do you ever think of me? And when your eyes disguise the same old love and lies you tell so tenderly, deep in your heart unfeeling, when some heart you're stealing, do you ever think of me? Do you ever think of me? Do you ever think think of me when you have another's arms about you? Do you ever think of me? Do you ever think of me when you whisper, I can't live without you? Do you ever stop to think of me? And when your eyes disguise the same old love and light, you tell to all your new loves, oh so tenderly, tenderly, deep in your heart I'm feeling when somebody else's heart you're stealing. Tell me, do you ever think of me? Deep within your heart and feeling when some heart you're stealing, do you ever think of me?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. According to my timely little reminder notebook, I see there are only 74 more days before Christmas. So this is a very good time to give you a few hints on your Yuletide shopping.
Pardon me, Fred, but don't you think a hint on tomorrow's shopping list would be a little more timely?
Well, Mr. Von Zell, if you want to quibble, yes, I do.
Well, then, ladies and gentlemen, I'd suggest that tomorrow you go to your druggist's and get a tube of Ipana toothpaste to help you have brighter teeth, firmer gums, and the kind of a smile you can be really proud of. You see, ladies and gentlemen, our teeth are seldom bright and sparkling when our gums are soft and tender. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat do not give our gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. So frequently, pink toothbrush appears, the first warning signal of tender, ailing gums. When you see that, by all means, see your dentist. You may not be in for serious trouble, but let him decide. Usually, his verdict will be,
your gums are robbed of work by the soft, well-cooked food you eat. They need more exercise to keep them firm and healthy.
And very often, he will add,
your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and massage.
So brush your teeth and massage your gums with Ipana regularly to help your gums to healthful firmness and to have cleaner, brighter teeth. Help give your smile a new and sparkling loveliness by faithfully using Ipana toothpaste. The Fred Allen Show will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our invited guest, a man who comes to glorify the evening, a comedian. Oh, now, wait a minute, Harry. Try to hold in.
Well, I can't hold in, Fred. I just saw him outside. Does he look funny?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this hilarious chap is... Oh, now, Portland.
I saw him in The Wizard of Oz. Oh, boy, is he a wow.
Quiet, you two.
That guy's a riot.
Yes, that's what everybody says, folks. Meet the funniest man in the world, Bert Lahr.
Thank you.
You're a scream, Mr. Lahr.
Well, thanks a lot, everybody, for this boisterous welcome.
Well, Bert, you're the funniest man in the world, so I'm going to keep quiet now and just let you get funny.
Well, Fred,
let's go, Bertie, old boy.
Well, this is embarrassing, Fred. I don't know how to tell you.
Well, to tell me what, Bert?
I don't feel funny.
Bert, after that build-up, you don't feel funny.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, I guess. I was funny all morning. I had the chambermaid screaming around the hotel. The two I caught.
Well, if you were funny around the...
I was funny all afternoon.
You were?
Over in Lindy's, a fly flew in my soup.
Yeah?
I called the waiter over and said, take this soup spoon and bring me a fly swatter.
Did they laugh?
Laugh. 20 diners dropped their racing forms. That's what I can't understand, Fred. All day long, you might say, I've been a pixie on the wing, a gay blade, a spontaneous pantaloon.
But right now,
I don't feel funny.
I heard you on Bing Crosby's program, Mr. Lahr, and you were witty.
I was brilliant, Portland. Remember that gag I told about the two patients meeting in Mayo's clinic? The first patient says, oh, this will kill you. The first patient says, I'm aching from neuritis. And the second patient says, I'm Mandelbaum from Chicago. Yeah, I was a rowdy that night. I was in the groove with Crosby.
Well, you don't. I can't understand what's the matter with you tonight. You don't think it's something mental?
Mental? With me? Quit kidding.
Well, you know, it could be your libido, Bert.
Yeah, maybe it's my subconscious. Maybe I ought to see a psychoamethyst or something. You know, with Crosby, I was another man.
Oh, and could we use the other man right now? I can't understand why you can be funny with Crosby and with me, nothing.
Well, I don't know, Fred. I think I like to work with Bing. He gives me something.
Well, I'm giving you something.
Yeah, but with Bing it was money.
I see what you mean. You, in other words, are averse to barter.
Look, I'm broad-minded, Fred, but after all, what can I do with 200 tubes of toothpaste?
Yes, I get your point, Bert. After all, I'm a punt killer. After all, if you don't feel funny, let's forget the comedy tonight. We'll just kibitz around and chew the fat. You know, the public can't always expect a comedian to be funny.
That's what I say. People think if one comedian is funny, two comedians should be twice as funny.
Oh, it's silly. Now, here we are, you and I. You're a comedian, and I'm a comedian. We're together. Are we twice as funny?
To the contrary. To coin a phrase.
The corner phrase. Well, let's drop the whole thing. Say, how come you left Hollywood, Bert? You must have had a reason.
Yes, Fred. Hollywood went too far. It was up to me.
Well, what did you do?
It was my turn to go too far. So I got on a train and came east.
Oh, you mean out there you were getting in a rut artistically?
Yeah, I was tired of being a great lover.
You wanted to get away from it all?
Well, most of it. There was a little blonde at Metro who might have intrigued me, but the silly little minx let me get away.
Say, you must have taken it hard.
I was momentarily frustrated.
Really?
I renounced the human race. I sought solace in the animal kingdom.
Oh, and that is how you came to play the lion in The Wizard of Oz?
I would have played a flea on Bulldog Drummond.
Well, you certainly did a swell job, Bert. You still look like a lion to me.
That's the trouble. I got too far into character. Why, I was even starting to molt.
I can tell by the top of your head there. Well, are you continuing your animal characterization?
Not me. I'm sick of making a living on all fours. I want to play Ibsen, Chekhov, Odette. You know, one of those parts where I keep sipping cyanide of potassium all through the second act.
Well, do you really think you can play one of those serious roles?
Why not? What have I got that if John Barrymore had, he'd get rid of right away?
Why should a successful comedian want to play tragedy?
Oh, I'm a ham at heart, Fred. Give me a pair of spats, a bamboo cane, and a nod from Walter Hampton, And I'm in ecstasy.
Say, what do you expect to do when you retire, Bert?
Oh, I don't know. I may open a small toll bridge or something.
Well, now that we know your ambitions, what are you going to do here in the East besides fend off senility?
I'm going into a new musical show, a sequel to Amphitryon 39.
What's it called?
Butterfield 4230.
Does the show look like a hit?
Oh, yes. It's a little gem. We're rehearsing in Tiffany's window.
You're playing the lead, of course.
No, it's just a bit. 92 sides.
A bit.
Yeah, I'm on the stage 2 hours before the play begins. I'm ever present but unimportant.
Well, what sort of a show is it, Bert?
Well, the best way I can describe it is, it's a 17th century Hellzapoppin'.
It is. I thought Hellzapoppin' went farther back than that for some of those shows. Well, what character do you assume?
Well, in the first act, I'm a subdued knave.
A subdued knave.
In the second act, I'm a tippet mender.
Oh, you mend tippets, do you?
Yeah. And in the last act, I play Gaspard Levine, the muscle man, in a bistro.
You run the artistic gamut, as it were.
Yes. I range from the tentatively foul to the delightfully obnoxious.
In other words, you ignore the audience's heartstrings to get right to their nostrils.
To put it bluntly, yes. My big scene is in the second act. As the tippet mender, I am discovered in Madame Pompadour's hope chest.
Uh-huh.
The king is bibbing in the anteroom. A Florentine enters. I suspect poltroonery. I chide Pompadour. When she is well chidden, I derate her. She is choose me. I gesundheit her. The Florentine offers to roll the dice for Pompadour's favors. The dice are cocked. I'm undone. Curtain.
Just in time. It sounds like a great play, Bert.
Yes. They just grabbed the author for observation.
Are you singing in this show, Bert?
Well, nothing to speak of. I cajole Madame Pompadour with a chansonnette.
You do? Yeah. Well, say, how about a little chanson now, before you go?
I hoped you would ask me to sing tonight, Fred. I really did. Yeah.
Oh. Why?
I want to get even with a guy in St. Paul.
And what form is your revenge taking, Bert?
Well, I'll catch up with an old request. Roses of Picardy.
Roses of Picardy. He's lost the words. Wait a minute, Peter.
I've got him, Fred. All right, he's got him. Roses are shining in a Picardy, in the hush of the silver dew. Roses are blowing in the Picardy, but there's never a rose like you. And the roses will die with the summertime, and our rose may be far, farther apart. But there's a one rose that dies not in a Picardy. Rose that I keep in my
Thank you. A wire has just come in from the management of the Baldwin Locomotive Works. Bert Lahr opens with Unit 701 next Thursday morning. Thank you, Bert. And now, Win, say, did you hear Bert's song, did you?
Yes, I was out in the hall.
Oh, you joined the audience, huh? You know, Bert is really the Orson Welles of song. But now, going from the raucous ridiculous to the vocal sublime, Win, I'm going to ask you to sing an antidote to sort of offset little Bertie's cadenza here. Now, what would you suggest?
Would you like to hear Johnny One Note?
Well, I certainly would.
Johnny could only sing one note, and the note he sang was this. Oh, poor Johnny One Note sang out with gusto and just overlorded the place. Poor Johnny One Note yelled willy-nilly until he was blue in the face. For holding one note was his aim. Couldn't hear the brass, couldn't hear the drum. He was in a class by himself, by gum. Poor Johnny One Note got in Aida, indeed a great chance to be brave. He took his one note, howled like the north wind, brought forth wind that made critics rave. While Verdi turned round in his grave, couldn't hear the flute or the big trombone. Everyone was mute. Johnny stood alone. Cats and dogs stopped yapping, lions in the zoo all were jealous at Johnny's big thrill. Thunderclaps stopped clapping, traffic ceased its roar, and they tell us Niagara stood still. He stopped the train, whistles, boat whistles, steam whistles, cop whistles, all whistles, bow to his skill. Oh, sing Johnny One Note, sing out with gusto, and just overwhelm all the crowd. One note out loud. Sing Johnny One Note. Sing Johnny One Note out loud.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a discovery of mine. A gentleman whose imitation of birds and animals is positively astounding. His repertoire includes wild turkeys, bull moose, mockingbirds, and even the trumpeting of elephants.
Look, excuse me, Mr. Allen. Just seals tonight.
Just seals?
I'm sorry. Just seals.
Yes, but for an artist of your versatility...
Yes, I know it's humiliating, but I'm getting a cold, and no matter what I imitate, it sounds like a seal barking anyhow.
Oh, I am sorry.
Me too. I hate letting you down like this, but there just isn't anything I could do about it.
Oh, I think there is. Just you follow this very sensible suggestion of Harry Von Zell's.
Don't ever neglect a cold. At the very first warning sniffle or sneeze, take sparkling Sal Hepatica. For believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the sooner you do, the better. Because Sal Hepatica helps fast, and in these two very important ways.
First, Sal Hepatica is a quick yet gentle-acting laxative, and speed is mighty necessary in fighting a cold. Second, Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
And because of this double help, Sal Hepatica is recommended by so many physicians. So do the wise thing. Get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica at any drugstore as soon as you can. Then, whenever anyone in your family feels a cold coming on, show them this intelligent, modern way to help fight that cold. With Sal Hepatica.
Peter Van Steeden and his reconditioned Ipana troubadours have just concluded a fruity rendition of An Apple for the Teacher. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the mighty Allen Art Players, whose notices after last week's performance were suppressed in 364 family newspapers throughout the country, take another chance. Tonight they offer a satire on big business. It's called Dr. Scollops Quandary. Or, it was the Institute of Private Opinion's last check, and it bounced. Atmosphere, Peter.
Hello. Hello. Is this Vanderbilt 122456? This is the Scollops Institute of Private Opinion, madam. We're taking a poll on women's fashions. What is your opinion of the buckle? Oh, you wouldn't. It looks like a sunken knapsack? Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Miss Graff.
Good morning, Dr. Scollops.
Public Pulse Feeler #1 is on the job, Miss Graff. Good. I hate to put my muddy shoes up on that clean mahogany desk.
How did your shoes get so muddy?
I was chasing the man in the street, and he ran up an alley. But that's life in the survey game, Miss Graff. I've got to pry into people's private lives to find out what America thinks. Get me a number.
What number?
Any number.
Yes, sir.
I always call a preview number to warm up my questioning technique for the day's work.
Here's your party.
Hello? Scollops Institute of Private Opinion calling.
Hello.
Would you mind telling me how many lumps you found in your oatmeal at breakfast this morning?
I never
How many people read your newspaper over your shoulder as you came downtown in the subway this morning?
I never...
Do you think a woman's place is in the home? And if so, what kind of a home?
I never answer questions.
No?
No, I ask them.
Who are you?
Professor Quiz.
I drew a statistical blank, Miss Graff. I'll try another number.
This telephone survey business is some profession.
Not profession, Miss Graff. It's a calling.
And what they're calling it is nobody's business.
And business is booming, Miss Graff. You know that I have just landed the Puma cigarette account? Their slogan is, don't forget your change, forget your cigarette.
Puma cigarette?
Yes, Puma Cigarettes have just started a new radio program starring that comedian, Bob O'Burl. Now, I'm starting a survey on O'Burl's popularity and a coincidental check on Puma cigarettes.
Shall I start calling?
As soon as I finish this unfinished business here on the... What's this graph running down the front of my coat?
Your fountain pen is leaking.
Oh, so it is. Remind me to blot myself later.
Yes, sir.
Did you put through that survey on hamburger preference? With or without onions?
Yes, I called 500 hamburger stands.
And your final results were?
300 wrong numbers and 199 busy signals.
That's 499. You did get one number.
Yes. I spoke to a man who had just eaten 6 hamburgers with onions.
What did he say?
I couldn't write it down. It was a sound.
Oh. We should have taken a recording. It was obviously a departed calorie voting its approval. Come in.
Hello, Stokes. Yes, sir. Who am I?
You want a survey taken to decide?
No, quit kidding. But I'm Bob O'Burl, a radio comedian. Yes, sir.
You've just started on the Puma cigarette program.
That's me. Yes, sir.
Well, what brings you here, O'Burl?
Well, I hear you're taking a poll on my radio popularity.
That's right, O'Burl.
Yes?
The Puma Cigarette Company is spending $100,000 to find out if America is really listening to your program.
Yeah?
Your job depends on the Dr. Scollops survey, O'Burl.
Yeah?
The Scollops Institute of Private Opinion is at work this very moment.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How am I doing, Doc?
I'll check up for you.
Clunk, Vice President in charge of radio, darn it, speaking.
What are the figures on Bob O'Burl as of this very minute, Clunk?
Total phone calls, 2,000, Chief.
Tentative results?
1,998. Always listen to him.
And the other two?
One party was deaf, the other was a sponsor.
Check, Clunk.
Check, Chief.
Well, how am I doing, Doc?
Phenomenally, O'Burl.
Yeah?
You are compiling the best record my institute has ever polled.
Thanks, Doc. Well, I'm off to see a guy who's got the measles. I'll be back in a flash with a rash.
If America likes that guy, it's time the Indians took over again.
The scallop check is foolproof, Miss Graff. The nation is Burl-minded. Get me any number at random.
Yes, sir.
I'll prove the public likes Bobo Burl.
Here you are.
Hello?
Shirley Greenspan's residence. Mademoiselle Greenspan responding. So much new.
This is the Scollops Institute of Private Opinion, madam. Do you like Bobo Burl?
Oh, Small, you are guessing the wrong number, brother.
Who is this?
I'm not telling you who is this, and you are telling me who is that.
This is the Scollops Institute.
So nothing is wrong with mine, Scollops. I got the full head hair, thank you.
No, madam. What do you think of Bobo Burl?
Again, Wither Boyle, cutting out the double talk, buddy.
But, madam...
Get it off the line, Mesher, or I am complaining to Fiorella.
Now, listen, I am...
My husband is coming. Calling me back in 5 minutes, darling.
Well, I'll be...
Shall I send you a memo confirming it?
That's what I get for interfering in Clunk's department. What's this note here on my desk?
It's a memo from the wristwatch king.
Pullover?
Yes. He wants to know the results of your survey on dunking.
Oh, yes. Pullover is designing a coffee-proof wristwatch for habitual dunkers. He wants a nationwide check on dunkers' habits. Take down these messy statistics, Miss Graff.
Yes, sir.
Composite conclusion, 62% of all Americans dunk.
Check.
18% are neat dunkers. They hold a spoon under their crullers to catch the seepage. 12% are sloppy dunkers. They wring their donuts out after dunking. Get these figures right off to Pullover.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Soap. Yes, sir.
Now, what is it now, O'Burl? I am a busy man.
I know, Doc, but how about this popularity poll? It's got me worried.
Now, these semi-minute checks are highly irregular, O'Burl, but I will, in this instant, call again.
Thank you.
And Clunk speaking. Still vice president in charge of radio, pending angina pectoris.
Now, before you are stricken, Clunk, what is the flash report on Bob O'Burl?
I'm still calling, Doctor.
Yes?
Last 500 phone calls unanimous. Everyone crazy about Bob O'Burl. Huh? It's staggering.
You are?
No, it is.
Oh. Okay, Clunk.
Okay.
Gad, O'Burl, you're a vogue.
Yeah?
If these figures continue, you'll pass the fireside chats any minute.
Well, I'm off to visit my drunken uncle. He's an awful stew, and I do mean stew.
Well, he certainly kills him. And the sooner the better. Get me a number, Miss Graff.
Yes, sir.
I have got to check on the public's reaction to the Puma cigarette.
Ready, sir.
Hello?
Yeah?
The Scollops Institute calling, madam.
Yeah?
Have you tried the new Puma cigarette, madam?
Yeah.
What is your opinion?
There's too many syllables in Puma. Take off the M.A. and what have you got?
P.U.
That's my opinion.
Why, you of all these...
What happened?
This is what... Why, that wrong number. I'll find someone who likes Puma cigarettes if I have to start smoking them myself. Who is this?
Where is Dr. Scollops?
Faulkner Q. Pingree. The president of Puma Cigarettes.
Yes, Faulkner Q. Pingree.
We were just talking.
I'm going to do the talking now, Scollops.
Yes, Faulkner Q.
What are these phony reports you've been sending me about my radio program?
It's the biggest thing on the air. Your comedian is...
He's putrid. I've asked all my friends about this Bob O'Burl. None of them can stand him.
Now, you're wrong, Mr. Pingree. Our phone survey gives Bob O'Burl 100% rating.
Your surveys are the bunk.
Figures don't lie.
Scollops, our contract is canceled.
But I can prove that people are listening to O'Burl, Mr. Pingree. My assistant, Clunk, has been phoning radio owners all day.
You've got to show me, Scollops.
I can show you. I'll show you Clunk's results, Mr. Pingree.
Well, make it snappy, Scollops. I've got a conference at Beaten Bat and Skeet and Scat.
Well, one of them is bound to wait for you. Clunk's office is down the hall, right through here.
Right.
This man, Clunk, you know, does nothing but phone unsuspecting people hour upon hour. He is neurotic, but infallible. Here's his office, here.
What do you think of Bob O'Burl, mister? Oh, you're nuts about him? Okay.
Well, Clunk, how goes your rendezvous with Desmo?
Oh, hello, Chief. Gosh, this Bob O'Burl poll is a landslide. I just got 50 more favorable reports.
Now, there you are, Mr. Pingree. That proves something.
Yes, it proves there's something screwy going on around here, Scollop.
That adjective, Mr. Pingree, is repulsive.
Wait a minute. Look at that telephone wire near the bottom.
Gosh, Chief, my phone wire's been cut.
What's this? Another wire's hooked onto it.
Yes.
Somebody has tapped this line.
That second wire leads next door, Scollop. What's in there?
That's an empty office.
I'll find out who's at the bottom of this survey sabotage. I'm going to look in that next office.
All right.
Yes, sir. I just adore Bob O'Burl. His jokes are simply precious. Yes, sir.
O'Burl! What are you doing here?
Why... hello, Mr. Pingree.
What is this wiretapping skullduggery, O'Burl?
I'll tell you what it is, Scollop.
No.
O'Burl knew that nobody listened to his program.
No.
He tapped your Scollop survey wires. He sat in here all day, disguising his voice, pretending to be the great American public.
Well,
Is this true, O'Burl?
Well, yes, Dr. Scollops. You caught me with my rating down.
That is the last straw, Scollop. I'm through with you. I'm through with polls. I'm through with radio comedians.
Fine. Well, this proves something you sponsors should have guessed long ago.
What's that?
Many a radio comedian who's on top of a pole should really be hung at half-mast. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we preview the highlights of next week's show, we'd like to pass along a very important thought, if you will, Harry.
But don't ever forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can never look your best unless you feel your best. That's why we hope you'll always remember the advice of so many physicians. Whenever you feel sluggish and under the weather, or whenever you have a headache resulting from a stomach that's upset because of overindulgence in eating or drinking, sparkling Sal Hepatica helps give you a faster comeback. You see, if you take something with a laxative action only, you do nothing to counteract excess gastric acidity. But Sal Hepatica does both. It not only brings you speedy yet gentle relief, it also counteracts excess gastric acidity, which chases that sickish feeling fast. So get an inexpensive bottle of Sal Hepatica at your drugstore tomorrow. Remember, the better you feel, the better you look, and the more you're admired. And you feel better faster when you take gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica.
And that about concludes the business for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, next Wednesday evening, we bring you football prognostications.
The score of the Cornell-Princeton game next Saturday will be Cornell,
Friedel Feidel,
Princeton,
Vertigo.
Your song of the week.
A pineapple for the teacher, a pineapple for Froggy.
Nelson,
I go to bed.
Nelson. That's an apple for the teacher, not pineapple. Isn't it?
I'm going to reform school, brother.
Oh, you would. And our guest star next week will be...
that famous singing cowboy, Gene Autry.
Yippee!
And music.
The selection Good Morning is from Babes in Arms. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, we're inside of Dodge anyway, Chester. There's Ellen Henry's homestead.
Wonder how she'd take to serving up a breakfast, Mr. Dillon. I'm plumb hungry.
Well, I'll settle for water and the horses. I don't imagine Ellen has any extra food.
No, sir. It's gone pretty hard for her since Ethan died, hasn't it?
That's the talk.
Look at her place. 3 lean-tos and not a green thing growing. I don't know how she makes out.
Well, maybe Luther helps more than the folks give him credit for.
For a son, he's not much good to my way of thinking. I don't know when he turns a hand for his mother between stops at the Texas Trail and the Long Branch.
At least not much like his father was. Or Ellen either, for that matter. It's a mite early. Nobody's stirring. Oh. We better just water our horses and ride on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Quiet like, isn't it?
Whoa.
Hey, where'd you come from, Mr. Dillon?
From the house, I think.
Luther?
I don't know.
You're trespassing. Get off my land.
It's Marshal Dillon, Ellen. We just stopped to water our horses.
I recognize you. The trespassing still goes, Marshal.
You're awful quick to fire, Ellen.
Ethan and me never took to folks arriving unannounced. I still don't take to it.
Well, that's no cause to be firing on us that way, Miss Henry, especially since you recognized us.
Quit whimpering. If I'd aimed to hit you, I'd have hit you.
All right, Ellen.
Get off my land and stay off.
Just don't you get in any trouble with that rifle, Ellen.
I expect you'll hear about it if I do, Marshal. Now get. I don't always aim high.
Come on, Chester.
How old did you say she is, Mr. Dillon?
She can't be over 40, I guess. If that.
She looks like an old woman. 60 or more.
She's dried up. Dead inside.
Remember when Ethan and her and the boy came out here, Mr. Dillon, right after the war? She's an awful pretty little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Luther was a little more than a baby then. No, Mr. Dillon, I was just thinking. Ethan was so proud of his homestead and his boy and Ellen. Now he's 5 years dead, the boy's gone bad. His wife and his homestead, they've just dried up. It's kind of sad, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, come on, Chester, let's get on into Dodge.
Morning, Marshal.
Morning,
Chester.
Mitch.
Oh, Mitch.
Well, what'll it be?
Set up a bottle of rye, will you?
Yes, sir, Marshal Dillon.
Look, there's Luther over there at the table, alone.
Yeah, I saw him. Thanks, Mitch. Wait here, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mitch, could I have a little sugar in here, please?
Mind if I don't get to my feet, Marshal? I got the feeling if I tried to stand up straight, I'd fall over first thing I knew.
Sit still, Luther.
I just don't have a lot of choice about it, Marshal.
I was out by your place this morning, Luther. I hadn't seen your mother in a long time.
Wish I could say the same.
A woman shouldn't have to run a homestead alone. Not when her son's big enough to be a real help.
Is this a lecture, Marshal? A do-good talk?
Put your own name on it, Luther. I can't make you feel what you don't feel. But in a way, you're responsible for your mother and what she does.
I'm real lucky, Marshal. I can quit listening any time I don't want to hear something. Between the old lady and people like you, I quit listening an awful lot.
Get it straight, Luther. I don't care what happens to you.
I done something wrong? You accusing me of something unlawful, Marshal?
No. But if you have any feeling left for your mother or what happens to her, you'll do something about her. Living out there alone so much, she's gone a little crazy.
She shot at you. Is that all's concerning you, Marshal? Half the time I do go home, she levels off at me. I got a ride in under fire. Or crawling on my belly. She's crazy, like you said. I swear, she's crazy.
Then you ought to bring her into town. Get a keeper for her.
Maybe I would. If I cared what happened to her, I don't care. I don't care at all.
Well, that's up to you, Luther.
Now, that's just another one of them things I didn't hear you say, Marshal.
Luther's just plain drunk, isn't he, sir?
That and just plain no good.
Well, whatever you said drove him right out of here, Mr. Dillon.
Mm-hmm. Well, we haven't been in the office since early yesterday, Chester.
All right, sir. Only
what?
Well, sir, Mitch has got a catalog in the back room, and he's not busy, and he says it's just full of things you can order straight from St. Louis. I thought well...
You got extra money, have you, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. Well, that is not really extra money, Mr. Dillon. It's just that... Well, Mitch swears you can get underwear from this catalog that don't rub your skin raw, and I'd like to take a look at it.
All right, Chester, I'll wait.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Cass. Now, what's on your mind?
Talk I heard, Marshal. It's private, like maybe we'd go to your office.
We can do our talking here.
I thought you was always of a mind to get me inside there, Marshal, where you could turn the key on me.
Maybe I will someday, Cass. Now, come on, speak out.
Yeah, I heard talk at Luther Henry Road cattle off Carnes' place last night. Saw you talking with him just now. Wondered if you'd heard the same.
Haven't heard a thing, Cass.
Odd you wouldn't know.
I was out of Dodge last night, all night.
I wonder if it's so. Luther didn't give himself away when you talked just now.
You're the one who's heard the talk, Cass.
I got my rights. I can ask questions of you, Marshal. If a man's herd ain't safe, he's got a right to know.
Are you worried for Carnes or for you?
If Carnes' cattle can be rode off, mine can.
No? I didn't know you had much of a herd.
What a man has is his own business, Marshal. I'm asking about Luther and the other rider. They say there was two.
If Luther's wrong with the law, I'll get him. Is there anything else on your mind?
Thanks, Mitch, for letting me see the book.
Not a thing, Marshal. But I don't much like your attitude.
I can't see that worrying me too much, Cass. All right, Chester, let's go.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, I was watching him from the back there. He's a sniveling sort, that Cass.
Mm-hmm.
Come to think of it, though, I don't know a single bad thing he's done.
Know any good he's done?
No, sir. Can't say that I do, Mr. Dillon.
How about you? Did you find out about your fancy underwear?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we can tend to business, huh? Come on.
Hello, Marshal. I was waiting for you.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Carnes.
Howdy, Chester.
Well, how do, Mr. Carnes?
You got the key, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't see you in town much, Mr. Carnes.
Only when I got business, Marshal.
No. Well, come on in, won't you?
My, it's close in here. We've been away a day and a night, Mr. Carnes. Sure gets close that way. I'll just open up the back.
Won't you have a chair, Mr. Carnes?
I don't have a long piece to say, Marshal. It don't take long to say some of my cattle were stolen last night.
Yeah, I heard.
So soon?
Yeah, Cass Stetter told me about it a few minutes ago.
Well, I don't know how Cass come by the information, but it's true. This is the second time it's happened in the last few weeks.
You don't keep much cattle, do you?
Hardly any. I suppose 100 head's the most I ever had at one time.
Mm-hmm.
But last night I lost 5 or 6, about the same time before.
Cass was of the mind that Luther Henry did it.
I don't know, Marshal. One of my hands said Luther was out at my place the other day just looking around. I got no real reason to suspect him. Only thing I know is that whoever it was rides a horse that's shot all the way around. You don't see a lot of that on the prairie.
No, you don't. Do you think there was just one rider, Mr. Carnes?
There was 2 from the tracks, but the boys and me lost them in the rain. I thought I'd tell you about it, Marshal. I can't afford to lose the little I got.
No, I'll do what I can, Mr. Carnes.
I kind of hope it isn't Luther. Not for him so much as Ellen. She's had enough trouble.
Yeah. Well, Chester and I'll ride out to the Henry place and look around, Mr. Carnes. If Luther's guilty, maybe some of Ellen's troubles will be over. Or maybe they'll just be beginning.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, in the 17th annual poll of Noted Daily, CBS Radio won 12 first places. The top poll award, Champion of Champions, went to The Jack Benny Show. Best comedian was Eve Arden on Our Miss Brooks. Best comedian, Jack Benny. Best Master of Ceremonies, Bing Crosby. Bing also won the nod as Best Popular Male Vocalist. Doris Day was rated Best Feminine Pop Vocalist. And so it went in all 12 first places. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, I feel like I was riding right into the camp of the enemy, coming back to Ellen this way.
You think we should be flying a white flag as we ride up, Chester?
No, I'd feel a little safer to tell the honest truth.
She's got no reason to fire on us. But I'll agree, that's a pretty small comfort.
Oh. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. I think I saw her peering out.
It's all right, Chester. Come on.
I don't see Luther's horse around.
Maybe he isn't here.
Well?
Afternoon, Ellen. I want to talk a bit about Luther.
I got work to do in the shed. I was going there. You want to talk?
Let me help, Ellen.
I'll get it. He's got a loose shoe. I aim to fix it.
Well, we could be a hand, Ellen. If,
Yes, I'm proud to.
I aim to fix it myself.
All right.
He wouldn't have shoes if I waited for a man to shoe him. Easy. Easy now. Easy. Oh. You come to talk, Marshal.
Yeah, about Luther.
Come on, open. Huh. 2 nails clean out. No wonder it's loose.
Carnes lost some cattle last night. 2 riders got off with 5 or 6 head. One of Carnes' hands thinks Luther was one of them. Is he around, Ellen?
I told you before. He comes and goes, Luther does.
Well, have you seen him since we were here this morning?
Don't recall that I have, Marshal. I got other things to occupy my thought, like trying to get together enough money to go back to my people. What to do with those nails?
Here they are, man.
Oh.
I'd admire to help you, Miss Henry.
I'll do it.
That's a fine horse, Ellen, a real fine horse. Shot all the way around.
Come on, boy. That was Ethan's way.
This your horse or Luther's?
Mine.
What? That was Luther, Mr. Dillon, and he took your horse.
Yeah.
Will I make a run after him, sir?
Not when he's wild, Chester. I don't want you shot or him either. I just want to talk to him. Hell, he just comes and goes, huh, Ellen?
Believe what you want, Marshal. I didn't know he was around. Like I said, I never know. Quit caring. Don't worry, Marshal. Luther will get his. He's had it coming to him for a long time.
Well, I guess we ride back double, Chester.
Yes, sir, we sure do. Luther sure cut out quick, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he did run those cattle off Carnes' place last night.
Maybe. He's running away from something.
Wonder where he'll hide. Everybody around here knows your horse.
Oh, he's made a lot of mistakes. He'll make more. Nothing says he's going to turn bright all of a sudden.
You're not worried about your horse then, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think so, Chester.
What kind of a woman is that, Mr. Dillon?
Ellen?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I'm not much of a hand to understand women, Chester, any woman. I don't know.
You think she knew Luther was home all along?
Maybe.
I just don't understand it, Mr. Dillon. It's not right, somehow, a woman not caring about her own son. You hear her? She said right out, I quit caring. It just don't seem right. Still might close in here. I believe I'll leave them back windows up a spell, Mr. Dillon.
I think I'll go up to Emil's blacksmith shop, Chester, and see if he has a horse to spare.
All right, sir.
There's some paperwork to catch up on if you get the time.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you'll want to write that place in Chicago about your underwear, the first thing.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'll be back, Chester. Well, I may not need that horse after all.
How's that, Mr. Dillon?
Ellen Henry's riding up the street, leading my horse.
Well, bless my soul, it sure is.
There's something thrown across her saddle.
Mr. Dillon, it looks like...
Wait here, Chester. Hello, Ellen.
I brought your horse back, Marshal. He's been run hard.
He looks all right. You found Luther, did you?
He's dead.
You found him dead?
He had it coming a long time.
Here, I'll lift him down.
Easy. Easy, Darrell. Easy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, take the body up to Doc's, will you?
Yes, sir. Miss Henry, I'm real sorry.
I'll be going now, Marshal.
Well, I'll take my horse then, Ellen. You got any plans for burying Luther?
Put him in any ground you like, only don't tell me where it is or when you do it.
You know how he died, Ellen?
He was shot.
Look, it's near dark, Ellen. You could put up in town for the night if you'd...
Don't put him near Ethan, Marshal. I wouldn't want that. Come on!
Doc's working on Luther now, Mr. Dillon. He's just plumb full of holes.
Yeah, I know.
Poor Miss Henry. Even though she don't act like it, I just know she feels terrible.
Yeah, she's grieving her heart out.
Where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think I expressed my sympathy to poor Miss Henry proper. I followed Ellen Henry west toward her homestead. The sun was down now, but I could see her ahead riding hard. There were clouds to the south and the smell of rain on the easy wind that blew in little circles around me. Ellen bore west, and I lost her past a clump of cottonwoods near Carnes' place, so I rode harder. When I came even with the trees, there was just enough sun ray left to see her head south toward the dark clouds. She wasn't going home. It was dark now. I couldn't see anything. The storm clouds stretched black from the south and fastened over half the sky. And I rode hard against them till I saw the flicker of lantern shine ahead. It was Cass Stetter's place. I left my horse out away from the house and walked in as softly as I could. Cass and Ellen were having their talk in a cattle shed near the
You've
house.
trusted me before about the money, Ellen. What's the rush this time?
My work's done, Cass. It was done last night when Luther and me drove them last few from Carnes' place over here. I want my share and Luther's.
Him not cold dead yet, and you want a share.
Ain't a mother entitled to whatever her son leaves?
Mother? You never had no mother feel for him, and him no love for you either.
Huh. Ain't you the one to talk about love, though? It takes courage to love with all of you. When the love goes, they take it and bury it in the ground. There's nothing left but hate.
I wouldn't kill my own kin.
You wouldn't be that honest. You won't even steal cattle yourself. You buy it off of them as has the courage to ride in and rustle it.
Yeah, well, how'd it feel, killing your own, Ellen?
Like it'll feel killing you, Cass. If you don't give me the money here and now, like nothing at all. Luther's dead and gone because he tipped his hand, showed his face around Carnes' place, talked big in the saloons. He was no use. No use at all.
There's no woman in you at all.
I've been dead 5 years. And your time's running short, too, Cass. I'm in a hurry.
Too late to hurry, Ellen.
What's he?
Too late to move for guns, Sue.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Marshal.
Are you, Cass?
Oh, I sure am. I guess I called a trick on Luther all right, didn't I?
Yeah, you were a big help. You and Luther stole the cattle, Ellen, and brought them to Cass for pay. Is that it?
Only sometimes, like now, we didn't get paid.
Don't believe her, Marshal. You wouldn't take the word of one as murders your own son, would you?
I don't have to, Cass. Carnes' brand won't be hard to find on any cattle you got here.
Cass was just slow to move him on, Marshal. If he'd have gone on toward Abilene with him last night like we planned...
You're lying, Helen Henry. You're lying.
Now get your horses. Both of you.
Why are you taking me, Marshal?
Well, there's some kind of a law, Cass, about buying and transporting stolen cattle.
Yeah, Marshal knows his law, Cass.
You know what she did to Luther, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I know. Now, come on.
You'd like it better, wouldn't you, Marshal? If one of us made a move, so you could use your gun.
I said, come on, Ellen.
I think I'd like it better if you used your gun, Marshal. I ain't going to get back east now anyway.
You'd be taking a coward's way out, Ellen, if you made me kill you. I said, get your horse, Cass. Now make your choice, Ellen. But I don't think Ethan would think much of you.
All right, Marshal. I'll go. But mind what I said. Don't put Luther near Ethan. They wasn't the same kind.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Sam Edwards, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Herb Vigran. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This coming Monday evening, hear Richard Widmark as one of the desperate Spencer brothers riding against time and death in a suspense drama well calculated to keep your interest high. Also Monday night, you'll want to hear CBS Radio's Lux Radio Theater starring Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton in the strange drama September Affair. Remember, both this Monday night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Suspense and Lux Radio Theater. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Cello program, starring Jack Benny with Don Messer and his orchestra. And the orchestra opens the program with Put On Your Glasses.
Tim, he's counting you out. 6, 7,
the world's fat-wing Phil McGillicuddy.
Howdy, folks. Hello, Mom. I knocked them out fast. So's I could get home to eat that Jell-O you promised to make for me. Because folks tell me that Jell-O now tastes twice as good as ever before.
Yes, sir, and folks are right about that. And now for that great actor, late star of Charlie Can, The Parrots of Wimple Street, and Ash Cans of 42nd Street, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. It's me, folks, Jackie Blenny. I can't get rid of that dialect I had last week.
Say, Jack, you're getting to be quite an actor. Do you know that? Why, you're improving with each play.
Well, why wouldn't I, Don? I'm a student of acting. That's my business. Now, when I go to a picture, I watch every move those stars make.
Mm-hmm. Does it help you, Jack?
Does it? Say, I got Baby Leroy down to a T. I know every trick he uses.
Why, Baby Leroy, why, you're speaking of an infant who says nothing but gaga.
John, it isn't what the baby says. It's how he says it. For instance, an ordinary baby would just say ga, 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 with no feeling to it. But what makes Baby Leroy so good, he has talent. I mean, when he says ga, 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 he means it.
Means what?
Ga, ga.
I see, Jack. It's all in the intonation.
That's it exactly.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Hello, Mary. Now, Don, you take John Barrymore's baby. I've often heard him say ga, 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 ga. Ga, 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 ga.
And what does that mean?
To be or not to be, that is the question. No, really, anybody could tell that. Huh?
I suppose if Greta Garbo had a baby, it would say, a tenke go gaga.
That's right, Mary. That's right.
Well, Jack, I'll just bet that you were clever when you were a baby.
Was he? He said gaga till he was 21 years old.
Is that so? Listen, I was a pretty smart kid, Don. Look, here's a picture I had taken when I was 2 years old with my nurse. Look at it. Here.
Why, Jack, the nurse is sitting on your lap.
Well, that's how smart I was. I guess that'll stop all arguments, you know.
Here's a picture I had taken when I was 2 years old.
Let's see it. Gee, you were a cute kid, Mary. But you were all alone. Where's the nurse?
I took care of myself. That's how clever I was.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'm here and ready to dish the dirt.
Frank, a fine way to enter a high-class program, huh?
What are you raving about tonight, Jack?
Oh, we were just showing pictures of ourselves when we were infants. Did you ever have a picture taken of yourself, Frank? I mean, when you were a baby?
No, but I'm going to post some tomorrow.
Frank, how could you have pictures taken now of when you were a baby?
Mahatma Gandhi's getting away with it.
That's right, I'm sorry. Say, Frank, did you see this picture of me? You know, when I was a kid. Wasn't I cute?
Where?
Right here.
Go on, that's George Arliss.
That is not.
Well, you look awfully worried.
You'd be worried, too, if you had a pin sticking in your stomach.
Yeah. Who wouldn't worry? Look at, there I am, a year old and no hair yet.
No what?
Oh, are you starting again? Hair. What's on your head?
A policeman's club. I'm a communist.
Play, Don. The next two jokes don't look so good.
What's a communist, Jack?
I'll tell you later, Mary. Jellonians, who are appearing at the Hippodrome Theater, Baltimore this week. How do you like that, Don?
Thanks, Jack.
You know, Don, I'm running out of names for your orchestra.
No, I don't mind, Jack. You can cost anything. But I feel a little hurt tonight.
Hurt? Why, Don?
Well, because you didn't ask to see my picture when I was a baby.
Oh, Don, I'm terribly sorry. Really, I forgot you were an infant, too, yes. Have you got a picture with you?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Here I am, 8 months old.
8 months old, gee. Hey, well, you've got a soldier's uniform on.
Yes, I was in the infantry.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. Wow. Oh, well, what can you expect from a musician, you know? Don, I mean, where did you get that awful joke?
I gave it to him, Jack.
You gave it to him?
Yes, he's getting too smart. Let that be a lesson to him.
Mary, attend to your own business. Well, I hope we've seen everybody's picture now so we can go on with the program. Huh?
You haven't seen this one, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Jell-O, when it was a baby, with its 6 delicious flavors and how it has grown.
That's mouth-to-mouth advertising, Don, huh?
You have just heard what that great star has said about Jell-O, and millions of others have said the same thing.
Say, Parker, what's Trump?
Club.
Well, put one on Wilson's head, will you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to continue with our series of intensely dramatic offerings. A play that never gets old and has brought tears to the eyes of the entire nation. In fact, if all the tears that this play has caused were put end to end, it would make a sucker out of the Atlantic Ocean. Its book has been read by you and you and you, and that's a lot of yous for any book. Isn't it a good book, Mary?
Yes, and it presses flowers beautifully.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, this evening we are bringing you that immortal drama, Mrs. Wig of the Onion Patch.
It's Cabbage Patch, Jack.
Mary, who ever heard of a cabbage bringing tears? Now, most of you dramatic addicts will remember... I'll have to apologize for that one, too. Well, remember this play where Who's comes in and threatens whatchamacallit, but what's his name, who made $1 million selling some thingamajig, comes in the nick of time and saves Who's. Now, Mary Livingston will play the part of Who's, or Mrs. Wig, and I will play the millionaire. Wilson, lend me $10, will you, so I can feel the part, huh?
Here's 5. I don't care how you feel.
This play will go on immediately after the next number, which will be sung by Frank Parker.
Oh, Jack, what part am I going to play in Mrs. Wig of the Onion Patch?
One of the onions. You're pretty strong. Sing, Frank. Round of applause tonight, Frank. That was Frank Parker singing "Be Still My Heart." And now for our tear-jerker, Mrs. Wig of the Onion Patch. Curtain. Music down.
6 o'clock, and Father isn't home from Alaska yet.
Is Father in Alaska, Mama?
Yes? He left us flat 30 years ago when you were all little tots. Come here, punks, and I'll tell you the story. Yes, Mom, tell us.
Go ahead, Ma, let's hear it. Oh, I'm all ears.
No wonder the old man left home. Get a load of those kids.
Who's that, Mother?
He comes in later. Listen, my children, your father was an elbow bender and spent all his money on merry mucilage.
Ah.
One day we had a fight, and I hit him over the head with the baby.
Which one of us, Mom?
You with the black eye. Your father got sore, went away to Alaska, and left me with you 6 children on this onion patch. Destitute. What's destitute, Ma? Very unwealthy.
What's the difference as long as she's healthy, huh, folks?
Who is that man, Ma?
The voice of experience.
Oh, Ma, tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Are we going to have a Thanksgiving dinner?
I'm afraid not, children. All we got in the icebox is tenderloin steaks, asparagus, pumpkin pie,
Jell-O,
celery, oysters, and a turkey the size of our announcer.
I bet he looks like him, too, huh?
Bad man! Don't worry, Mother. I'll get a job and take care of you. I'm going down to the mill now.
Okay. Have the chauffeur take you down in the town car.
Goodbye, Ma. Be brave.
I will, darling. Oh, woe is me, woe is me. You're up in Alaska, you nasty man. Quiet, children. Come in. Who is it?
Horace Van Isch, your wealthy neighbor from Pantsbat. I'm a millionaire, and I've come to help you. So help me.
So help you.
So help all of us. I hear things aren't going so well with you, Mrs. Wig.
You said it, big boy. Look, 6 children, and I'm $1.50 short of having a nickel.
Nice little tot. What are their names?
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Yeah, I bet your husband's name is Don Wilson.
I should say not. That guy, my husband went to Alaska to search for gold. He's been gone 30 years.
Well, it does take time. You just can't find gold laying around.
Well, what am I supposed to do till he gets back? A fan dance?
Well, it's honest work if you can stand the breeze. Well, anyway, I'm a millionaire, and if you ever need any help, let me know.
I need help right now.
Well, if it happens again, let me know.
Come in.
Oh, dear me, I didn't know you had company here. Pardon me. Gee, what a handsome man.
Thank you. Who is that, Mrs. Wig?
It's my neighbor, Miss Toupee.
Wig and toupee. Well, don't you remember me, Sergeant O'Hare?
What? What's that?
Quiet, we did that joke already.
Miss Toupee is looking for a husband, too, only she didn't lose one. She just never had any.
Not a bad-looking old battle axe. How old are you, Miss Toupee?
45.
Nice age to get married. I'll have to introduce her to Don Bester.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, she's got a wooden leg.
Well, she doesn't want a musician then. She wants a carpenter.
I wonder who that can be. Come in.
Mrs. Wig, I've come here to claim the homestead. I own this property, and the mortgage is past due, so out you go.
Oh, yeah? My husband bought me this home before he went to Alaska, and it belongs to me.
Not yet. I've sold him this property for $6, and he still owes me $3.
Real estate has certainly gone up.
I'll give you till 7 o'clock to pay this $3, or out you go.
What time is it now?
7:20.
And we have no time to lose.
Well, you better have it in 10 minutes, or I'll foreclose.
Oh, where am I going to get $3? Have you got it, Miss Toupee?
If I had $3, I wouldn't be on this program.
Have you got $3, Mr. Vanage?
I'm sorry, but if you ever need any help, just call on me.
Thanks, Toots. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Mr. Vanage. Don't cry, Ma. It's your son, Strawberry.
Don't disturb your mother, son. She's in distress.
Yes, she's been in distress for 10 years. It's time she got a new one.
Wait a minute. Who told you that joke?
My mother.
Mary, will you stop giving everybody those rotten jokes?
Let that be a lesson to him, too.
Gee, Mother looks bad. What happened while I was gone?
The real estate man was here and said your father owed $3 on this house.
He did. Well, listen, Mr. Vanage.
Keep your voice up, Frank.
Oh, yeah. He did. Well, listen, Mr. Vanage. Squire Perkins' horse just toppled over and he gave it to me. I think we can fix this horse up and get $3 from him.
What's the matter with the horse?
Oh, nothing. Only he's blind, has rheumatism, and can't stand up.
Say, I played worse horses than that at Belmont Park. Let's fix him up. Where is he?
Right outside the house. Shall I give him some oats?
Oats won't help him now. He's too far gone. Give him a scotch and soda.
Horses won't drink scotch and soda.
It's all right. Don Bester's playing the part of the horse. You know.
Well, why don't you play that part?
His ears are too long.
Hey, stick to the play, will you?
Well, it's 8 o'clock, and I want the money for the house.
We got the house.
Well, out you go. Come on, do your duty.
Okay. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Wig, but law is law. Come on, boys. No, not that, boys. We've got to move a house.
Wait a while. Don't worry, boys. You'll get your union scale.
Come on, fellows. Get to work.
Stop! Who's that a-coming down the street?
It looks like Father.
It is Father. My husband is back from Alaska.
Daddy. How do you do, everybody? Say, what are you people doing in my house?
Who are you?
Jay Slipperman Week.
Of the cabbage patch.
Oh, hello, Frenzel. What's going on here?
Darling, I'm so glad you're back again. Have you got $3?
You bought this house from me and still owe me $3.
Well, keep the house. For $3 today, you can get an office building.
Oh, so you're broke too, eh?
Who's broke? I'm just like Jello, twice as rich as ever before.
Curses.
Likewise.
That was very good, Mr. Wig, but tell me, where were you for the past 30 years?
I went to Hollywood to try to get a job in the movies.
Hollywood? I thought you went to Alaska.
Who said Alaska? I went to Lasky.
Oh, Jesse Lasky. Well. How is Jesse?
Fine, and you?
Likewise. Play, Sheriff. Play. That was Don Bester and his Hand Patches playing a medley from hit to deck. And now tonight, folks, our part of the program is practically over, but we have a real surprise for you. There's a young lady up here with us this evening with whom I have the extreme pleasure of appearing in the same picture. A little lady who, in my opinion, is headed for screen stardom and whom you've seen and enjoyed on the stage and screen from the time she was 6 years old. You will remember her in such outstanding pictures as Honey, Tom Sawyer, Orphan Annie, and others too numerous to mention. Miss Mitzi Green. What's the secret of this?
Jello.
Mitzi, you don't have to give that secret away. Are we embarrassed? Huh? But tell me, Mitzi, when you were a little kid and started on the stage, what were the very first words you said?
Ga, 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 ga.
You see, folks, is the way she said it, see? I think we're starting the program all over again, huh? Say, Mitzi, you've been in dramatic shows and in all branches of show business. Tell me confidentially, what did you think of the play we just did this evening?
Oh, I'm very fond of cabbage.
I know, Mitzi. Wait a minute. How did you like the way I played my part? Huh?
Well, if I can ever do anything for you, just let me know.
Say, Mitzi, you haven't got $3, have you?
Who's that?
That's Mary Livingston. Haven't you met Miss Livingston?
No.
Mary, haven't you met Miss Green?
No, Jack.
Well, I beg your pardon. Mary Livingston, Mitzi Green.
Hello, darling. The pleasure's all mine. I've known you for years, and I've enjoyed your work so much. Why don't you come over and have tea sometime? You're looking fine. I like that hat, you know.
Wait a minute. Hey, Jack, you gave us both the same speech.
Oh, pardon me, girls. Must be a typographical error.
Double-crosser.
Mitzi, would you like to meet Frank Parker?
No, I'm too young.
Oh, yeah? I just played the kid part in Onion Patch.
Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hello, Mitch.
Familiar right away. Say, Mitzi, I know you do a lot of impersonations and you don't like to keep doing them, but tonight I wish you'd do just one for us. George Arliss.
Oh, no, Jack, that's just a facial expression. It isn't good for the microphone.
Well, what's the difference? Everybody has seen Arliss. Try it anyway.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you an impersonation of George Arliss imitating Mae West.
Well, that's a novelty. Fine, go ahead.
Hello, large fellow. It's my means of convenience. I honor my humble domicile with your presence.
What does that mean?
Come up and see me sometime.
That was very good, Mitzi. That was swell. Fine. Huh? That was great. Cute, too, huh?
Well, now, my next impersonation will be the second Marx brother imitating the third Mills brother.
No, never mind that. Never mind, huh? How about a song, huh?
Oh, no, I don't want to.
Then why did you bring your music?
Well, in case I have to sing.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. Mitzi, how about singing for me if I had $1 million?
Oh, Jack, I'd sing for you if you didn't have a dime.
All right, here's the music, Don. If I had $1 million from the motion picture Transatlantic Merry-Go-Round.
If I had $1 million, I know just what I would do. I'd tie a string around the world and bring all of it to you. Those little things you pray for, whatever they may be, I'd have enough to pay for them all. Your deed. If I spent $1 million, I know I would never care, because as long as you were mine, I'd still be a millionaire. That's why I'm always dreaming of what I would do if I had $1 million and you.
That was marvelous. That was great, Mitzi. Thanks. And Mitzi, I want to thank you 1,000 times. It's been a great privilege and a pleasure to have you with us.
Likewise, Jack. Play done.
Extra rich, crammed with fruit flavor, and only Jell-O gives you this new, real...
Well, folks, this concludes our 6th program in the new Jell-O series. And again, I want to thank Mitzi Green for honoring us with her presence this evening. Come on, Mary, let's go. Mary, have you got 10 cents with you? I forgot my bus fare at home.
No, but if you ever need any help, Jack, just call on me.
Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WJZ, New York.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
It's late afternoon of a midsummer day. On a road leading out of New York City, a small blue roadster weaves quickly through the heavy traffic. At the wheel is Gordon Smith, and beside him his brother-in-law, Bill Holloway. They're bound for Gordon's house in Westchester. As they reach the open road, the car swerves sharply, avoiding an accident by inches.
Hey, take it easy, will you, Gordon? Sorry, I guess I'm in too much of a hurry. I'll say you are. What's the big rush? Oh, nothing. Just anxious to get home, that's all. I had a tough day at the office today. You'll have a tougher one if you pile up in the ditch. That's better. Well, how's the artificial jewelry business, if any? Not so hot, Bill. No? Anything new on the Forbes merger? No, it's coming along. If the deal goes through, I'll get 16 2/3% of the combine. Oh, do you think that's enough, Gordon? 16 2/3? No, it isn't. But I'm up against it, and I've got to take what he gives me. Forbes is a tough customer. That's hard luck. Of course, I might be able to do something with him over the weekend. He's coming out to the house, too, you know. Your sister invited him. Yeah, so she told me. Well, Dulcie always did like guests. Yeah, I know. Forbes is bringing his wife and daughter, isn't he? I guess so. I didn't know you knew them that well. Well, I don't accept Forbes in a business way. It wasn't my idea until the little woman thought of it. You know how your sister is. Oh, sure. When Dulcie makes up your mind that she wants to do something, you do it. That's one of the reasons why I want to get home. If they get there ahead of us and Dulcie gets talking to them, well, anything can happen. And it always happens to me. And if I know Dulcie, it'll be plenty. Step on it, Gordon. Go ahead in, Bill. Yeah, thanks. Gee, it's good to get home. I guess they aren't here yet.
I beg pardon, sir.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm the butler, sir.
The butler? I must be in the wrong house.
Oh, no, sir. Mrs. Smith engaged me this afternoon, sir.
Oh, well, I'm Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Smith described you in some detail, sir.
Huh?
May I take your hat, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Very good, sir.
Can you imagine that? I turn my back and she hires a butler.
I guess she had to make an impression on the Forbes.
Oh, hello, Gordon. Imagine me. You here. It certainly is a small house. Who's that with you?
Your brother.
Oh, sure. Hello, Willie.
Hello, Dulcie.
Oh, Gordon, darling, how are you feeling?
Well.
You are, huh? My, isn't it hot? It certainly is. Did you have a nice day at the office today?
Well, not so bad.
Nice and cool in here, though. Maybe that's on account of the cold air. But
Yeah.
I always say it's the old breeze that doesn't blow in this room. Ring for Henry, will you, darling? I wanted to put these flowers in water.
Wait a minute. Who is this fellow Henry?
Why, Henry White, darling. Didn't you meet him? He's the butler.
I know. He introduced himself at the door, but who is he? Where did you get him?
Well, if you promise not to tell,
Yes.
He's a reformed convict.
What? A reformed convict?
Not so loud. He's very sensitive.
Yeah, well, so am I. And I don't like the idea of having a second-story man polishing off the silverware.
Oh, he wouldn't steal anything, Gordon. He's going straight now. He hasn't taken hardly a thing since he got out of prison.
When was that?
Last week.
I see.
Well, anyway, we've got to have a butler, darling.
What, Dulcie?
We're having guests, Willie. Very important guests for the weekend. Guess who's coming?
The Forbes?
Who told you?
You did?
Oh, Oh, you guessed it. Yes, there'll be Mr. and Mrs. Forbes and his wife, and Angela. Angela's their daughter, you know, and sweet. Why, she's just the sweetest thing.
Yes,
Oh,
isn't she?
really? Oh, what do you mean? You don't know her?
Of course I do. I've known her for years.
Oh.
Well, what's funny about that, Dulcie?
Well, he didn't know I never knew he knew. Isn't that funny? Or is it?
Yes, dear, it is.
Well, now let me see. The pink room for Angela and the red room for Mr. and Mrs. Forbes. I'd better have the green room made up for Schuyler Van Dyke.
Schuyler Van Dyke?
Yeah, one of the Van Dykes, and he's worth millions.
Schuyler Van Dyke is coming here.
Yeah, isn't that wonderful? Oh, he's a marvelous man. You'd never think he was a Van Dyke. He's so democratic.
When did you meet him?
Well, this afternoon. He was at Mrs. Kennedy's. He had a lot of other invitations, but he accepted mine.
But, Dulcie, having this man here with Forbes, how do you know they like each other?
Oh, they will. Mr. Van Dyke's a businessman, too, darling. He owns all kinds of things. Railroads, I think. Well, anyhow, it's something like railroads. He'll help entertain Mr. Forbes. Isn't that a pleasant surprise?
You know, Gordon, one thing Dulcie never learned is the difference between a surprise and a shock.
Oh, Willie. You're saying silly things to try to mix me up.
Okay, I think I'll go upstairs and wash a little.
Yeah, that's right, dear. I want you to look nice and clean for our guests.
See you later.
Bringing in a Mr. Van Dyke to entertain Mr. Forbes. Dulcie, Forbes isn't the kind of a man who wants to be entertained.
All right, dear. Then Van Dyke can entertain Mr. Leach.
Well, that's better.
Mr. Leach? Who is Mr. Leach?
Vincent Leach. You know, the big moving picture writer?
Oh, yes. Is he coming here?
Yes, isn't that wonderful?
I'm not so sure. First you invite Mr. Van Dyke, next you invite Vincent Leach.
Ah, there's the secret.
Look, Dulcie, let's not make a game of this. I don't...
Oh, well, you see, dear, Vincent and Angela like each other.
Vincent and Angela?
Yes.
You mean Forbes' daughter?
Yes, isn't it wonderful? So I invited them both here so they'll have the whole weekend together. You never can tell what'll happen.
That's what I'm afraid of. Fella so well, and this man Leach, what do you know about him?
I know all about him. He's a big scenario writer and just the man for Angie. He's so practical and she's single. Opposite should marry. You know that, darling.
Yes, I know that. But why are you so anxious to match this fellow Leach with Angela? What do you care about him?
Don't you see?
Yes, I see.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I can guess.
All right, then I'll tell you.
Good.
If Angie likes Mr. Leach and marries him,
yes,
and I fixed it...
Well,
that'll make Mr. Forbes so grateful that he'll have to give you more than 16 2/3 of the percentage.
I wish you'd stay out of my business.
Well, sure, that's what a wife's for. Now, I figured it all out by myself.
But,
Oh,
Dulcie...
Gordon, darling, don't be upset about it. I know they ought to marry. I just know it. It's a woman's intuition. Just as I knew I ought to marry you, dear. It was because I loved you, darling, and wanted to help you,
Yes, and you do help me, but you don't understand, dear. Try and see my position.
Well, all I can see is that Mr. Forbes is taking advantage of you, and I'm not going to let him, that's all.
But that isn't the point. In the position that I'm in, I have to go ahead with it. Don't you see, dear, if I'm not in that merger, I'll lose everything.
Well, only 16 2/3%. It's such a funny number, too. I don't see why you couldn't get a nice even number like 25 or 50.
Dulcie, you've got to listen to me. Let me talk to Forbes about a higher percentage. Maybe he'll acquiesce.
Well, he might try to, but he won't get away with it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Forbes is my name.
Yes, sir. Just step right in, please.
Come on, Eleanor.
Yes, dear. Angela?
This way, please.
My, what a lovely room, isn't it, Angela? Yes, the whole place is lovely.
Nobody here. Looks like we came too early.
Oh, no, sir. Mrs. Smith asked me to say that she'd be down directly.
All right.
Not at all, sir. Excuse me, please.
Well, nice reception.
Now, please, Charlie.
What do you mean?
Oh, don't be a bear, Father. Try to be pleasant for once.
Well, why should I? I didn't want to come down here in the first place. I could have done my business with Gordon Smith in New York.
I know, dear. But a nice weekend down here in the country would be very...
Weekend? What do I care about a weekend? I'm a businessman, not a playboy. You know how I despise golf and tennis and all that truck.
Well, we're here now, Father, and you might as well make the best of it. I didn't care so much about coming myself, if you want to know.
Oh, you didn't?
No, not particularly. I'd rather have stayed in town.
Oh. where you can see that half-baked moving picture writer, I suppose.
My father.
Oh, I know all about it. You've been seeing him almost every day, and I don't like it, do you hear? I don't like it at all.
Why not? Mr. Leach is a very nice young man.
Mr. Leach is a young fool.
Well, how can you say that? You've never even met him.
No, but I've heard about him. That was enough for me.
Charlie, please don't excite yourself. You know it's bad for you. Come over here and sit down.
Now, sit down right here. I hate those soft chairs. They're bad for my back.
Well, look who's here, Mr. and Mrs. Forbes.
Good afternoon.
Oh, Mrs. Forbes, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Oh, and Mr. Forbes, well, how are you?
Oh, all right, I guess.
And Angela.
How are you, Mrs. Smith?
Oh, now where is Gordon? Gordon!
Yes, Dulcie.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Mr. Forbes. Hello, Mrs. Forbes.
Well, did you have a nice drive out from the city, Mr. Forbes? Awfully pretty, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so.
Did you all come out together, or did you drive?
Why, I don't know. We came through Hull.
Oh, that's the short way. Now, you should have come the long way. That's quicker. No, I think that is the long way, isn't it, Hartsdale? Yeah.
Well, it really doesn't matter.
No, both ways are awfully pretty. Sit down, Mr. Forbes.
Thank you.
No, not in that chair. That's the hard chair.
Yeah, but I prefer the hard.
Oh, now, don't sit, Mr. Forbes. You sit right down in this nice soft chair.
Now,
Go
please.
ahead, now, there.
Stumpy. Oh.
Why, Mr. Forbes?
It's his back. He's been having a little trouble with it lately.
Are you all right, Mr. Forbes?
I hope so.
Oh, of course he's all right. Nice and comfy. Oh, Angela, have I a surprise to you, or will you be surprised?
What, Mrs. Smith?
Oh, you'll see, dear.
Dulcie, please. Well, Mr. Forbes, I'm glad you could get down early. I'd like to talk over something with you.
Oh, now, Gordon. No business, please.
But, Dulcie, that's what Mr. Forbes came down.
No, dear. This is the time for play. You know, Mr. Forbes, the one thing poor Gordon has never learned is how to play. He takes everything so seriously. Now, what I like to do is just cut loose once in a while, just be children again. And I've got the most wonderful day planned for you, Mr. Forbes. We're going to play and play and play.
Me? Well, thank you very much, but you know
Oh, but you play golf, don't you?
Well, to tell you the truth...
Oh, and that's good. And you love our course. It's wonderful.
Yes, but I've been having a great deal of trouble with my back lately.
The pro at our club will fix that up. What you need is exercise.
Exercise?
Yeah, you and I'll go out and play 18 holes of golf the first thing in the morning.
But, my dear Mrs. Smith...
Excuse me, Mrs. Smith.
Yes, Henry? Yes, Henry, what is it?
Another guest is here, madam. A Miss...
Wait. Don't tell us his name. Just show him in, Henry.
Very good, madam.
Oh, Angela.
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
This is the surprise I was telling you about, Angela.
Oh, who is it?
Well, you'll see in a moment, darling.
In here, sir, please.
Thank you.
Oh, good heavens.
Mrs. Smith.
Oh, how do you do? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Vincent Leach, the great moving pictures writer.
What?
Yes, Mr. Forbes, Mr. Vincent Leach.
How do you do, Mr. Forbes? How do you do?
And this is Mrs. Forbes.
How do you do?
And Mr. Smith, my husband.
How do you do?
Oh, and of course you know Angela.
Angela, this is a surprise.
Yes, isn't it, Mr. Leach? I didn't know you were going to be here.
Neither did I.
Yeah, what's that, Mr. Forbes?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. Smith, nothing at
Oh,
all.
I thought you said something. Mr. Leach, we're all so glad you could come. He's been so busy, Mr. Forbes, working on his new picture. Tell him about it, Mr. Leach.
Well, I'm afraid I can't just now. It's a little long. Perhaps after dinner.
Oh, yes, of course.
But I may say without exaggeration that it will probably be the most magnificent picture of its type ever produced.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yes, even better than my last picture, The Sacred Love. I suppose everyone here saw The Sacred Love.
Oh, I thought
No, I
Beg pardon, Mrs. Smith.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Schuyler Van Dyke.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Oh, no, Mr. Forbes. This is just our butler. Here comes Mr. Van Dyke.
How do you do, Mrs. Smith? I'm sorry to be late.
Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Van Dyke.
I had to make several important long-distance calls. Business, you know.
Oh, of course, you captains of industry. Oh, Mr. Forbes, this is Mr. Van Dyke. The Mr. Van Dyke.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
I brought him here especially for you, Mr. Forbes.
Dulcie.
Gordon, I told you it isn't polite to whisper in front of company.
Oh.
Well, now our weekend has started. Gordon, will you introduce Mr. Van Dyke to everyone and everyone to Mr. Van Dyke? We're all too good friends to be strangers, you know.
Well, this is Mrs. Forbes.
Yes, Mr. Forbes' wife, you know, and Mrs. Angela Forbes, Mr. Forbes' daughter, and this is Mr. Leach, Mr. Forbes' future son-in-law.
Dulcie.
Uh-huh.
Dinner is served,
Oh,
Mrs. Smith.
dear. Well, one can't do everything at once, can one? Well, come along, everyone. Dinner.
Dulcie, what are you laughing at?
Well, I just want to put everybody in a good mood.
Charlie, let's go back to the others.
I tell you, I'll do nothing of the sort. This place is going to drive me crazy.
Now, Charlie, please don't excite yourself. You know how bad it is for you after eating.
Did you hear what that woman said? I've got to get up tomorrow morning and play golf. Golf. If there's one thing I hate more than anything in this world, it's golf. Unless it's bridge.
Oh, Charlie.
If I could think of a good excuse, I'd go back to town tonight and take Angela and you with me.
But, Charlie, you can't do that.
Don't you suppose I see that woman's plan to throw Angela and that fool Leach together?
But I tell you, he's a most charming man.
And I tell you, Mrs. Smith, if it weren't for Smith and our business relations, I would go back to town tonight.
Oh, here I am. I've been looking all over for you, Mr. Forbes. You know what we're going to do? We're going to play bridge.
What? Mrs. Smith, I don't think I care to play bridge this evening.
Oh, now, you businessmen must have some relaxation. You remind me so of Gordon, the poor darling. He does nothing but work. I don't suppose he's told you, Mr. Forbes, but he's really got a lot of things on hand.
What do you mean?
Well, you might just as well know. It isn't only the pearl business. He has lots of other interests, too.
What's that?
It's really asking too much to make him give up all these other things to come into the jewelry merger. That is, unless it were made worth his while. Of course, if he only got 16 2/3%, he couldn't afford to give up all his time to it. Oh, no, he'd have to look after his other interests, too. And you'd be the loser.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I thought you would. Are you coming, Mrs. Forbes?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Smith.
Well, hurry, dear, then. We're going to start the game.
Oh, hello, Mr. Forbes. All alone?
Yes, Mr. Smith. I'd like to have a word with you.
Of course.
Smith.
Yes?
Your wife has just been telling me something of your other business activities.
Other business activities?
Yeah, and it came as something of a revelation to me.
I don't understand.
Well, as you may have been aware, my agreement to admit you on a 16 2/3% basis was founded on the expectation that you would give all your time to the new enterprise.
Yes, of course, Mr. Forbes.
Well, in the circumstances, your business and your services would hardly be worth that amount to me. No, I think we shall have to lower your percentage.
But, Mr. Forbes, you don't understand.
Oh, I think I do. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go and play bridge.
Oh, I'm sunk. I'm sunk. Dulcie, where are you?
Yes, Gordon, dear.
Well, come here, quick.
Oh, Gordon, I've got news for you.
Wait a minute,
Oh,
Dulcie.
but it can't wait, dear. I must tell you.
Dulcie, please.
Mrs. Forbes just told me that Mr. Forbes never plays bridge.
Well, what of it?
What of it? Why, Gordon, dear, don't you see? He's out there now, ready to play. That means he likes us. He likes us, Gordon. Everything's going to be wonderful. Oh, I can feel it in my bones.
Oh.
After carefully patching up the damage done by Dulcie, Gordon was able to convince Mr. Forbes that his percentage of the merger should not be lowered. But there's more trouble brewing. It's a few hours later, and Dulcie is alone in the living room. The door opens, and Vincent Leach and Angela enter excitedly.
Oh, Mrs. Smith, we've got to speak to you.
Yes, we want you to help us.
Why, Mr. Leach, Angela, is there anything wrong?
Oh, Mrs. Smith, Vincent and I are in love.
In love? Oh, Angela, Mr. Leach. Oh, if this isn't the most wonderful thing I've ever heard. Why, it's wonderful, that's all I can say. Oh, I'm so happy I could cry. Good news affects me that way. Oh, Vincent. I may call you Vincent now, mayn't I?
Of course.
Mrs. Smith, we're going to need your help.
Oh, yes, darling, of course.
Now, it's a secret, and you must promise that you won't tell anyone.
Oh, I know. I wouldn't tell a soul.
Well, We're going to elope.
Elope?
Tonight.
Tonight? You mean run away and get married? Oh, why, well, that's wonderful. Oh, that's just marvelous.
Oh, now remember, you're not to tell us.
Oh, I know. I wouldn't tell anybody, no. How soon are you going?
Oh, just as soon as we can. Aren't we, Vincent?
Yes, if we can get away.
Oh, of course. Oh, I'm so excited. I don't know what to do next. Oh, Willie, Vincent, and Angela are going to elope.
Smith, you promised you wouldn't tell.
Oh, but I won't, and Willie won't tell anybody either, will you, Willie?
You're going to elope, Angela, with Mr. Leach?
Yes.
No, I won't tell a soul.
Oh, there you are, Angela.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah. Where are you going to elope to?
Why, where were we, Vincent?
Well, I hadn't thought about it just yet.
Well, there are lots of places.
Oh, sure. How about a marriage license?
Why, I don't know. Vincent?
Well, I thought we might find one someplace.
Oh, Willie, you could help in some way, couldn't you? You know where to get a license and everything.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I'll be glad to drive them there.
Oh, now you see, that's just why I told them all. Everything is just working out beautifully, and I'll tell you what we'll do. What do we suggest, Willie?
Is everything ready?
Oh, we just have to get our bags.
They just have to get their bags. Vincent, now you go find Mrs. Forbes and tell her, and then we'll all meet in the garage. Now I'll go up and get Angela's things for her.
Well, wait a minute.
Oh, hurry, Vincent. The less see, the more haste or something, you know.
All right. I'll see you in the garage in about 3 minutes. Don't keep me waiting.
Oh, we won't. Well, now that's settled. I'll go up and get the things.
Oh, I'll go with you.
Oh, no, I'll bring everything out to the garage. If anybody sees me, they won't suspect. Oh, well, you know, I'm so excited. It's just like times of old when knights were bold. Oh.
Well, are you all ready for the elopement, Angela?
Bill Parker, I think you're just horrid.
Speaking to me?
You know very well I am.
Oh, you don't mean it. I'm really being very good to you, helping you out in this way.
Well, you don't have to be so happy about it. After all, we are old friends.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad. You're glad, aren't you?
That has nothing to do with it. Of course I am. Oh, you're just impossible.
Angela, you told me once that I'd never change. Well, you were right. I never have changed. Especially about you.
I don't care whether you have or not. I think you're positively hopeless.
I guess I am. Well, let's get going, shall we?
Helena.
Here I am, dear. In the garden.
What are you doing out here?
Oh, watching the stars. It's a beautiful night, isn't it, Charlie? So calm and peaceful.
Peaceful. You know, that woman is enough to drive a man crazy. Say, is that our car?
Where, dear?
Well, going out the drive. See it?
Oh, it couldn't be ours, darling.
No? Well, where's Angela?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since dinner.
Out gallivanting with that Saxonario writer, I suppose.
Do you mean Mr. Leach?
Yes, I mean Mr. Leach. And I want to tell you something. If I find this Leach person actually making love to Angela, I'm going to raise blazes.
Now, Charlie.
I've had nothing but a series of aggravations and annoyances ever since I came into this house. Eleanor, I can truthfully say that in all my 53 years, I have never spent an unhappier evening.
Oh, Charlie.
Yeah, but I'm not going to spend another. I'm not going to stay here and play golf and bridge.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Charlie.
I'm going upstairs and pack right now.
Charlie.
Oh, Mr. Forbes, here you are.
Yeah, I won't be for long.
What did you say?
I said I'm going to my room.
Oh, that's right. Get a good night's rest so you'll be nice and fresh for tomorrow.
Mrs. Smith, I am not going to play golf tomorrow.
Oh, no, none of us are. We've changed our plans, Mr. Forbes.
Oh.
We're going horseback riding.
Horseback?
Yes, isn't that a wonderful idea?
Good night, Mrs.
Oh, I knew he'd like it. Oh, Mrs. Forbes. Mrs. Forbes, have you heard the news? Oh, but you couldn't have, could you? It only just happened.
Well, what has just happened?
Vincent and Angela, they've eloped.
What?
Yes, just a minute ago. They took your car.
Eloped?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? I knew should be thrilled. And it's all my doing, every bit of it. And what makes it more exciting, it's a secret, too.
Mrs. Smith, do you know what you've done?
Oh, that's all right. You can thank me later.
He'll never forgive you. Never.
Who, Vincent?
No. My husband.
But he didn't elope with your husband.
Try to understand, Mrs. Smith. My husband hates Mr. Leach.
Well, this is a fine time to say a thing like that. How was I supposed to know? He never said anything.
This is the finish, Mrs. Smith. We're leaving here just as soon as our car is returned.
Oh, but you can't. You mustn't. Mr. Smith hasn't settled anything about the merger yet.
No, and I'm afraid he never will. Good night, Mr. Smith.
Mrs. Smith?
Oh, yes, Sister Van Dyke.
You mustn't cry like that, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, I can't help it. You don't know what's happened.
Yes, I do. I just heard Mr. Forbes storming about it upstairs. You couldn't help but hear him.
Oh, Mr. Van Dyke, isn't it awful? Isn't it terrible?
Nothing is so terrible that it can't be mended.
Oh, but the merger, it may be all off. I don't know what Gordon will do.
Mrs. Smith, I like your husband very much.
Oh, do you?
Tell me, would he be willing to get up his own merger? One bigger than Mr. Forbes ever dreamt of?
Why, well, I never thought of that. But Mr. Forbes has all the money, and Gordy hasn't any.
That's it, exactly. Now, I've always wanted to take a little flyer in the jewelry business. Suppose I financed Mr. Smith. Suppose he and I set out to beat Mr. Forbes together. How would that be?
Why, it would be the biggest thing that ever happened in this house. Do you really mean it?
I certainly do. I'll put up my check the moment your husband says the word.
Oh, Mr. Van Dyke, you made me the happiest woman in all the world. Oh, you'll let me break the news to him, won't you?
Why, of course, if you wish it.
Oh, and to think I introduced you to him. Oh, now what will he think of me?
Wait a minute. Say that again, Mr. Van Dyke.
Well, of course. I said that your wife has interested me very much in this proposition, and I've told her that I'm willing to finance a combination to beat Forbes and his crowd with you at the head of it.
Oh, he's just waiting for you to say the word, darling.
I can't believe it.
But it's true. It is, dear.
Why, it's too good to be true. I could get rid of Forbes and put my business in for what it's worth.
Oh, yes, oh, Gordon.
I really could do big things. I'll be backed financially by the Van Dyke interests.
Exactly, Mr. Smith. Excuse me.
Oh, come in, Forbes. Oh, we were just talking about you, Mr. Forbes.
I'm compelled to make a little announcement. I merely wish to tell you, on top of everything else, that my wife's diamond necklace has disappeared.
Disappeared?
In view of the fact that it took place in this house, I thought you might have a sentimental interest.
Don't you dare accuse Henry of stealing anything.
Dulcie.
Henry? Who's Henry?
Yeah,
Dulcie, quiet.
No, Gordon, I'm not going to stand here and listen to him make insinuating remarks about my servants. Henry is perfectly honest. His honesty has been proven. He's been paroled 7 times.
Oh. Well, that's very interesting. Where is this man?
Why, he's not here. He asked me if I'd let him take the evening off, and I said yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. You've been a great help.
Mr. Forbes, please. We'll get the necklace back, and if we don't, I'll make good for it. Now, let's sit down and talk it over.
There's nothing to talk over. And in the circumstances, I don't see how we can possibly go into business together. I don't like your methods. The merger is definitely off.
But, Mr. Forbes...
I'm sorry, but that's my decision.
Wait, Mr. Forbes. Before you freeze me out, I want to tell you that Mr. Van Dyke here has agreed to back me in an independent merger. A bigger one than yours.
What? Yes, Mr. Forbes, I have. But
Now, am I still out?
Yes, Mr. Smith, you are.
Very well. Then I'm going to line up with Mr. Van Dyke and fight you. Fight you till one of us is forced to the wall. I'll teach you to take advantage of me.
Advantage? Who took advantage of you?
You did. By offering me less than you know my business was worth. Why, you knew I was in a hole, and now you're going to get just what you deserve. You're going to get a first-rate licking.
Oh, Gordy!
All right. Make your fine speeches. But when you talk about fighting, don't forget that I can fight, too. And before you win, you're going to know that you've been in a real fight. Remember that.
You know, I think he's mad, Gordy.
Mr. Smith, allow me to congratulate you. You told him what was what, straight from the shoulder.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dyke. And I'm sure we'll get along splendidly.
Well, of course we will. And now I'll say good night. I've had a hard day at my broker's, and I'm very tired. Good night, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, good night, and thank you.
Not at all, not at all.
Oh, Gordon, you are wonderful.
I feel like a new man.
Oh, you see, I was of some use after all.
Use? You were magnificent. The best. The finest little wife in the world.
Oh, wasn't it lucky my finding Mr. Van Dyke?
Lucky. It was an inspiration.
Oh, and I am a real helpmate?
I should say you are.
Oh, Lordy. Well, now, who could that be?
Well, I'll answer it.
Good evening, Mr. Smith. Good evening. I'm sorry to intrude like this, but it's rather important. My name is Patterson, Blair Patterson.
Oh, the attorney?
Yes.
Oh, come in.
Thank you. I was referred to you by Mrs. Kennedy.
Oh, across the street.
Yes. She said that you had guests. I just wondered if among them there was a Mr. Morgan.
Morgan? Oh, I know.
Well, is there a Mr. Ford?
No, he's not here either.
Mr. Vanderbilt?
You Vanderbilt? Oh, no.
Well, let me ask you. Is one of your guests tall, good-looking, interested in various investments?
Oh, you mean Schuyler Van Dyke?
Schuyler Van Dyke. Yes, I think I do mean Schuyler Van Dyke. Mm-hmm. I'm his cousin. I've come for him.
Come for him?
Yes, his real name is Patterson, Horace Patterson. He has an hallucination that he's a millionaire.
What? You mean he's crazy?
Yes, a little. But harmless, I assure you.
Dulcie, he's crazy. Schuyler Van Dyke is crazy.
Well, then the company that he was... the merger that he had the money for, the merger that it isn't... it for... It can't fall. Oh, dear.
It's early the next morning, and Blair Patterson, the lawyer who brought the calamitous news of Mr. Van Dyke's hallucinations, is in the living room straightening out his rumpled clothes after spending the night on the sofa. Down the stairs comes the happily demented Mr. Van Dyke, singing cheerfully.
Hello, Horace.
What? Oh, why, Blair, what in the world are you doing here?
Oh, I just dropped in to say hello.
You can't fool me. You've come to make me leave. It's very, very embarrassing, Blair.
Well, if it's embarrassing for you, what do you think it is for me? I have a law practice to attend to. I'm getting a little tired of these excursions.
Well, I wish you'd leave me alone. At least half a dozen times during the past few years you've interrupted me. In business negotiations that were exceedingly interesting.
Mm-hmm. You've been up to something here, Horace?
Well, yes. I've been representing my Van Dyke interests. We had all sorts of wonderful things planned.
My share alone would have been $8.5 million.
Besides, we were going to play golf and go horseback riding. I love horses.
Horace, how many times have I told you that I represent the Van Dyke interests? Now you must let me handle it. You come back to town with me and we'll talk it over.
But I can't leave now.
I'm sorry, Horace, but you know our agreement. Unless you do as I say, I'll never go through with that $200 million airplane company of ours.
Well, all right, Blair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, how do you feel this morning, Mr. Van Dyke?
Very melancholy. I'm afraid I must go back to town.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Still, it's all for the best. You must have some breakfast first, though.
Thank you. I'll go and have it right away. It's hard to do high finance on an empty stomach.
He can't have breakfast, can he, Mr. Patterson?
Oh, yes.
Well, I had some soft-boiled eggs prepared for him, some soft milk toast, all very soft, you know. Is that all right?
Oh, yes. I think that'll be very nice, Mrs. Smith. Thank you.
No, don't mention it, Mr. Patterson. Hello, Gordon, darling.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Patterson.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
You see your cousin?
Yes, we had quite a talk. By the way, you haven't mentioned anything to your guests, have you? I mean, it would be rather embarrassing.
No, nobody knows a thing. So far as they know, he's Schuyler Van Dyke himself.
Fine. That's fine. Well, thank you very, very much. And now I think I better go and keep an eye on him. You never can tell what big merger he'll attempt next.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, certainly.
Dulcie.
Yes, dear?
Dulcie, I want to speak to you.
Yes, of course. What about, darling?
What about? Do you realize what's happened?
Well, I don't know. I think... Oh, Gordon, I didn't mean...
Wait.
Yes, darling.
Do you know what Forbes is going to say to me when he learns who Van Dyke really is?
No.
He's going to laugh in my face. I'll never get him to change his mind about the merger now. He thinks he's been made a fool of, and he's right.
But we haven't really done anything to him just because we asked for more.
Oh, it wasn't our asking for more.
Oh, you mean the jewels disappearing?
Yes, and his daughter disappearing, too.
Oh, it was me again. It was me as usual. Oh, Gordon, how will it all end?
If Forbes finds out that Van Dyke is crazy, he'll probably force me out of business. I'll have to start all over again. Without a cent.
And without me?
Dulcie, I love you. I'll always love you, but you're like a child. You don't stop to think.
Oh, I guess I don't, Gordon. I only think. Oh, darling, I'll let you go if you want me to. I'm just all wrong. I'm a false note. I've always wondered how I was able to make a man like you care for me. It seems so silly for a man like you ever to love a false note.
Dulcie, you're not a false note. You're a melody. A whole tune, but, I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe I can reform.
I doubt it.
Oh, Gordon, please let me try. I'll promise that I'll never interfere with your business affairs again. I'll change completely. I'll revolutionize myself.
Dulcie, I don't want you to change. I love you just as you are. I simply want you to let me handle my own affairs in my own way. If you can promise to do that...
Oh, yes, Gordy, I promise, and I'll keep it too. I will.
Thank you, Dulcie. I hope I'm not wrong this time.
Good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, Mr. Forbes, I've been looking for you.
Really? Mrs. Smith, I have a slight apology to make. We found my wife's necklace.
Oh, there, you see?
Your butler found it and put it away for safekeeping. He returned it to Mrs. Forbes this morning.
Oh, I'm so glad. Now, I have an apology, too, Mr. Forbes. I'm sorry about the elopement, Mr. Forbes. And I'm sorry about the business deal, too, but it's going to come out all right.
I should think it would. For your husband, backed by the Van Dyke millions.
The Van Dyke millions, but Mr. Forbes...
As a matter of fact, I'm inclined to regret my hasty decision of last night. If I had known before that Mr. Van Dyke was interested...
Oh, but that's just it. He isn't interested. I mean, he is, but he can't be.
What is all this?
Well, you see, Gordon will go in with you after all because Mr. Van Dyke... Well, Mr. Van Dyke just isn't Mr. Van Dyke.
What? What's that?
Well, no, he has something wrong in his head. He only thinks he's a millionaire.
Oh, I see.
So everything's all right now, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Splendid, yes. Where's your husband now, Mr.
Why,
Smith?
he's in the library. Would you like to see him?
Yes, very much.
Well, come along. It's right this way, Mr. Forbes. Oh, I just knew everything would turn out all right. Oh, here we are. Gordon, darling.
Dulcie?
I've just fixed it with Mr. Forbes, darling.
What?
Yeah, everything's fine now.
Dulcie, what did you say?
A great deal, Mr. Smith. She told me about Mr. Van Dyke.
She took... Did you, Dulcie?
Yeah, of course, dear. I told you I'd straighten everything out.
You certainly have. Well, Mr. Forbes, then of course you know that Mr. Van Dyke...
Yeah, I know. But it won't work, Mr. Smith. It won't work.
Huh?
Oh, I'll admit that Mrs. Smith is a clever woman. A very clever woman. But it won't work. A Van Dyke, not a Van Dyke.
No, but Mr. Forbes, he really
Shut
is.
up, Dulcie.
Oh, yes, sir.
I saw through the whole thing at once, Mr. Smith. You began to be sorry you told me about the Van Dyke merger, and you wanted to throw me off the trail. Huh? Well, you can't do it. I know what's in the wind, and I'm going to hold you to our agreement.
Agreement?
Well, it was a verbal agreement. Now, as a gentleman, you agreed to come in with me for 16 2/3%, and you've got to do it. You've got to come in with me.
Well, all right, Mr. Forbes. I guess you win.
Oh, there, Gordon. Didn't I tell you I'd fix it for you?
Charlie, where are you?
Here I am, Eleanor. What do you want?
Oh, Charlie, she's here.
Who? Who's here?
Angela, she's come back.
Oh, how nice.
Angela, eh? Well, I want to speak to her.
Hello, Father.
Come here. Where have you been?
Oh, Father, what a question.
Oh, Angela, dear, are you married?
Of course I am.
Oh, she's married. Isn't that wonderful?
So you did it, eh? Where's your husband?
Yes, Angela, where's your husband?
Good morning, everybody.
Oh,
hello, Bill.
Hello, Willie. Where's Vincent? Where's Mr. Leach? Oh, Angela, tell us.
I don't know, Mrs. Smith.
You don't know? Well, isn't that fine?
Oh, Willie, for heaven's sake, what's happened to him?
Well, it's a long story, Dulcie.
Look here, young man. You helped to arrange this wedding, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Forbes.
Well, don't you know where the groom is?
Sure. I'm the groom.
What? Yeah, Willie, say that again.
Certainly, I am the groom.
Well, congratulations.
Now, just a second, young man. Are you a genius?
No, sir.
Well, are you a writer of any kind, sort or description?
I should say not.
Boy, he's a broker, Mr. Forbes, and isn't it wonderful? That makes everything all right, doesn't it?
Well...
But what about Mr. Leach, Willie? Where is he?
I don't know. You see, we started from here all right last night, but down the road a piece, I suddenly thought my tail light was out. Well, Mr. Leach was kind enough to investigate for me, and somehow or other the car started off without him.
Young fellow, you're all right. And darn clever, too.
Well, he's my brother. What would you expect? And wasn't it wonderful that I happened to invite him down here for this party?
Oh, so this is what you were working for, underneath all that Leach business.
What? Well, yes and no. Oh, I'm afraid you don't understand women very well, Mr. Forbes.
I'm afraid I don't.
But isn't it marvelous? Angela, a married woman, and Willie, a married man. Oh, I could almost cry. But, Mr. Forbes, about that merger, 16 2/3% isn't very much for a relation, brother-in-law.
Well, I wasn't very generous about that deal, or very just either. Smith.
Yes, sir?
What do you say to coming in with me for 20%?
20? Oh, Mr. Forbes.
All right, then. All right. If that's not enough, we'll make it 25.
25?
Dulcie, be quiet. 25 satisfies me.
Oh, does it? Well, if it satisfies you, Gordon, then it satisfies me. I didn't mean to interfere, dear, and I never will again. You know the old saying, a burnt child dreads the fire? Well, I've been bitten. I mean burned. And once bitten, twice cautious. You get the idea, don't you, darling?
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Say, have you ever read the story, The Penalty of Command? Well, if you haven't, I'll give you a brief idea what it's about. The main theme of the story is to show the price that a boss has to pay because he's a leader of men. You know, a lot of folks think that a boss has an easy job. Well, it isn't so. The leader has more strain mentally than those who work under him. Sometimes he has to make decisions that he knows will make him unpopular. But it's a right decision and for the good of all concerned. That's what happens in the story, Stumpy Gets 30 Days. Bill and his rangers are moving the most dangerous animals in the world. These are the American bison. Heavy snows have made foraging in the upper pastures almost impossible. Young stock are suffering the most as they flounder shoulder high in the snow. Yes, the rangers have supplemental feeding stations for the buffalo, but the animals also need pasture so they can forage and get exercise. Let's join the fellas as they ride herd on these ornery critters.
Bill, Stumpy's getting a pretty bad time from a young bull.
Yeah, I've noticed that, pal. I wouldn't worry about it. The old-timer can take care of himself.
I sure hope so. Or the way that bull keeps charging and worrying Stumpy's horse, I don't know. He's tried to move away from him, but that critter keeps following. Boy, he's really got a chip on his shoulders.
I'll keep an eye on him. Hey, Grey Wolf and Tom are having trouble with their side of the herd. Let's go.
Hey, yo, Stumpy. Come on, boy. Let's get out of here.
Think you and Tom can hold him now, Grey Wolf?
We do. Thanks for help. They not try break away again.
I hope not. Keep a close eye on them. They're in an ugly mood.
I watch them close.
Hey, Bill, where's Stumpy?
Huh? Well, I don't know. Should be over on the other side of the herd.
I haven't seen him for several minutes.
Grey Wolf, take charge of the herd. Let's go find Stumpy, pal. Get your rifle ready. Stumpy's in real trouble. The young buffalo bull finally made a full charge and gored the old-timer's horse. The horse went down, with the old fella being thrown from his saddle. Before he could get up, the bull gored him and then rolled on his chest. Stumpy's horse Maud is frantically trying to help her master. Now the bull is getting ready for another charge. The wounded man and horse make a desperate effort to protect themselves as the beast turns and charges at full speed. Then suddenly...
Bill, thank the Lord you got here. Bill, he's in bad shape.
Yeah, you said it. Henry, ride like the wind to the chuck wagon and call for a helicopter on the radio. Then tell Grey Wolf to stop the herd and bed him down. I'll stay here.
Bill, do you think he's... Well, he's hurt pretty bad, huh?
Yeah. You standing here doesn't help. Get moving.
Yes, sir. Up best... Come on, girl.
Easy does it, boys. Every bone around his chest has been crushed.
We're watching ourselves, Bill. Sit him down slowly now and slide the stretcher.
There we are. That's good. Okay, fellas, take off.
Hey, aren't you coming with us?
No, I gotta help the fellas get the buffalo herd under lock and key. We'll get to the hospital as quickly as we can. Get going now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Storm, there goes our old friend. I hope he pulls through this one. He's badly injured. Come on, Storm. Let's join the boys. And we'll have to take it easy, big boy. Old Maud isn't able to run any races. Come on, let's go. Come on, old girl. We'll take you where it's safe and warm. Have the fellas got the gates open, Grey Wolf?
Not right, Bill. Maybe we hold back now so animals not drive too hard and break fence down.
Yeah, pass the word.
I do plenty soon.
Henry, lay off.
Okay, Bill.
Hey, what's up? I just told the boys to hold back. The bison can drift through the gates and not crash into the fence.
Oh. How long before we can go to the hospital?
Right away. Here comes Grey Wolf.
Okay to go now.
Tom and boys lock herd inside fence. Everything plenty quiet after animals settle down in new home.
Now, that's fine, Grey Wolf. I'll breathe a lot easier now with those ornery rascals locked up.
Why didn't you go in the helicopter with Stumpy? We could have handled the herd.
I didn't want to take any chances with the buffalo as spooky as they've been. Being short two hands might have caused another accident. One's enough. Well, let's ride for Knotty Pine.
I'm sorry, fellas. I don't know any more than I did an hour ago.
We understand, Doc. How long before the crisis?
Perhaps an hour, day, week. I can't tell. He's very seriously hurt. That buffalo did an awful job on the old-timer.
We stay here until we know one way or other.
Make yourselves comfortable in the room across the hall. It's empty.
Thanks, Doc.
Bill.
Yes, Doc.
By old sound medical reasoning, the old-timer should have cashed in before he got here. Undoubtedly, his clean outdoor life is helping him fight. I don't know. There are a lot of things about this case I just don't understand. But I think you fellas have been doing a lot of praying for your old friend, right?
Yeah, we have. From the moment it happened, we've all been praying one continuous silent prayer. Whatever is thy decision, we shall humbly accept it, because your wisdom is perfect. Lord, the plea of our hearts is that Stumpy be healed and return to a normal life. Hear our prayer for Jesus' sake. Amen.
Amen. Almighty God, help our friend. Give him strength to fight and fight to live. God, if you want him to come home, then we obey your wish. But we want that he live. Raise him up if it be your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Lord, in Jesus' name we ask that you help the doctors to bring Stumpy out of this. Yes, we've ribbed the old-timer about his age and his jokes and about a lot of things. But really, Lord, we love him. We need his bright and happy outlook on life to lift us up when the going's rough. Please, Lord, if it be thy will, raise him up to be strong and healthy again. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. It's 7 hours since we talked to the doc. All they do is run in and out of Stumpy's room with all kinds of gadgets. It must look like a medical supply store in there. But nothing's happened. The old-timer doesn't get worse and he doesn't get better. How long's this going on?
Take it easy, pal. Seems like only several minutes to the people who are fighting for Stumpy's life. We must be patient. I know it's hard, but we're used to difficult jobs.
Yeah, you said it. Hey, here come Doc. Hey, he's smiling.
It's all over, huh, Doc? And you won.
No, Bill. We won. All of us working together as a team won the battle.
Huh?
We did all the work with the patient, but you fellas prayed.
Fellers can't make any corny jokes because I'll climb the wall if I try to laugh.
He's recovering all right. Right off, his ornery nature sticks out.
We're very happy to be sitting here talking with you, old friend.
Well, you can say that again. Boy, Stumpy, you sure gave us a scare. You hurt plenty bad.
You fellers don't know how happy I am to know I've got real praying friends.
What do you mean?
Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes, Sonny. Every once in a while I came to, but I didn't open my eyes. I heard the doctor and nurses whisper about how close to death I was. You fellers ain't fooling me none. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It warms my old ticker to know I got real friends who stick through thick and thin.
That's what friends for, Stumpy. Christian friends no good unless they pray for one another.
Well, I'll never forget this. Oh, sirree. Well, our time is up, fellas. We'll see you again tomorrow, Stumpy. Yeah, it'll be fine.
So long, Stumpy.
So long, Stumpy.
See ya.
Say, Bill. Yes, old-timer? How's Maud? What happened to her? She's all right. The gore she got was only a graze. The impact knocked her down. I've got her resting and taking it easy. It's fine. She's a wonderful horse. She tried to help me by fighting off that old bull. I know, Stumpy. Maud'll go on record as one of the great horses of the Ranger Service. We won't forget her heroic deed. That's good news, Sonny. Well, I'll sleep all right now.
Come in, Bill.
You want to talk to me about Stumpy, Doc?
Yes, I did. Bill, I don't know quite how to say this, but... Well, I'm not satisfied with the old-timer's progress. No, he's healing all right. His chest is slowly correcting the crush it took.
Yeah, I understand, Doc.
You mean you're of the same opinion?
Mm-hmm. I've noticed for several weeks now. His morale is good, but not aggressive.
I agree. He doesn't have a defeatist attitude. I'd rather call it, well, I don't know just exactly what I would call it, unless it would be to say that he acts like a tired old man dreaming about retiring.
Mm-hmm. I think you hit the nail right on the head, Doc. He's fighting to get well, but the old spark is gone. Sort of like a patched inner tube that's afraid of another blowout.
Very aptly put. But how can we get the spark back?
I don't know. It's a shame to let it go out or even just smolder. Say, Doc, let me take him home with me. Perhaps some good home cooking and homey surroundings will help him.
Stumpy, you're sure getting your old appetite back.
Yep, sure am, Sonny. Of course, that ornery varmint had to go and sit on my stomach and flatten it out, but I keep stuffing it best I can. That'll put it back into capacity shape, especially with Mom's delicious cooking.
Oh, Stumpy.
Man, Stumpy, the way you talk, you'd think Mom was the only good cook alive. Here, Bill, have some more meat.
Thanks, Henry. I think I will. Say, old-timer, how about walking down to the office with us? Henry will drive you back.
Yeah, how about it, Stumpy?
Well, I'd like to, Sonny, but once around the block and a little puttering in the backyard's about all I can handle right now.
Bill, what's wrong with Stumpy?
I don't know, pal.
I wonder same thing. He act like old man. Tired old man.
Yeah, that's about it. If his morale is high, he isn't sour about his accident. He just acts plain tired.
He not old-timer we once know. Stumpy never let age make him old. He always young in mind and heart.
Yeah, you're right. You fellas go on into the office. I'm going to stop in here and see the doc.
Okay, Bill. Let us know what he says.
I will. See you in an hour or so.
Bill. How's our old friend?
That's what I came to see you about, Doc. You busy?
Nope, be right there. Yeah, didn't get much sleep last night. Yeah, that's the life of a doctor. Guess you've lost many a night's sleep too, huh, Bill?
Yeah, lots of them.
Stumpy isn't making much progress, is he? Other than recovery?
No, I'm afraid not. Doc, are you sure he's physically all right?
Yes. I've x-rayed him from head to foot, and he's getting several different shots to build up his general health. Takes enough pills to choke a cow. He's doing fine.
But will he completely recover with his mental attitude the way it is?
Well, that's hard to say. In my opinion, that he won't. He'll baby himself, and, well, that's not what I want. He's got to stretch his muscles, put in some hard work, repair the damage done to them. I don't mean he should climb a mountain first thing in the morning, but it eventually should come to that. Bill, his full recovery depends on proper exercise and circulatory stimulation. The stimulation given with liver and iron shots doesn't take the place of the real thing.
Well, then moderate exercise, increasing to hard work, won't hurt him, huh?
It'll do him a world of good. If he doesn't, he'll be an invalid the rest of his life. He has to be willing to feel his pulse pounding in his blood vessels.
Well, I'll keep trying. Maybe in a few weeks he'll change his mind.
Well, I hope so. If he doesn't, you'd better buy him a nice rocking chair.
Have you got more papers to file, Bill?
Yes, pal. Here's a fistful. That ought to do it. Sure appreciate your help.
Well, that's okay. I get a kick out of filing papers, especially when I have to look for them again when they're filed in the wrong folder.
There we are. That's finished.
What are you working so hard at? You've been writing out half a dozen forms there. Oh, hello, Grey Wolf. Everything all right out in the barn?
Horses have enough food and water for a rest of day now.
I'm glad you're here, Grey Wolf, because I have something to tell both of you before I tell Stumpy.
Oh, what is it, Bill?
That sounds important.
It is. Henry, you wanted to know why I've been so busy with these papers.
Yeah, I was just curious.
These are Stumpy's retirement papers.
Bill, you're joking.
Am I? I've worked on them for 3 hours. Call that a joke?
But why?
I asked the same question, Bill. Why?
Why? That's obvious, isn't it? He's a tired old man and no longer of any use to the Forest Service.
You mean you're going to put him out to pasture just like that? No warning? No chance to recover? Just throw him out?
If he can snap out of it by the time the papers come back from Washington, I can stop his retirement.
How long that be?
30 days.
That sounds like a jail sentence. This'll kill the old-timer.
I suppose you think this is a barrel of fun for me.
You tell old-timer soon?
Yes, I'm going home now and tell him. Stumpy, I wish somebody else could tell you this, but I have to because I'm your boss. These papers I have in my hand. What kind of legal papers are those, Sonny? They're your retirement papers, Stumpy. I know you won't believe me when I tell you I'm your friend, and I'm sorry it has to be this way. So, you're putting me out to pasture just like an old horse, huh?
Papers won't be back for 30 days. My signature clinches your career. If you can improve yourself by the time the papers return, I won't sign them.
You figure I'm a tired old man and I ain't going to get well, eh?
I don't know the answer to that, Stumpy. You're the only one who does.
Is that right? Well, young feller, I'll show you that you can't throw me out of the Forest Service. In 30 days, I'll be running road races up to the tops of the mountains. What do you think I am, some old billy goat that can't eat tin cans anymore? You give me 30 days just like a judge. Now I'll make you eat those papers.
Henry, Grey Wolf, I don't want to argue about Stumpy. The die is cast, and that's the way it's going to stay.
Bill, I heard you pray for Stumpy to get well. I heard you plead with the Lord for his recovery. Why? So you could throw him out like an old coat? Maybe it would have been better if he died. At least you would have had the pleasure of breaking his heart.
Henry, you're talking out of line.
Is that so? Well, I've got plenty to say, and I'm going to say it right here and now. Why do you have to throw the old-timer out? Can't you keep him around and give him easy jobs? Bill, you're killing him by inches, and I think it's a dirty trick.
I agree with Henry. Old man worked hard many years and his faithful friend. That not mean anything to you? Why you not let Buffalo beat your chest flat and stick horn into stomach? Then we see how fast you recover. Fine reward, old friend, get. Bill, you wrong. All wrong.
I've been wrong before, Grey Wolf. But my decision still goes until I'm proved wrong.
Boy, how about that Ranger?
Hey, what are you fellas doing here? You're not off duty.
Well, the forest ain't gonna burn down with all the snow out there.
That's beside the point. You're not off duty.
We're taking time off to tell you we think Stumpy's getting a dirty deal.
Yeah, it sure is. What's gotten into you, Bill? You just can't give the old-timer the boot like this.
Tom, Paul, the rest of you, listen to me. I'm giving Stumpy a fair chance. Also, I'm actually doing him a favor. He's not fit for active duty. According to regulations, he can't retire for 2 years. But he'll get full retirement pay.
You won't have to pay it to him long. He'll die of a broken heart. Yes. You know the Forest Service is his whole life. Everything. It's a cheap trick, Bill. A cheap trick.
Yeah, all your words and arguments won't change my mind. I'm still the boss here, and what I say goes.
Come on, fellas, you can't talk to him.
That's right. Yeah,
I think I'll put in for a transfer.
Let's get out of here. See ya.
Grey Wolf, I've got an idea how we can beat Bill at his own game.
Oh, that good. I have idea, too. We put heads together.
Let's move Stumpy back to his own house. Then you and I will take turns helping him get back on his feet. The other fellows will help, too.
Oh, that plenty a good idea. And now I tell you secret.
Huh?
I have same idea. So I make phone call to doctor. He say old friend can take all the exercise he can get. Little at first, and then more. Doc say it only way old-timer get back on feet.
And you think it's a good idea?
It only way to help Stumpy.
Wonderful. Let's get started then. 30 days isn't a very long time, unless you're sitting it out in jail.
Take it easy, Sonny. This old body ain't what it used to be.
You haven't got an old body. The doc says your body's doing fine. All it needs is lots of muscle stretching exercises. Come on, let's do 3 blocks today.
Okay. I can take the 3 going all right, but I don't know about the 3 coming back.
Oh, you'll make it all right. If you can't, I'll carry you.
It'd be like a colt carrying an old horse.
You do half-mile walk plenty good now. We tried 3/4 mile today.
A few weeks ago, I could do 3/4 of a mile on a dead run. Now I'm not sure I can do it on a slow walk.
Oh, you stretch muscles plenty good, and they get strong and healthy.
Yeah, but if I stretch them too much, they'll snap like rubber bands. Hey, Paul, where's the fire?
Breathe deeper, Stumpy. You gotta push your ribs back out where they belong.
Okay, but I don't want the air pump to blow a gasket.
You're doing the mile walk in fine shape, old-timer.
Yeah, pretty soon I'll be ready to race Bill up the nearest mountain. Henry, get the doc. I got a terrible pain in my chest. Don't waste your time on me, fellers. I'm just an old fossil.
Nonsense. The doc says all you had was a muscle spasm in your chest muscles. Here, these hot packs will straighten it out quick as a bunny.
I'm beginning to think Bill's right, just like he always is.
Stumpy, you not talk like that. Discouragement is Satan's best weapon.
I know, but what's the use of avoiding the facts? My bag of bones just can't take it anymore.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Stewart. How are you, sir?
Just fine, Henry. Hello, Stumpy, Grey Wolf.
Good to meet you, sir.
Howdy.
Stumpy had a Charlie horse in his chest muscle. That's why we're baking him in hot towels. He'll be all right shortly.
Oh, glad to hear that. For a moment, I thought my trip was wasted.
Huh? What do you mean by that, Mr. Stewart?
Well, Stumpy, I've heard the news about your retiring from the Ranger Service, and, I want you to come and work for me as Chief Ranger. I got a lot of private forest that, needs expert care. You can name your own price, Stumpy. I want your experience and knowledge to protect the thousands of dollars I got tied up in trees.
You ain't joking, are you, Mr. Stewart?
Oh, I don't joke about things like this. What do you say?
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm sure tempted. Give me a week to think it over. By that time, my 30 days will be up.
You do fine, Stumpy. We walked 3 miles at almost double time.
Yeah, I'm kind of pleased with myself.
You keep wind good after you run block. I think you make fine recovery.
Thanks, Sonny. Hey, here comes Henry like a bunny with a burr in his toes. I wonder what's up.
We know plenty quick.
Boy, am I glad I found you guys.
What's up, Sonny?
A big brown envelope just came in the mail for Bill. It's from Washington, and this is the 29th day.
Well, now's the time for a showdown. Let's go. I'm ready. Well, hello, fellas. Hey, Stumpy, you're looking fine. Never mind the hogwash. Tomorrow's the 30th day, and that's why I'm here. You're still going to throw me out of the Forest Service? Well, what's the big grin for?
Yeah, I don't see anything funny about this.
Stumpy, you're not going to be retired. Huh? The papers are still here in my desk drawer where I put them after I talked to you. Here, take a look.
But what was in the big brown envelope?
Just a supply of new reports. While you're catching your breath, let me explain. Regulations say that when a man Stumpy's age is disabled 90 days or longer, he must be retired for safety reasons. I didn't want this to happen, but I knew if I extended sympathy, it would happen, because you were hurt pretty bad. So I had to put the old fighting spirit back into you, old friend. The doctor gave up, but I didn't. Well, I'll be a horn-toed polecat. How'd you know I could get fit as a fiddle in 30 days? You're a ranger, aren't you?
Oh, boy, that was a rough one. Bill sure knows how to handle his men. Yes, sir, even after they've been gored and rolled on by a buffalo bull. See you next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Last week, in order to get the part of a husband in a picture, I invited a movie producer to the Burns home and pretended to be Gracie's husband. We convinced the producer that I was a dull, uninteresting married man. Sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? We also convinced him that George was an irresistible lady killer. So he forgot me and hired George to play a wolf. This news has just been released, and so for further details, we take you to the NBC newsroom.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dick Joy reporting your last-minute news. Flash. Movie producer Lawrence Sherwood dropped a bombshell on Hollywood tonight when he announced that the most coveted screen role of the year, that of the wolf in the new Betty Grable picture, would go to a sensational new screen lover, George Burns. Friends of Sherwood had expected him to cast Bill Goodwin in the role of the wolf who chases Miss Grable, a part which Goodwin has rehearsed for years. Says Luella Parsons.
In my humble opinion, a picture starring George Burns should have everything. It'll need it.
Says movie producer Georgie Jessel.
Many new ideas have come out of the war. Casting George Burns as a wolf is a Revolutionary War idea. It would have been a great idea during the Revolutionary War.
When told that her new leading man would be George Burns, Betty Grable had this to say.
Jim, did you hear the news on the radio? Sherwood has just announced that he's co-starring you with Betty Grable.
Really? He must be out of his mind. I'm no movie star.
But you can be, dear. You're loaded with sex appeal.
Oh, don't be silly. Let him get some guy like Gregory Peck.
Oh, pooh. How can you compare a peck to a man who has it by the bushel?
Oh, forget it. I'm not for pictures.
George, have you ever studied yourself in the mirror and seen how really handsome you are? That straight nose, that square jaw, those perfectly formed chins.
Yes, I'm gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean it. You've got everything any leading man on the screen has. I'll prove it to you. Just name one.
All right. Charles Boyer.
Charles Boyer. What's he got?
What's he got? How about those eyes?
You've got just as many.
It's not how many. It's what he can do with them.
Well, there he's not even in the same class with you. One look from your deep, smoldering pools of passion would make a woman forget her husband. Look at me.
I'm looking.
Come closer, Fred.
Fred?
Yeah, oh. Now, you see, you made me forget my husband.
Gracie, look, granted I might have a certain amount of charm, but could I handle the acting part of a picture role?
I knew you were going to say that, and I'm ready for you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a little scene here that I wrote just for you. You run the entire gamut of emotions in it.
Oh, Gracie, I'm not...
Oh, what's the matter? You afraid to find out how good you are?
Well, all right. Give me my part.
Here. Now, you play a soldier who has just come back from the war. You have a beard and a bandage around your head, and your eyes are all bloodshot. They'd look gorgeous in Technicolor.
Yes, I can see it all now.
All right, I speak first. And give it everything you've got, George.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, my darling, you're home. Home at last. After all these months of waiting, hoping, praying. Tell me, darling, quickly, are you all right? Are you all right?
Yes.
Oh, you've been shot. Yes, I can see it. You're wounded. Oh, my poor dearest. Where did they get you? Where?
Here.
It doesn't matter. I'll nurse you back to health. You'll be well and sound again, my love. You shall have every care. I'll never leave your side for a minute. You'll never be alone again. Never, never.
Gee.
Seeing you again is so wonderful. Oh, darling, I'm afraid I'm going to cry. No, I mustn't cry. Laugh. That's what I should do. Laugh. See, George, you're dynamite.
That settles it. I'm going to call the producer right now and tell him to forget it.
Oh, but George.
Oh, I'm not for that.
Come in.
Well, there you are, you little double-crossing picture stealer.
Bill,
Why, if you try to be Grable's leading man, they'll laugh you off the screen.
What do you mean? Wait till they see that physique and hear that voice. Why, George is a combination of Johnny Weissmuller and Frank Sinatra.
Well, you're right. He sings like Weissmuller and he's built like Sinatra.
I don't want
to think that you beat me out of a picture. You know, this ruins my career. I might as well throw myself in the ocean.
Oh, Bill, you wouldn't do that.
Yes, I will. And tomorrow they'll find me washed up on the beach. Me and a dead mackerel side by side. The only two things in the world that have less sex appeal than George Burns.
Bill, I've been trying to tell you, you can have the part. I'm going to call Sherwood and resign.
What?
Sure, you're the man for the part. You're so talented, so handsome, so charming. What am I?
You're so right. Grable deserves me. And let's face it, who can love Bill Goodwin better than Betty Grable?
Bill Goodwin.
See you later.
Hand me the phone, Gracie. I'll call Sherwood and resign.
Oh, George, wait until tomorrow. I have the strangest feeling you'll change your mind. So that's why I called you, Meredith. We've got to convince George that the public demands him.
Well, how can I help?
Well, by getting all the men in your orchestra to write George fan letters.
Well, I don't know about all of them.
Well, just ask those who know how to write.
Okay.
Well, you write some, too. And all my girlfriends and I will write some.
Good.
And then I'll hire a couple of 100 bobby sockers to wait outside tomorrow and tear George's clothes off.
Oh, that'll sure make him a romantic figure.
Well, it will if I hide his long underwear tonight. Now, let's get busy, Meredith.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
I have a tremendous amount of mail for your husband this morning.
Oh, I know. I wrote most of it. I hope it wasn't too heavy for you to carry.
Oh, no. My muscles laugh at heavy weights. They call me the W.C. Fields of the post office.
They do?
Yes. I can carry such a tremendous load. But why should you write to your husband? Aren't you two on speaking terms?
Oh, yes, but I'm trying to make George a big picture star, and I want him to think these letters are from fan clubs. Say, maybe your wife could organize one.
My wife?
Well, yes, she's quite a club woman, isn't she?
No, she uses her bare hands. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, George, look at these letters.
What are they?
Oh, they're fan letters, darling. Letters from adoring women, all clamoring to see you on the screen.
Oh, go on.
Well, now here, look, I'll read one. Now, listen to this. My dearest, darling dream boy, when I heard that you were coming to the screen, I kicked my husband out of the house, and now I keep your picture beneath my pillow.
Well, maybe she just wanted to get rid of her husband.
It's signed Mrs. Walter Pigeon.
Well, I'll be darned.
Oh, now look, here's another one. Dear Super Wolf.
Super Wolf?
Yes, you're our joy boy. You great big gorgeous hunk of oomph. And from now on, we will see only your pictures. Signed, George Burns Fan Club, formerly Van Johnson Fan Club.
Holy smoke. No one could be this big a success overnight.
Well, you're not an overnight success. You forget that for years people have listened to you on the radio.
That's right.
Are eagles hatched overnight? No. First, eggs must be laid. George, today you're hatching the eggs you laid on the radio.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Gracie. I'll go over to the studio and talk this thing over with Shirley.
Oh, good. Here's your coat. Now be careful and don't let the Bobby Sockers mob you.
Oh, don't be silly. If this were 20 years ago, maybe.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Holy smoke. They're here. Hundreds of them.
Uh-huh. What did I tell you?
But I can't understand it. If this were 10 years ago, maybe. I'll look again. Gee, if this were a couple of years ago, maybe.
You better go out there before they tear the house down.
Okay. What the heck? Maybe they like men in their late 20s. Okay, girls, come and get them.
This is Dick Joy from the NBC newsroom again, ladies and gentlemen. Police riot squads were rushed to the home of George Burns a few moments ago when hundreds of berserk bobby sockers fought each other for a glimpse of their latest idol. Questioned as to the secret of his amazing new power over women, Burns refused to comment. But federal authorities are investigating the possibility that he's been able to harness atomic energy in vitamin form. Skeptics are now getting on the bandwagon, says Luella Parsons.
More power to you, George Burns.
Says Georgie Jessel.
Producer Sherwood's going to play up George Burns' talent in this picture. Well, that's different. Why didn't he say he was going to use Gracie?
Her curiosity aroused by this wave of popularity, Betty Grable asked to have another look at Burns. Said Miss Grable.
Oh, Meredith, our scheme worked. George has been rehearsing with Betty Grable all afternoon.
Certainly sounds like he's arrived.
Oh, yes. But there's one thing that worries me.
What?
After a love scene with George Burns, will Grable be content to go home to Harry James?
That's the point.
George is probably the only man living who can out-kiss a trumpet player.
Those trumpet players are sure something, all right. One of them tried to kiss me once.
You, Meredith?
Yeah. She was with Phil Spiltalny. I say she was with Phil Spitali. Now, let me see. Her name...
George!
No, I think her name was Agnes.
No, I see George coming up the walk. Oh, I can't wait to take him in my arms. My big, handsome movie star.
I'll just slip out the back way.
Darling, here's a kiss.
Please, dear. You'll smear my makeup.
But, George, I'm so happy to see you.
Must we have a display of emotions? I've just come from the set, and really, I'm all kissed out.
Oh, sit down and rest, George. I'll have dinner ready in a jiffy.
Sorry, dear. I'm dining with Lana Turner.
Oh, well, will I see you after dinner?
No, the publicity department has arranged a full evening. I'm attending a concert with Deanna Durbin, dancing at the Truck with Rita Hayworth, a cigarette at Ciro's with Lauren Bacall. Then a little smorgasbord with Ingrid Bergman.
Won't I see you at all?
Well, if you care to peek in at the Brown Derby around midnight, you may watch me stir my coffee.
Oh, will you stir it? I thought you'd have Esther Williams swim around it.
Please, dear, don't be de trop. Entree.
Well, George, did you go to the studio and resign?
Resign? Me? And let the whole motion picture industry crash?
What's with him?
Oh, I'm afraid he's gone Hollywood on us, Bill.
What is it you wish, lad? My autograph?
Autograph? George, it's me, Bill.
Oh, George, stop being ridiculous. We're your friends. You don't have to high-hat us.
Well, if I'm not appreciated around here, you may send my bags to the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
If we do that, what'll hold up your eyes?
Oh, you big player.
Oh, Bill. Bill, what am I going to do? I've lost him. My home is collapsing. Oh, Bill, you've got to bring him back to his senses.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's beyond my help, Gracie. From now on, George won't listen to anyone who isn't a big shot in pictures.
Yeah. Say, that's an idea. I know just the man. Georgie Jessel. He's not only a big picture producer, but he's an old friend of George's. He wouldn't want to see us break up. He's been a family man himself. So often.
Well, Gracie, you better hurry over to 20th Century Fox and see him.
Oh, hello, dear.
Good evening, Grace.
George, look who I brought home with me.
Yeah. Hiya, George, old kid. Gosh, it's great seeing you again, Pelsy.
Have we met before?
Not met before. This is Jessel, Georgie Jessel. We grew up together in New York.
New York? Oh, yes. A settlement on the East Coast.
Yes, a small village with a few cows and 7 million people. Now, you know darn well who I am.
Wait now. I do have a vague recollection. Weren't you connected with the theater? An usher, perhaps?
Now, look, George, we worked in vaudeville together.
Indeed. And to think that I, a great star of the cinema, was once a mere vaudevillian.
And believe me, there was nobody mirror. Gracie, will you tell him who I am?
Oh, darling, you must remember Georgie Jessel, one of the greatest vaudeville stars of all time. How could you forget the man who used to get down on one knee and sing Mammy?
Jolson, Gracie, Al Jolson.
Oh, that's right. Well, darling, you must remember Georgie Jessel, one of the greatest vaudeville stars of all time. How can you forget the man who used to pop his eyes out and sing, If You Knew Susie?
That was Cantor, Eddie Cantor.
Oh, that's right. Well, darling, you must remember Georgie Jessel, one of the greatest vaudeville stars of all time. How could you forget who... Georgie, what did you do?
I was a big, fat, blonde woman, and I sang Some of These Days.
Well, this has all been very interesting, Mr. Hessel.
Hessel? Jessel, J. J, as in what? You're the biggest one I've ever seen.
Genius is spelled with a G, Mr. Pestle.
Oh, go away from me, Pestle.
Well, I should be off to the studio. I'll go inside and put on my spats and green beret. Ta-ta.
Ta-ta? He certainly has blown his top, hasn't he?
Yeah, isn't it awful pretending not to remember anything about vaudeville? Well, that's the biggest thing in his whole life.
Well, of course it was. Ta-ta. Wait a minute. Say, that gives me an idea, Gracie. Once a vaudeville trooper, always a vaudeville trooper. Now, you just take your cue from me.
Yeah, but what are you going to...
And, Gracie, as I was telling you, we'll be the biggest thing that vaudeville ever had. Here's the billing. Jessel and Ellen. That's what we'll call the act. Now, we open in one, you see. Right away, you come out to hit you with a baby spot.
Jessel and Ellen? What's this?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested. Ta-ta. Go to the studio. Now, look. As I was saying, Gracie, to hit you with a baby spot. Now, the orchestra goes into...
Wait a minute. Are you planning a vaudeville act?
That's right, yes.
Well, you see, you'll be busy at the studio, dear, and I have to have something to occupy my time.
Yeah, but I had
Come on, Gracie. Now, look, I'll sit down at the piano. We'll try out the opening.
Okay, I'm ready.
One bright and guiding light that taught me wrong from right I found in my mother's eyes. Say, Gracie, speaking of mothers, a funny thing happened to my mother in Cleveland.
Oh, really? I thought you were born in Buffalo.
Look, I got a better joke in that spot. Much better joke.
Now, wait, Ta-ta. What do you picture actors know about vaudeville? You take it, Gracie. Go ahead.
Those baby tales she told,
Atta girl.
that road all paved with gold, I found in my mother's eyes.
You're going to open with that thing?
Yeah, why not?
Well, you ought to open with something peppy, like boom, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows.
Oh, wait, please.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, the
Hey, Ta-ta, get out of here, will you, please? You are annoying the artist. Okay. Just like a wandering sparrow, one lonely soul. Don't make a movie.
Well, gee, I just thought I'd help.
I'd walk the straight and narrow to reach my goal. Come on, Gracie, let's take the finish together. God's gift sent from above, a real unselfish love, I found in my mother's arms.
Oh, that'll be great. I'll tell you what we'll do for an encore. Look, for an encore...
Hello? Yeah, oh, just a minute. George, it's Betty Grable.
Oh, hello, Betty. Look, kid, don't bother me now with that picture. I haven't got time. Yeah, but Betty, you can get somebody almost as good. Get Flynn or Bogart. Goodbye. Now, look, I've got a great recitation for the encore. You two hum, and I'll show you how it goes. When a man does a wrong, he goes right along, and the world soon forgives and forgets. Let a girl do the same, and her head's bowed in shame, and her life is the life of a girl.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach, the Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a research wagon.
That's some fan, isn't it, honey? Feel that cool air.
Is it a good make? I've never heard of it.
Costs half what the others do.
Oh.
It's good. See what it says on the base? Okayed by Renard Testing Laboratories.
Oh, that's kind. John, the blades are wobbling. Turn it off.
What's that?
Hurry, it must be loose. It's perfectly flying apart.
We're rolling right along, May. How do you like those new tires now?
You paid so little for them, dear. Are you sure they'll stand up?
I got a good bargain. Why, these tires we're riding are okayed by the Renard Testing Laboratories.
Renard Testing Laboratories? Well, I knew there were lots of new testing laboratories, but I never heard of...
Oh, they're okay, I guess. Hey, the wheel feels funny.
What's the matter?
Well, it feels like a soft tire.
Slow down. Slow down.
The tire!
Blow out! Look out! That tree!
She's out of control!
All right, Marie. Let's start using our new stove. Yes, ma'am. But I ain't never heard of this kind of stove before. I asked the gas company man, and he ain't never heard of it neither. But you've heard of testing laboratories, haven't you? Oh, sure. Yes, ma'am. They tell you if the stove is good or not. Well, see here on the side of the stove? It says okayed by Renard Testing Laboratories. I ain't never heard of them neither. Oh, don't be so suspicious of bargain prices, Marie. I like the oven. I'm feared, ma'am. That gas, it don't sound like it's coming out right. Oh, get out of the way. I'll do it. Now, there. It's lit. You see, I told you.
Got that letter finished, Miss James?
Last line, Mr. Reed.
You wanted to catch the afternoon air mail delivery, Reed?
Yes, actually.
All ready for your signature, Mr. Reed.
Hey, Reed,
Don't use that pen you got.
Why, hasn't it any ink?
I just got me a new one, and I want you to try it. Here, ain't it a dandy?
It looks okay, but does it write?
Oh, Casey, you're kidding. That's what a pen's for, to write.
This case isn't kidding, actually.
Huh?
Why, sure I was, Mr. Reed.
Pen doesn't write.
It doesn't, but
That's what a pen's
for.
Yeah, I know. This one doesn't. Here, give me the regular pen. I'll sign.
Golly, I can't figure it. It was such a swell bargain, too.
Well, there are bargains and bargains, actually.
But it's over in Snake's Reed. Look at what it says in the barrel of the fountain pen. Right here next to the clip.
Okayed by the Renard Testing Laboratory.
You see?
See what?
Well, okayed by the Renard Testing Laboratories, that's what. Holy crow, that proves it's a good pen.
But it still doesn't write.
Axford, there are lots of fine testing laboratories in this country where experts give products a thorough checkup. Well, their approval means something.
Sure, that's why I bought this pen.
I know most of them, but I never heard of Renard Testing Laboratories before.
You didn't?
Do you know whether they're honest like the others?
Well, golly, gosh, they got to be, Reed. They put out a monthly magazine telling you all about what to buy and what not to buy. You get it free.
You got the magazine with you?
Well, Mr. Reed, I'd better drop this letter in the mail chute now.
Oh, yes, do that. This book. Oh, here's an interesting page about fountain pens. Oh, Miss Case.
Yes, sir?
When you return, will you ask Gunnigan to come in?
Gunnigan? Yes, Mr. Reed.
Well, you can see they got me pen listed here under good...
I also see they have one of the best fountain pens on the market listed bad, actually.
Well, good gravy, Reed. You ain't implying them rendered facts ain't correct, are you?
You got this booklet free, eh?
Yeah. Holy crow, Reed. There's lots of these booklets for the consumers to peruse. They tell you how good the stuff you're buying is.
Yeah, I've seen them, and they're all absolutely on the level. Except this one.
Ah, you're bats, Reed. How can you tell?
Well, right from this very page, actually. First, your pen is called good when actually it's worthless. Second, this other fountain pen listed here receives approval from honest testing laboratories. And yet here, as I told you, it's labeled NG.
But, golly, the name of this outfit sounded so important. And the booklet. There must be thousands of people get took in like me.
I don't doubt it.
Here he is, Mr. Reed.
What's up, Reed?
Oh, here, this booklet. Actually, we just got gypped on a fountain pen bought on this booklet's recommendation.
Renard Testing Laboratories. Huh? Who are they?
Ever hear of them?
I thought I knew most of them. This is one I missed.
They didn't miss Axford. They scored a bullseye on him.
The way they list products, I'd say it's a phony.
Chase a reporter out on this, Gunnigan. It might lead to something.
Okay, Lowry's not busy. Should he go right to this testing laboratory?
Not immediately. First, I want him to go to this outfit.
Which?
Right here. And the fountain pen concern that's listed is no good.
No good? Why, that outfit makes one of the best in the country.
Exactly. I want Lowry to find out why their product is blacklisted here. I'll go with you. Lowry in the city room?
Yeah.
We'll make sure he understands how I want this handled.
Well, big brain, here's your pen. Go ahead, take it. It's yours. And if you want to know what to do with it, there's the wastebasket.
Ah, golly, Casey, I still can't believe it. When I look at where it says okayed by the Renard Testing Laboratories, I can't believe Michael Axford fell for a racket gag. Golly, it looks so kind of impressive.
You'll learn different when Lowry comes back.
Hey, I just thought of something.
You? Oh, don't tell me you started thinking at your age, Axford.
Maybe the pen's okay. Maybe I just forgot to put ink in it.
There's ink in it.
I just pulled the little lever to make certain. But, golly, it won't come up. It's stuck.
Keep trying.
I'll get it up close to my face so I can see better what I'm doing.
Not too close, Axford.
Golly, I'm tugging at the ink lever with all my might. But it still sticks.
Axford, don't point it at your face.
Ah, what's the difference?
That's why, you big lug. You got ink all over your face.
Holy crow, look at me tie. It's ruined.
Nice jaws, Axford. Right in the wastebasket.
I should have thrown it there in the first place. Now I got to get myself all dry clean.
What for? Those crooks took it to the cleaners already.
Ah, Casey, if Lowry don't get the goods on them crooks, by gravy, I'll give him a baiting up myself.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I tell you, they're crooks.
That's what the Sentinel believes, Mr. Hammersmith. We're checking on this Renard outfit.
My company makes as good a fountain pen as any in the country, and yet they have the colossal impudence to give it a no-good rating.
That's why I'm here. You say this Mr. Renard came to see you with a proposition?
He did. On the surface, a legitimate proposition. On the surface, mind you.
What was it?
Renard owns this so-called testing laboratory. He puts out this monthly free booklet extolling certain products and condemning others.
Has a pretty wide circulation, hasn't it?
Of course, it's free. Well, Renner told me they'd like to test my pen. I told him it had been tested and approved by the best in the business.
What did he say then?
He threatened me.
Threatened?
Oh, it was veiled, but a threat nevertheless. He said for $5,000 our product could get the okay of the Renner testing laboratories. If not, they'd test it anyhow and
inform their readers that your pen was no good. I get it.
Exactly. Practically blackmail.
Has he cut into your business by this booklet?
Well, I must admit it has hurt sales.
Say, do you know whether this Renard really has a laboratory?
I don't know. I suppose so.
I wonder if all the products they call okay are as bad as the pen expert got stuck with.
Oh, there are good products and bad. Cheap and excellent. You can't blame a manufacturer if he wants his product to get the okay from some testing laboratory.
Yeah, I guess Renard makes a nice thing of this.
Why not? It's too bad his threats weren't more definite. I could take him to court. As it is, well, he guarded his words too carefully for that. And besides, the law takes a long time to get moving.
Well, thanks, Mr. Hammersmith. Guess it's my cue to take a powder.
Oh, you're leaving? Back to the paper?
No, not yet. First, I'm going hunting for a fox named Renard. $2,050.
$2,050.
$4,800.
$4,800.
And $2,400.
$2,400.
Okay, total that up. I'll put it in the safe.
Yes?
Mr. Renard? Well, who wants him? Oh, that's a stack of bills. Just exactly who are you and what do you want? Mr. Renard, I came here to test something. Oh, well, that's different. Miss Hanson, take care of the rest of this.
Yes, Mr. Renard.
You've heard of the Renard Testing Laboratories? Yes, I've been looking through your booklet. You must have quite a laboratory to do complete tests on all the products listed here. What did you want us to test? Could you show me through your laboratory first? I see it's right through this door here. One moment, that's private. Don't have to grab my arm. Sorry, but we allow no one in our laboratories. There may be a delicate experiment going on. Now, just what do you want our laboratories to test? I understand you charge $5,000 for testing. We do. $5,000 must pay for a lot of tests. That price includes publication of results in our monthly booklet. It's given free to the public, so it costs us quite a bit.
The money's in the safe, Mr. Renard. Here's the total amount.
Hey, $40,000. You do a good business.
You're not supposed to look at these figures. For the last time, what do you want me to test?
I thought you and your partner Denby could test a theory for me.
A theory?
What kind of nonsense is this?
You test everything else.
What theory?
One I got from the city editor.
City editor?
A newspaper.
Right, from the Daily Sentinel. And the theory is that you're making a racket out of this.
Get out.
Sure, but first I'll take a look at your laboratory.
Leave that door alone.
You can't go in there.
A testing laboratory.
Get away from that door.
A little late, Renard. I saw the inside of that room.
Get out of here.
That room was as empty as Axford's head. If you test merchandise in there, you would do it by instinct.
Mr. Renner can explain that.
Of course I can.
Make it fast.
We, Denby and I, merely use that room as a storage room. We don't actually test in there.
You're telling me.
That's right. But you see,
we have another plant which we use for a laboratory. It's,
Where?
Well, it's,
It better be good, Renard. I have a date to tell the boss what I know, and I know plenty.
Hey, Gunnigan! The demon reporter. Did it take you all afternoon to cover a simple yarn?
It's a yarn, and it's not so simple.
You got something?
Gunnigan, that guy Renard is working a racket, or I'm the Flying Dutchman.
You saw his laboratory?
A room labeled laboratory. When I opened the door, it was as bare as Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
Reed's gone home to his apartment. I'll get him on the outside phone. Keep giving me the story.
Renard is a partner named Denby, and they're collecting plenty. I saw the girl shove $40,000 plus in a wall safe.
Yeah? Keep going.
Hello?
Reed? Gunnigan. Lowry got some dope on that testing outfit.
Oh, Renard?
Lowry says there's no laboratory at that outfit.
They say it's out of the state.
They rake in the money. They gave Lowry the yarn that the testing is done in another state.
I see. They're making much money?
Cleaning up. Lowry saw them put over $40,000 in a wall safe.
40,000, huh? All right, Gunnigan, take his story and keep it in reserve. We may need it when the Sentinel cracks this racket yarn.
You mean if, Reed?
Have it your own way, Gunnigan. If we crack it. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye.
When and if we crack the racket. Gunnigan doesn't know it, but that racket is going to be cracked. Starting right now. Cato.
Yes, Mr. Brett?
I told you about that Renard testing laboratory racket, Cato.
Yes, sir.
That was Gunnigan on the phone. Lowry brought back the information I've been waiting for. Those crooks claim their laboratory's out of the state where the police can't touch it. Well, that puts it up to us.
The Green Hornet?
I want the mask and the gun. We're going out in the Black Beauty.
I'll get them.
Oh, one more thing, Cato. I want a stethoscope. A doctor's stethoscope.
I don't understand.
You get it first. I'll do the explaining while the Green Hornet is on his way to rub out this racket.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. As soon as darkness descended over the city, Britt Reed opened a secret panel behind his clothes press. Followed by Cato, he made his way along a narrow passageway within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to a supposedly abandoned building in which stood the gleaming, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
The Black Beauty's in perfect shape, Cato. Tires, oil, plenty of gas.
It's all checked, Mr. Britt.
The Black Beauty's amazing speed has saved the Green Hornet many times, Cato. It mustn't fail tonight.
No, sir.
It's a good thing that doctor friend of ours knows you're a chemist, Cato. Otherwise, you might have wondered why we wanted this stethoscope.
Yes.
While you went for it, I made several phone calls. Renard and Denby have been informed that the government is interested in their firm. I gave that impression, keeping my voice disguised. I also took a look at their monthly magazine.
Yes, sir.
A fountain pen manufacturer named Hammersmith has been blacklisted in their booklet. We're calling on him.
Where are you going?
Cato, the Green Hornet is going to play those two crooks one against the other. After we call on Hammersmith, they'll get even more panicky than they are now.
The superpowered car roared to life as Britt Reed stepped on the starter. Then it slid out into the deserted side streets, a swift-moving shadow that once more carried the Green Hornet on his errand to aid justice.
This is Hammersmith's home, Cato. Come along.
He's alone?
Hammersmith is a bachelor. He lives alone. You understand what we're to do?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
You've got to make it look as if he's being tied up very firmly. Actually, I want him to be able to release himself in time to call the police.
I understand.
Make sure your mask is fastened securely. Here's his door. Give me the weapon. You diluted the gas enough so that he won't lose consciousness?
Yes, sir.
Here he comes. Keep to one side. I want him to see me first.
Yes? What?
Inside.
2 minutes.
Get inside. Move.
What's the meaning of this?
Close the door. There's your phone.
That mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Hurry. Right, pull the trigger now.
Yes. Yes, in here, the library.
So you wouldn't pay the 5,000 Renard asked, eh?
5,000? You're in with Renard.
You know how to deal with stubborn men like you, Hammersmith?
They sent you over.
Are you going to kick in with that money?
No, it's a racket.
In that case, I'll let you have it.
You can't shoot me in cold blood.
If I pull this trigger, Hammersmith, you'll get nothing but gas.
Gas?
Enough to render you unconscious till we can safely get you out of here and over to where Renard is waiting.
You can't frighten me. I won't go.
I'm sorry, but don't take it.
Gas, I can't breathe air.
Help me lift him into this chair. That's it. Now tie him up.
Yes, sir.
Now tie him up.
Yes, sir.
Now that he's unconscious, I can phone Renard and tell him just when to expect Hammersmith.
Britt Reed raised his voice purposely. He knew that Hammersmith, while unable to move, was still able to hear what was being said, because Cato had lessened the effect of the gas. As soon as the call was completed...
Come outside. I want to look around before we take him.
As Britt Reed and Cato left the room, Hammersmith watched them go and...
Taking me over to Renard, huh? If I could only move, get these bonds loosened, let the gas... Aye. can move. Must be wearing off. Close to the phone now. My hands, if I put a little more pressure. It's loosening. That's it. Only one hand. I put the phone down and dial. Got to hurry. Hurry. Don't they answer? What's wrong?
Police headquarters. Doyle talking.
Listen and pay attention. The Green Hornet's got me.
Green Hornet? Say, who's this talking?
This is Hammersmith. He's taking me over to Leonard's testing laboratories.
Hammersmith, the guy who makes fountain pens. We'll be right over.
No, not here. To Leonard's laboratories.
Yeah, I got that.
I haven't much time. The Hornet will be back. He's in with them. They're racketeers. You've got to get there, understand? They're going to do something. I don't know what.
The desperate man's folks hurried into the telephone. Drift Reed and Cato listened in the hall. You're in, Cato. That gas was just weak enough for him to phone police headquarters.
Yes, sir.
I hate to put Hammersmith in a position like this. He's a fine man. But it's the only way to catch those racketeers. And if Hammersmith knew it, he'd be only too glad to help.
I understand.
But that would mean he'd learn the true identity of the Green Hornet. And that's impossible.
He's finished, Mr. Ritz.
Now, raise your voice, Cato. We don't want him to know we overheard every word. All right, we can take him now. Nobody waiting outside. What in the world?
You're back so soon.
Tried to reach the phone, eh?
How do you know?
Then move. It won't do you any good.
What are you going to do?
What I'd intended doing from the first. You're going to Reynolds.
Hello? Michael Axford speaking.
Hey, Axford. You've been looking for something from headquarters for a long time. Now, I got a special scoop for the Sentinel.
Who's talking?
Who do you think? You lame brain ex-detective.
Connie, is that you, Doyle? I didn't recognize you when you were so polite. What's your scoop?
Remember who's doing you the favor?
Sure, Doyle, sure. Don't the Sentinel always play ball with you when we get a lead for the police?
Okay. I'm coming by your way in a squad car.
Who's the tip about?
The crook you've been after since you pulled into town.
Sugar and snakes. You mean the Green Hornet?
Who else? Sure, it's the Hornet. He's in with the racketeer named Reynolds. Want to go along?
Holy cow, you darn tootin' I want to go. You're going to have company when you go to Reynolds.
Okay. What's the trouble?
Hey, Louie, get your clothes on. We're going out.
Axford, will you leave me alone? What are you calling me for?
Guys, just give me a scoop.
Scoop, huh? Chocolate or vanilla?
Johnny, will you brush the cobwebs off your mind? It's a scoop on the Green Hornet.
So what? I'm not even... What? The Hornet? The Green Hornet?
That's what I'm telling you. Dyke is going over to Reynolds' laboratory to nab him.
Reynolds and the Hornet. Boy, that is something.
We'll be over to pick you up in 5 minutes.
I'll be ready in 3. I ought to be a fireman the way I got to get dressed. Green Hornet, huh? Come on, Gunnigan, answer the phone. Is everybody asleep?
Hello.
Gunnigan, get your shoes on and get over to the paper.
What for?
There's a story and it's due to break.
I recognize that yapping voice of yours, Lowry. If this is a gag...
It's not a gag. I know you don't hold on the lobster ship to the Sentinel.
You're darn right I don't. Nothing ever happens this time of night.
Plenty's going to happen, Gunnigan, plenty.
Yeah? Name it.
It's the Green Hornet. He's due to be at Reynolds' testing laboratory, and your little reporter's going to be there with him.
What? Why didn't you say so? I'll keep page 1 open.
You keep page 1 wide open.
What is it, Reynolds? What's up?
About time you got here, Denby. We have to cover up.
You said something on the phone to me about a tip.
All I could say, it's Hammersmith.
What about him?
Someone called. Said he was coming over with a bunch of government men.
What?
They're going to grill us plenty.
But how can they? They've nothing on us.
We listed his fountain pen in our booklet. Called it no good.
Well?
That pen's been government tested. They can prove we've been working a racket.
Leonard, if we work fast, we can convince them we've made an honest mistake in this particular case.
That's what I called you for. We're cleaning out the safe. Miss Hanson's inside now.
Who called you?
I don't know. But whoever it was, we owe him a debt of thanks.
For the contents of the safe, Mr. Reynolds.
Hand them over, Miss Hanson.
I'll take the check.
Be careful of them. They're more important than the money. They're the checks of people we're forced to pay us.
Well, that's all. You better go, Miss Hanson.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night. Now, you take those checks and beat it. I'll talk to Hammersmith and the government men.
Wait a minute. Miss Hanson forgot to close the safe.
What? Oh, that little fool. She knows the government men will demand that I open the safe. If it's already wide open, they'll realize we've been tipped off. There we are. Now, you beat it, Denby.
All right.
Don't destroy those checks unless you hear from me. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Hand them over. Mask. Those checks. You're the Green Hornet. I've seen pictures of that mask in the papers. I'll let you have it.
A gun. No,
you... Slip away, huh?
No. Gas. You shot me. I saw you deliberate cold-blooded.
You'll recover very soon, Denby. Soon enough to meet certain people. Right. Go through his pockets. Hurry.
Is unconscious?
Yeah, he should have some checks on him somewhere.
Yes?
Yeah, I'll take him. Come on.
What's the commotion?
Grab him.
Mask, what have you there?
I came for you, Renard.
I'll get you first.
Stick up, huh? Missed that time. Now it's my turn. Drag him inside here. Hurry. Renard almost got me. Didn't have time to use the gas weapon. I had to hit him.
Is this all right?
Yeah, it's fine. Close the door. Where's the safe?
It's locked.
I thought it would be. That's why I told you to bring that stethoscope. You have it?
Yes, sir.
From Lowry's description of the safe, I knew it'd be one like this. A stethoscope amplifies sound, Cato. You place it against the safe.
Mr. Bert.
Yeah, what?
A window. A car's coming.
Can't help it. I gotta get the safe open. I can hear the clicking through the stethoscope.
Hurry, please.
It's going as fast as I can.
They come fast.
The safe must be open before they get here.
Here's the place, Doyle.
Yeah. Here, Axford, you know how to handle a gun.
I'd rather use me fist knife.
Take it, you sap. This is the Hornet we're after.
Here's the door. There's a light on the inside.
Snakes, it's open.
We'll head for the inside office.
Doyle.
Huh?
Holy mackerel. Here's a guy tied up.
Golly, he's got a handkerchief tied over his face so he can't see.
We'll have him untied.
Wait a minute. These nuts.
There. Holy crow, it's Hammersmith.
The gag. Here, I'll take it out of your mouth so you can talk.
That's better. He brought me here, tied up.
Where is he now?
I heard noises inside that door.
The inside office.
Can you walk, Hammersmith?
A little stiff, but
Quiet.
I can hear them talking inside.
Golly, listen.
Come on, Denby. Get up. Get up. Lend me a hand on
The four outside moved closer as Denby and Renard discussed what had happened to them.
Who came in here?
It was a Hornet. He gassed me.
The Hornet? What did he want?
Did he gas you?
No, clipped me on the jaw.
What did he want?
From what I've heard, just one thing. He wanted to share of our racket.
He said so?
No, but the Hornet's reputation proves that. Besides, he took nothing.
That's right. Renard!
Huh?
The checks, they're gone.
What?
Gone. They were in my pocket. It's empty. The Hornet took them.
They won't do him any good.
He can use them against us. They're proof we're holding up certain manufacturers for $5,000 apiece.
Don't try nothing.
Took my life with you.
Hammerstein. Stand where you are.
Why, of course.
We heard your cooks talking.
Is that so?
Every word.
That's very interesting. But unfortunate for you, you can't hold us merely by what you overheard.
You're running a racket.
Are we? What are your facts?
Holy crow, we heard you talking about the checks in the...
Checks? Sure, the ones the Hornet took.
I don't know what you're talking about. But if you'd like to look at our safe and see for yourself we have nothing here...
Go ahead, open it up. But from the slick way you're talking, we ain't got nothing in there to grab you on.
We have enough. What we heard is proof in any court.
We can give you a battle on that.
Here's the open safe. Now...
Holy crow, there is something in there.
Get away.
No, you don't. You opened it and it stays open.
Hey, Doyle, look at this. Here's checks from all the manufacturers these crooks put the screws on. Renard, you fool. That finishes us.
Testing laboratory, huh? Blackmail, that's what it is.
Blast that Green Hornet. He did this.
Yeah, I guess he wanted the racket field to himself. Yeah, look at this note, Doyle. It's from the Hornet.
Note?
Super snakes. Where was it, Lodi?
In the safe with those checks.
Well, golly, go ahead, read it. What does it say?
Nobody runs a racket in this city without hearing from me.
And it's signed the Green Hornet?
Yep.
Holy crow, Lodi. That sure proves the Green Hornet's the biggest crook in the country. Look at what he says. There ain't a racket going on, but what he don't have his finger in it.
You're telling me, Axford. And now it's time for us to tell Gunnigan he can tell the world in the Daily Sentinel.
Caught by police as Green Hornet escapes. Read all
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. This drama concludes our Green Hornet series of programs to the Mutual Broadcasting System. Next Tuesday night, however, at this same time, Ned Jordan, Secret Agent, will be heard over most of these stations. Consult your local newspaper for the exact time for Ned Jordan, Secret Agent. Field and Farrington speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
VintageRadioshows.com.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The stirring deeds of the Lone Ranger have become legends throughout the western United States. The masked rider of justice struck terror to the hearts of the lawless who preyed upon the law-abiding citizens of the Old West. And now, once more, the thunder of silver hoofs lead us down the trail of adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Donald's waiting for us in the town of Green Tree. We must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that he was riding toward Green Tree. A number of mysterious thefts had been committed in the town. The identity of the thief was unknown, but suspicion pointed toward 20-year-old Cole Williams, who was employed in the local bank by Jason Rudd. As our story begins, we see young Cole after he's returned home from a day at the bank. He is attempting to comfort his mother, who has heard the alarming news.
Oh, son. I can't believe that Banker Rudd would charge you with such a thing.
Now, please, Ma, don't take it like that. I ain't the prowl thief that's been working around town.
I know you ain't, Cole. I'd trust you to my dying day. But the way they handle justice out here these days, there's many an innocent man framed for another's crime.
I don't want to go to the meeting if you're going to cry this way. If you haven't faith that I'll be proved innocent, no one will have.
There now. I'll be all right, Cole. I know you ain't a thief.
I know you're a good, hard-working lad that's done everything a boy could to help his ma. The good Lord won't let more trouble come to our family. He knows we had more than our share.
Things are going to be all right. Mr. Rudd, the banker, and the sheriff and me are going to talk to old Baldy Bronson tonight.
Oh, are you?
Sure. I told you we'd be discussing the robberies and coming to some sort of understanding about them tonight.
Baldy Bronson was the best sheriff this county ever had.
He sure was, and he still has the best thinking head of any man around here. If his legs wasn't paralyzed from that spill he had, he'd still be sheriff.
Well, you tell Sheriff Orson and Baldy that you've been home every night when folks lost their cash, and you can prove it by me.
I'll tell 'em, Ma.
Why'd they suspicion you in the first place?
Mr. Rudd said it was because most of the folks that was robbed was ones that had just drawed cash out in the bank. And I'd be in a position to know just who they was.
Well, that's a pretty thin reason to suspect a man of stealing.
Of course, there's no reason to suspicion anyone else. No one else would know who the folks that drawed money was.
Except Jason Rudd himself.
He wouldn't do it.
Of course, Baldy'd know. His house being right near the bank, and he's sitting on the porch most of the time.
Not him, Ma.
I don't suppose he would. Thanks.
Well, I'll go to the meeting. Don't you worry no more about it, Ma.
I'll trust in the Lord.
Oh, Ma, what about that Injun that wanted to water his horse?
I see where he's still out front. Well, maybe he's hungry.
If he is, I'll send him in. I suppose the next thing that'll happen will be that folks will criticize us for always helping a pilgrim.
Well, we can't afford it. But on the other hand, we can't turn no man away.
I'll be home as soon as I can get here, Ma.
I'll be waiting for you, Cole, and trusting Baldy Bronson to find a way to locate the real thief, to clear you of any suspicion.
Bye, Ma.
Bye.
Get all the water you wanted, Injun?
Me, thank you.
You want some victuals? You hungry?
No, me go now.
Well, good camping and good luck.
Get him up, white fella.
Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, had overheard the conversation between Cole and his mother. When he rode away, he determined to repeat it to the masked man. In the meantime, Cole left for the home of Baldy Bronson, next door to the bank. There he found Jason and Sheriff Kurt Orson waiting for him.
Evening, Mr. Rudd. I'm here, just like you said.
Close the door and come in, Cole. We got some serious talking to do.
Yes, sir. I reckon you're aiming to ask me about the robberies, ain't you?
No, we ain't, Cole. We're forgetting about them for a while. We got something a heap more serious than that to talk about tonight. Baldy here'll tell us about it.
Son, you ain't heard anything about bank robbers being around this district, have you?
Nope, I can't say as I have.
Reason we're sidetracking them small thefts is because there's bank robbers west of here.
Oh.
They've been working over this way, and Jason's worried.
But what's that
got... Baldy suggested it'd be a good idea to hide the bank's money.
But it's in the safe.
From what we hear of these hombres, a safe don't stop them. They use blasting powder and blow it up if they can't unlock it.
Gosh.
Baldy thought we'd better take the cash out of there and hide it.
You letting me know about this?
Why not? You work for me, don't you?
But you suspicion me of stealing cash from some of the folks in town.
Oh, it wasn't that, Cole. I just said you knew who drew money from the bank.
That's a little different than you said afore.
You just didn't savvy, Cole. Forget it.
Better get on with the plans, Jason.
Yeah, Sheriff. We plan to hide the cash in the back closet of the bank, Cole. It's most all folding money, so it'll be easy to handle.
The back closet? But that ain't even got a lock on the door.
That's why the crooks never think to look there.
I see.
And we're the only four to know about it.
That's right, Baldy. You and the sheriff here's got to know, in case of trouble with robbers. And if I was hurt or anything happened to me, Cole would have to be able to get the money.
Yeah, that's so.
Well, then, I reckon that's all, gents. Me and Cole go over to the bank and take care of moving the cash tonight. Thanks for your suggestion, Baldy. I don't know what we'd do without you.
Won't them outlaws get a nice surprise if they do show up? They'll be madder than a bunch of wet hornets if they blow open the safe and find it empty.
The following morning, Jason Rudd rose early and opened the bank an hour before the usual time. He went at once to the place where the money had been hidden and discovered that the cash box had been stolen. He rushed to Sheriff Orson's home.
Sheriff! Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff! Sheriff Orson, wake up. Come on out here.
Did it work, Jason? Did it work?
Worked as slick as silk. The cash is gone.
Come on, then. Baldy's the man to call on next.
By thunder, I gotta hand it to Baldy. He worked out a scheme to catch Cole Williams with a good.
Well, I'll go with you right now. I'll get my breakfast later on.
I was so blamed anxious to see how the whole scheme would work out that I got up with the sun.
It won't be hard to pin the guilt on Williams. Inside of 10 minutes, I have a confession from him.
That ought to be easy. I didn't steal the cash, and I know you didn't steal it. And Baldy couldn't steal it.
Well, wait till we see what Baldy has to say about it. There he is, right on the front porch. Same as usual.
Yep. Hi there, Joe.
Morning, Mr. Rudd. Come here, Jason. I got things to tell you.
We're coming.
Joe, you can go on about your business now. We ain't needing you for a time.
All right, Baldy. Let me know when you want me to tote you back to the house.
I will. Set yourself down there, Sheriff Orson.
Well, thanks, but we gotta
make an arrest, Baldy.
So the cash was stolen?
Yep, box and all.
Well, Williams did it. I seen him.
You did?
Yeah, I was sitting close to the window watching for him. If it wasn't him that stole it, it was someone that looked a heck of a lot like him.
Couldn't see well in the dark, could you, Baldy?
No, but it was a man the size of Williams.
We'll tell Cole that you seen him good and clear. That'll help to break him down. And there won't be no question about his confessing.
And handing back the cash money he stole.
Now we check with Baldy. We'll go call on Cole. This'll end the petty thieving that's been going around town, all right.
After hearing Tonto's story, the masked man had made the acquaintance of Cole and his mother in an effort to solve the theft in the town. We see him with his Indian companion alone in the big kitchen of the Williams home the same morning.
Being friends with the Williams folks will give us a good start at solving these crimes, Tonto.
That's right.
I'm glad we came here first thing this morning.
Here's some breakfast, piping hot, stranger.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams.
There. There now, fall to and eat your fill. I sure feel in good spirits this morning. What's happened just goes to prove that it's good judgment to put your trust in heaven.
That's right, Ma. It wasn't half an hour after you said that last night that Mr. Rudd showed that he trusted me.
I don't suppose you men have heard of outlaws working this way. Bank robbers.
No, we haven't.
You not think us bad fellers?
Sakes alive, no. I don't judge a man a crook just because his face is masked. My goodness, look at that mystery rider.
Who?
Why, that man that rides the white horse, the one they call the Lone Ranger. He travels masked.
Oh.
I reckon there ain't no outlaw about him.
Baldy Bronson sure has a smart head on his shoulders, Ma. I told you last night when I come in how he planned a scheme to trap the bank thieves, or at least to fool them if they come to town.
Yes, you told me about the scheme, Cole. There's one thing I didn't savvy.
What's that?
If they figured the thieves would strike at Mr. Rudd's bank, why didn't they leave someone on hand to watch it?
Gosh, that's an idea.
Seems to me that would have been a whole lot better judgment than just to hide the money so the robbers couldn't get it.
Well, I reckon they didn't come last night anyhow. I didn't hear no blast, did you?
No.
And Baldy Bronson said they blows the safe up with powder if they rob a bank. Don't you think we'd have heard that?
Seems like.
There seems to be a group of people coming toward the house.
Oh, maybe they got word about the thieves.
I'll open the door and see who's there.
There's quite a few riders in that group.
Why, there's Sheriff Orson.
Yeah, and Mr. Rudd and a couple of deputies.
They're coming here, Cole. They must have word of the thieves.
Reckon they have.
If you don't mind, we'll step into the other room where they won't see us.
But, stranger...
Come, Tonto. I don't want to explain my mask right now. We go. Here, Mr. Williams. Take these extra plates. Put them away.
Well, all right.
Hiya, Sheriff.
Here, come on, boys. You staying where you are, Cole.
What's the matter, Sheriff?
We ought to lynch the coyote.
Watch out, see you don't slip out the back way. Leave that door open.
Oh, what are they talking like that for?
Gosh, I don't know.
They talk like they wanted you again.
But they can't. I don't know what this means.
We want you, Williams.
You robbed my bank.
And you're going to jail first.
What are you talking about?
We've been suspecting you for some time, but now we got you trapped so you won't be able to get away.
But,
You
Sheriff...
stole the money from the bank last night, and you were seen doing it.
Seen? The bank? I never did. I never stole a thing. I was not in the house last night.
There must be a mistake, Sheriff. Mr. Rudd. Cole was right here at home all night. I can vouch for it.
You boys look around. See if we can find any sign of the cash box. That whole scheme last night, Cole, was just a trap for you.
Why, Sheriff, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. Don't try to pull the wool over our eyes.
We've got you now.
We suspected all along that you was the one done this thieving around town.
But I didn't, I tell you. I didn't. I never stole a thing from anybody.
You stole money from the bank last night.
That's not true.
Baldy Bronson had the idea. He figured we could trap you by making you think there was an easy chance to steal the bank's money and have some outlaws from another county get the blame for it.
Yeah, so we let you in on the plan.
There never was no bank robbers. Reckon that surprised you some, didn't it?
I didn't take the money.
Hey, Sheriff, look at what I found. What's that, Jake? Looks like a cash box to me.
It is. It's the box the money was put in.
All right, Williams. That's enough. Are you going to confess or we have to get rough with you? Where'd you hide that money?
I didn't hide the money. I didn't take the money.
That cash box hid under the stoop is evidence enough.
I never
That's
stole...
the box the cash was in. You took the money out. Where'd you put it?
Talk, you little sneak thief, and I'll make you wish you had.
Where's my money?
I ain't got it. I never had it. I don't know nothing about it.
Ain't no use trying to deny it. There's just 4 men knew where that cash was hid.
I didn't take it. I don't know where it went. I don't know who took it.
All right, boys, take him to jail. He'll talk before I'm done questioning him.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Baldy Bronson, ex-sheriff of Green Tree, originated a plan to trap the thief who had been stealing sums of money in town. Cole Williams was permitted to know where certain bank funds were hidden. Then when they disappeared, he was jailed for the theft. An empty cash box found beneath the steps of Cole's home seemed to complete the evidence against him. But the Lone Ranger and Tonto, convinced of the young man's innocence, returned to town that night.
We'll call on Baldy Bronson, Tonto. He'll be able to tell us a lot about this scheme that trapped Cole Williams.
Him, Sheriff, long time back.
Yes, and he was a good one, too. There aren't many men like Bronson.
Him get bad hurt in fall.
His legs were paralyzed, but it hasn't made him bitter as it would most men. He's been content to watch things happen around him.
Oh.
There's his house right ahead. Baldy will tell us the truth.
That's right.
I'm not convinced that Cole Williams is the crook.
Maybe Sheriff crook.
I'd believe Sheriff Orson's crooked as soon as I would Cole Williams. Oh, Silver. Oh,
I thought it.
Oh. I'll go up and take a look in that window first, Tonto. I want to make sure no one's in the house with Baldy.
Better you talk to him alone.
Yes. Here's the window. Quiet now. There he is, sitting by the stove.
Him alone?
Yes.
What you ask him?
He's shrewd and understands the situation in town as well as anyone.
That's right.
I don't see anything in the man who runs his errands for him.
That not matter.
Go back, Tonto, and stay with the horses. Man up alone.
You want Tonto, you call him.
Very well, Kimosabe.
Who's there?
A friend.
Open the door and walk right in. Why, what the... You're masked.
You're Baldy Bronson?
Yes, but who the Sam Hill are you?
I'm here to ask you for the truth about Cole Williams.
Are you the fellow that rid away from his place this morning?
Yes.
You get out in here. I ain't have nothing to do with a masked man.
I came here to get your opinion about Cole Williams.
He's guilty. That's all there is to it.
Have you any proof of that?
I seen him last night. I seen him going right by my window heading for the bank.
It was pretty dark last night.
My eyes is good. There ain't many men around here his size.
What about the sheriff?
It's not the sheriff. I know that.
Why are you so anxious to see Cole Williams found guilty?
I'm anxious to see a crook jailed, that's all.
You helped frame Williams for that robbery last night.
I admit this much, stranger. Tain't none of your business, but I'm admitting it. I did lay out a scheme to trap him, and he was trapped. He stole the cash from where Jason Rudd hid it.
Sometimes facts are not what they seem.
What are you getting at?
It would have been easy for someone else to have stolen that money and put the cash box under Williams' porch.
You got any ideas?
Other men besides Cole Williams knew that money was to be hidden.
I don't know nothing about that, stranger, but the facts stand as far as I'm concerned. Williams was suspected of having stolen money around town, and what he done last night proves it.
His mother says he didn't leave the house.
You ever yet seen a lad's mother that wouldn't lie to save him from jail?
Oh, Baldy,
Hey, now, stick your hands up.
Take it easy.
Keep him covered, Joe. I hanker to find out who this masked man is.
Yeah, well, we'll find out pronto. He been making trouble for you, Baldy?
No, he's here for information. But it looks to me like he's in cahoots with Cole Williams.
Lucky thing I come. Just dropped by to see if you wanted me to fetch you anything before you turned in for the night.
Yeah. I want my pipe over there by the stove.
I'll toss it to you. Don't you move, stranger. You're covered. How about your tobacco?
I got that right here. Now then, stranger, suppose you take that mask off and let us have a look at your face.
I came here for your help, Baldy, but you don't seem willing to give it to me.
If you were a friend of Cold Williams, let me give you some advice.
Yes?
Don't interfere in things that ain't your business. Now take off that mask.
I don't think I will.
Take it off. You heard what Baldy said. Take off that mask, or I'll take it off for you.
You drop them guns. Joe, look out!
What
Get the gun, Tonto.
You get him.
Dad, rat it, Injun.
Joe, don't let him lick you. Hold him, you.
You're covered. Stay right where you are.
You'll pay for this. You'll pay.
Here, Silver. Get your horse, Tonto.
You won't get away with this. You just wait.
I learned what I wanted to know, Baldy. Thanks for the help you gave me.
Down square things for this.
As the Lone Ranger rode away, Sheriff Kurt Orson was questioning Cole in an effort to make him tell the hiding place of the money he was accused of stealing.
We got the boxes in. Now you may as well confess.
I didn't take it. I ain't done nothing to confess.
You want me to get real tough with you?
It won't matter if you do. You got me locked in jail already for a crime I never done. I was to home last night.
You deny you went to the bank?
Yes.
That shows you're lying. By your own admission, you went there with Jason Rudd to put the cash in that closet.
But I mean...
Now you say you wasn't there at all.
I was there with Mr. Rudd. I didn't go back there after that.
So you got the cash while you was there the first time?
No, that ain't it.
Then how did you get it?
I didn't. Oh, what's the use? There ain't no use of me denying that I stole it. You got me framed airtight. You wouldn't even believe my ma. She told you I was home all the time.
Hey, deputy. Tell whoever that is that I'm busy. Ain't going to be disturbed.
Let me see the sheriff.
He's busy, Joe.
Busy or not, he's got to come. Williams' masked partner just left Baldy's house.
What's that? What masked partner?
Sheriff, come on fast. Baldy's needing you.
What for?
Cole had some pards, a masked man and a redskin.
Them two.
What's that? What about them, Williams? Who are they?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I do know who he's talking about, but I don't know who they are.
One of them is on the same horse that rid away from Cole's house when you put him under arrest.
I remember. He was hid inside the house. What do you know about him?
Nothing.
Well, he's the one we want. He's like the one that got the cash Cole took.
Well, come on then. Get some men and start out after him. And Redskin knocked me down. The masked man threw guns on us.
Deputy. Yes, sir. Keep a close watch on the prisoner. Don't let no one get to talk to him. And don't let no one in this building.
All right, boss.
Likely this masked man will try to bust Cole out before he squeals. And you ornery bank thief, you count on being busted out. That's why you won't squeal.
No.
Well, come on, Joe. We'll go hunt this masked man.
You don't need to.
What? You...
Stranger, you're in trouble to your neck.
I have you covered. Don't move fast, Sheriff.
That's him, Sheriff. That's the critter.
Oh, a gun on me, will you? Well, by thunder, you'll pay for it. You'll pay if it's the last thing I see done.
I'm here to show you the real thief. And it is not Cole Williams.
Who is it, then? Name him.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I'll have to show you and show you proof. That's why you're coming with me.
Like fun I am.
Come, you too, Joe.
But see
Hurry.
here,
There's not a great deal of time. I want you too, Deputy.
Me?
Yes. Just to make sure you don't cause trouble, I'm going to rope you all together and take your weapons. I'll need your help, Williams.
But, stranger, don't let yourself in for a term in jail. There ain't no way you can help me. Some dirty rat's been framing me, lying about me, and they done a complete job of it.
We'll see about that. I'll take these keys. Stand back. Keep your hands where they are.
You won't get far.
Come out of there, Williams. Take their guns and rope them while I keep them covered. We have to get Jason Rudd to come with us.
Joe, the sheriff, and the deputy were roped together. Then, guarded by Cole Williams, they were forced to accompany the Lone Ranger to Jason Rudd's home. The masked man, guns in hand, aroused the unwilling banker.
Come with us and without argument.
Say, you can't get away with robbing a man out of bed at gunpoint.
We'll discuss that later on. You're coming with me. Cole Williams is outside.
Cole Williams? You mean he's out of jail?
Yes. The Sheriff, and his deputy are there also, and so is Joe.
What the Sam Hill's taking place?
One of the Indian guards is going to strike at the real criminal within the next few minutes, and you're all going to be on hand to see it.
Rudd was added to the small group. Then, at the command of the Lone Ranger, they mounted and rode toward the home of Baldy Bronson. Just before they reached their destination, the masked man gave them the word to dismount.
Pull up here! Come the rest of the way on foot.
No.
Quiet now, all of you. You'll have no choice. Come on. I spoke of an Indian god. I meant the god of fire. Behind that house, you'll see my friend Tonto. He's waiting for the signal from me.
Now, look here, stranger. I can still deal lenient with you if you don't go no further.
We're going all the way, Sheriff. I'm taking desperate measures, but I know no other way to convince you of the truth. You wouldn't believe me if I didn't show you.
Show us what?
A man who prowled this town in the night, stealing from those who drew money from the bank.
Cole Williams.
No, it wasn't Williams. It was the man you've all trusted. The man who lives in that house. Baldy Bronson.
What?
I knew you'd doubt that.
Why, I took care of Baldy ever since he was hurt. He can't walk.
Baldy knew who drew cash from the bank. He lives right next door. Baldy's the one who suggested setting the trap to frame Cole Williams.
You're all wrong, and I'll show you if you let me go speak to Baldy.
Not just yet. I went there to speak to him, thinking he'd know more about the situation than anyone else in town. I looked through that window to see if he was alone. He was. Baldy was sitting by the stove cleaning his pipe. I went to the door, and in the meantime, he had left his chair and crossed the room. Because a little later on, he asked Joe here to get him his pipe from the stove.
That's a cooked up yarn. Ain't a shred of truth.
Very well. Then you'll need more convincing. You'll get it. All right, Kimosabe.
What's that redskin going to do?
Watch and you'll see.
He's setting fire there.
Burn it,
Setting fire.
Look at
Watch closely.
He'll be burned alive in there.
There we are. If I'm wrong, Tonto will get him from the house in time.
You'll hang for this.
Cut the ropes, Cole. We need the hands.
But, stranger...
Cut those ropes.
All right, if you say so.
I'll release you, Sheriff. Here's your gun.
And the first thing I'll do is...
Steady. I'm still covering you.
Check this. The house is on fire! He's running!
He's coming out alone.
He can walk! Look at him!
What about it, Sheriff?
If this don't beat all...
And look what he has in his hands. What's he trying to save?
The money bags. The bags I put in the bank last night.
Come on, Deputy.
What's the masked man?
Never mind him. There's the man we want. Hold on there, Bronson. You're under arrest. Why, you tried to trick me. So you've been the crook all the time. Ain't a thing you can say to offset the evidence of that money.
That fire. If it hadn't been for that, you never would have known. Yes, I can walk as good as any of you. I could never be sheriff again. That's why I did it. I confess the whole thing.
You ornery coyote.
I'm lawman enough, Sheriff, to know any defense is useless. The use of my legs come back, and I kept still about it, figuring a way to make me rich. There's your money, Jason.
Shucks, as for that sack, now that it's served its purpose, you can keep it.
Keep it?
Mean to say you ain't looked in it since you stole it last night?
No. Why?
I didn't like to trust to the law trapping Cole Williams and getting back the money, so I didn't put cash in the box. I put in blank paper instead.
And I get catched in my own trap, trying to steal blank paper.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's trouble ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hair. H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compact, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first on the docket?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a pair of newlyweds. And here they are, Mr. and Mrs. Frank Goodell. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for Elgin American Compact. Thank you. And if you say the secret word, you win a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector that sells for $129.50. It's a common word, something you always have with you. You two are newlyweds, eh? Right. Mrs. Frank Goodell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're not related to John Goodell.
That's what I know.
You're the blushing bride, I take it.
I'm the bride.
Mr. Goodell, if I'm not too impudent, how old are you?
53.
And you're a newlywed, huh?
That's right.
Took you a long time to find a preacher, didn't it?
Didn't find a preacher. He was a judge.
What were you up on, a traffic rap? And how old are you, Mrs. Goodell?
I'm 58.
Well, you don't look it. And,
to be honest.
Well, you don't have to be honest with me, huh? I won't be honest with you, and How long ago was this knot tied?
4 days.
4 days ago. Was the knot tied good and tight?
I hope so. I think so.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's too tight the way he looks right now. Maybe stopping his circulation. Who attended the wedding, Frank?
Oh, the judge and the court clerk.
Where were you out? Bowling? What do you do for a living, Frank?
I'm an attendant at the Brentwood Hospital.
Mrs. Goodell, are you working?
I work there, too.
Oh, you both work there. And you met her in the hospital. How did it happen?
Oh, I just bumped into her somewhere around there on the ground. Just don't remember.
You bumped into her on the ground?
I met her somewhere. Quite remember.
What were you, crawling along? Can you fill in the details of the first meeting, Mrs. Goodell? It must have impressed you, I imagine.
Well, he isn't altogether right.
About anything?
Well, about our meeting.
Oh.
Because it happened...
I thought you were going to say he wasn't all together and let it go.
No, I just mean that that isn't altogether the way it happened. A mutual friend of ours, a lady, came to me and said to me, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Who was crawling along on the ground?
She didn't say that. And
what did she
said,
say?
I want to bring him over to your house. And as I go, I'll say, Frank, get her telephone number. And, of course, if he's done it 2 times, he'll try it on me. So, all right, I wrote the telephone number very carefully for him. And then from there, we waited for things to happen.
What did you say when you proposed to Mrs. Goodell?
I just said, let's get married.
Did he tell the truth, Mrs. Goodell?
Well, no, it didn't happen quite like that.
Your two stories don't exactly jibe, Frank.
Oh, well, I get all twisted up, you know.
Yeah. Well, when she gets you home, she'll unravel you, I think. Well, in spite of my being so nosy, I hope the wedding bells aren't as cracked as I am, Frank. And we want you to have some perfect Christmas gifts from our sponsor.
For Mrs. Goodell, a gift any bride will enjoy. This lovely engraved dresser set by Elgin American.
That is beautiful.
And what have you got for Frankie boy here, huh?
And Mr. Goodell, for your ideal Christmas gift, Elgin American's hand-engraved sterling silver cigarette case that holds 20 regular or 16 king-size cigarettes.
Well, Frank, let's get back to your marriage, shall we?
Sure, okay.
Well, you don't have to be so enthusiastic about it. Now, after the honeymoon, did you carry her over the threshold?
No, but I'm thinking about it.
Well, that's good enough, I think. Now, Mrs. Goodell, what particular advantages are there in marrying late in life? I mean, you get companionship.
Companionship, yes, indeed.
Security. You have anything to add to that, Frank?
Not a thing. Everything she says is right.
Haven't you any ideas of your own about why it's nice you got married?
Oh, sure. Clean clothes. Someone to cook for me and play
Clean
canasta.
clothes, huh? You could have married a laundromat, you know.
Someone to play canasta with.
Good thing he isn't crazy about football, huh? You might have married Red Grange, huh? Red Grange. That'll give you an idea of the last time I saw a football game. Now, what's been your biggest thrill, Mrs. Goodell?
I think the fact that we are married. When I met
that's a very sentimental answer. Very pretty. Now, what about you, Frank? What's been your most thrilling experience that you can remember?
When I shot my first deer.
You know, you've got more romance in your little finger than you have in all the rest of your body. Well, it's certainly been nice having you here, and we want to best wishes to both of you, from all of us. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $2,000. But first, I want you to pay attention to this.
Oh, hello? Of course I was asleep. What's keeping you awake all night? I know you have to mail it tomorrow to reach her for Christmas. Send a compact set like your Elgin American. Anyone would adore it. All right, so I'm wonderful. Now go to sleep. Good night.
Don't lose sleep over your gift list. Use that wonderful idea, a matching exquisite Elgin American compact and cigarette case to thrill any woman. Add the matching lighter to impress her even more. These very fashionable sets are great values. Start at just $9.95. $6.95 for Elgin American's companion American Beauty set. Come in sterling silver, too. Tomorrow, buy these stunning compact gifts with matching cigarette case, lighter, or both with the prestige name women prefer, Elgin American.
Okay, now see if you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. You're going to play the Elgin American game, you bet your life. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected major cities of the world as your category. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much you going to try?
5.
In what country is the city of Leipzig?
Poland. Oh,
One answer between you now. No, I'm sorry. It's Germany.
They now have $15.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 15 will you try?
5 more.
5 more. In what country is the city of Prague?
Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia is right.
Now they have $20
All right,
again.
now you're back where you are. Here's your third question. How much of the 20 are you going to risk?
10 of it.
$10. In what country is the city of Sheffield?
England.
England is correct.
They're on the way now. They have $30.
You've got $30. How much you going to try? $10. All right. And what country is the city of Warsaw?
Poland.
Poland is correct.
And they wind up with $40.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now stick around. You're still in the running for the big question.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still hair.
It is.
And our next couple may say it. They've been in a waiting room off stage, and here they come. A postal clerk and a housewife selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Mrs. Carrie Wolf and Mr. Jack Nelson meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins the 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Jack Nelson. How are you?
Fine.
Jack Nelson, I knew you were the postal clerk. You had that baggy look about you. Where are you from, Jack?
I was born in Mississippi.
Uh-huh. And what zone number?
Oh, they didn't have zones in those days.
Mrs. Carrie Wolf? Yes. Where are you from, Carrie?
I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. About 10 minutes ride from the river on a streetcar.
Any particular river?
Mississippi.
Oh, the Mississippi. What does your husband do, Carrie?
He's a chemical salesman.
Chemical salesman?
Yes.
What kind of a salesman is that, huh?
Oh, he sells all kinds of chemicals.
Well, then I guess he's a chemical salesman. Huh? How'd you meet him?
Well, I met him at a picnic. And he said if I had a bathing suit, I'd go in swimming. So I told him I'd loan him mine. He weighed 120 pounds, and I weighed 204. So,
and what were you wearing?
I didn't go in the water. I didn't want to get my hair wet.
Well, Mrs. Wolf, you said hair, and that's the secret word. George, tell her what she wins.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. Now, Mrs. Wolf, you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
Jack, tell me, who do you work for? Insufficient postage.
United States Post Office.
You work for the post office, but who's your boss, then?
Well, the Postmaster General.
Don't be so sure, you know. The way things are going in Washington these days, you're liable to find your boss as the Postmaster Admiral. So what do you do as a postal clerk?
Well, I sell money orders. I work in the register section and sort mail.
Sort mail. Tell me, do you run across some pretty interesting confidential letters?
Oh, I never read letters.
Well, then I'll never waste my time writing you a letter. Are there any new postal regulations we should know about this year?
Yes, there's one important one.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, that is to put 2 cents on all unsealed Christmas cards instead of 1.5 cents.
Mm-hmm. Just put a 2-cent stamp on it? Don't you have to put the address on it? Now, posters do. That's you. Tell me, Mr. Nelson. Maybe you don't read letters, but I'll bet you read what's on the postal cards, don't you?
Well, only the ones addressed to myself.
This baby is on to me. You mean you don't even take a little glance at other people's postal cards?
No.
Well, how do you know where to deliver them? Now, tell me, Dead Letters, I presume the Christmas season is your busiest time. Do you have any advice for our listeners that will make your work easier?
Yes, they could address all letters plainly and be sure that all packages are tied securely and mail the letters early.
Can you read mail when you hold it up to the light?
No.
Oh, you've tried it, huh? Well, it's been interesting having you here, and we want you to have the perfect Christmas gifts from our sponsor. Fenneman?
For Mrs. Wolf, Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And for Mr. Nelson, Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look. Something to show off.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life for $2,000. You run your $20 into more than the other two couples, and you get the chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The newlyweds won $40.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of states as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
How much you going to try?
10.
$10. All right. What is the capital of Colorado?
Denver.
Denver is correct.
Groucho, they have $30.
Don't forget, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the $30 will you try?
25.
Is that all right with you, Jack?
Yes, that's fine.
All right. What is the capital of Utah?
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City is correct.
They're climbing, Groucho. They have $55.
And here is your third question. How much of the 55 are you going to try?
52.
What about you, Jack? You've got something to say about this, too, you know.
About 50, I think.
50? Is that all right with you, Carrie? All right. Now, what is the capital of South Dakota?
Pierre.
Pierre is correct.
Now they have $105.
All right. You've got $105, and here's your last chance to beat the other couple. Now,
105.
you're going to bet Is that all right with you, Jack?
Yes, that's fine.
105. What is the capital of Arkansas?
Little Rock.
Little Rock is correct.
And they wind up with $210.
All right, Carrie. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $2,000 question. But right now, listen.
Jingle bells, jingle for the girls. Oh, what joy it is to get Elgin American's gorgeous pearls.
That's a woman's theme song this Christmas. Elgin American's new and fabulous simulated pearls are a joy to receive and wear. Make the most luxurious gifts for the most reasonable price. Pearls have a beauty that's always in fashion. And Elgin American pearls have the beauty never seen before. They're a revelation in quality, luster, clasps. Come distinctively gift boxed, even jewel boxed in metal for her dressing table. Yet all this complete superiority costs just $2 to $20 plus tax. See chokers, ropes, bracelets, earrings, strands for children and teenagers, too. Buy them tomorrow for the gift supreme. They're the simulated pearls of all time, the values of all time. Magnificent Elgin American pearls.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $2,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
The postal clerk and the housewife with $210. And the secret word is still hair. Our final couple is coming in from their waiting room. Perhaps they'll say the secret word. We invited some physical instructors to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, the studio audience selected Mr. Karras Kern and a high school boy, Jules Kirker, to be his partner. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, Giants, to the Elgin American Club. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. So you're a physical instructor.
Yes.
Physical instructor, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Where are you from, Karras?
Colfax, Colorado.
Is that near Hot Fats? Colfax?
That's right. I think they changed the name, though.
Well, I should think they will. Where are you from, Shrimp? Huh? Julius, huh?
Yeah, you can call me Jules.
Well, that'll be fun, huh? Call me Jules, too, huh? Where are you from?
I was born in the capital of the United States, Brooklyn.
Not since the World Series, old boy. Do you have any children at home?
No, I'm only 15.
You have 15 children at home, huh?
No, I'm only 15 years old.
Well, answer the question. Do you have any children at home?
I have 2 sisters and a brother.
Well, that's a nice-sized family. How long have you been married?
I'm not married.
Well, how'd you meet your wife? Once I fasten on to something, there's no letting it. wife, Julius?
Well, I haven't got a wife.
Oh, a bachelor, eh? You live all alone?
No, I live with my family.
Now we're getting someplace. Why didn't you say so? How big is your family?
Well, I have 2 sisters, a brother, my mother and father, and myself.
Mm-hmm. You're evading the question. How big is your father?
My father's not so tall, but I have a brother taller than you.
Don't forget I'm sitting down here. And I'm wearing glasses, huh? Mr. Karen, who are you?
I'm a physical director.
Now, you're threatening me, too, huh? Where do you do your physical instructing?
At the Marcy House of Help.
Oh, I thought Marcy was in the cold, cold ground, huh? Well, what do you do in this abattoir, huh? Or slaughterhouse, isn't it?
We add years to your life and life to your years.
Did you just make that up?
No, that's our motto.
Oh. Tell me, body and soul, what are some good exercise people can do at home?
One of the best is open a window and stand for it and take several deep breaths.
No, that wouldn't be any good for me. I haven't got strength enough to open the window. Huh? How's your wife, Julius?
I haven't got a wife.
She left you, eh? Well, you've still got your family, huh? You tell your father he doesn't scare me a bit. Are you working, Julius?
Sometimes I work down at my dad's store.
What kind of a store?
He has a grocery store down at Brea and Adams.
Uh-huh. What's the name of it?
The Brea Food Center.
You ever hook any stuff down there?
Well, what I do for him is sometimes when he's busy, I stock and answer the telephone sometimes.
What kind of phone calls do you get there?
People having orders.
Like what? What do they order?
Food.
Well, I didn't think they ordered underwear in the grocery store. How much dough do you make down there?
All depends.
Depends if your father's out of the store, you mean? Well, what are you saving for?
I need my college education.
Where do you want to go?
Undecided.
Is that near here? You've got a girl, Julius, huh?
Yeah, slightly.
Well, she should be slight at that age. What is she like? Could you describe her, Julius?
Well, she wears jet black hair. Sometimes she wears...
Here we go again. You just said hair, and that's tonight's secret word. George, tell him what he wins.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. Now, Julius, you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
How's your wife, Julius?
Haven't got a wife.
Oh, you got rid of her, huh? Still got your family, I hope. Now, we have some wonderful Christmas gifts for both of you. George?
For Julius, Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. Just the thing for his mother's Christmas present. And for Mr. Kern, this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving. An Elgin American, of course. His wife will fall in love with it Christmas morning.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The postal clerk and the housewife are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous pioneers of science and invention. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, how much are you going to bet on your first question?
10. Okay.
Okay.
Who invented the sewing machine?
Benjamin Franklin. I think it is him. Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin.
No. I'm sorry. It was Elias Howe. H-O-W-E.
They now have $10.
Well, you're down to $10. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the $10 will you try?
Five.
Okay, who discovered the preventer for rabies?
Louis Pasteur.
Louis Pasteur is right.
They're climbing back. They have $15.
That's right, Louis Pasteur. That's Tony Pasteur's brother, huh? Now, here's the third question. You have $15. How much you going to try? $10? Who invented the wireless? One answer between you.
Benjamin Franklin.
No, you're just Benjamin Franklin happy here, that's all. This time it happened to be Marconi.
They now have $5.
Well, now you've sunk all the way down to $5. You're getting as low as Julius here, huh? Now you've got $5. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 5 are you going to try?
Throw the works.
You're going to shoot the works, huh? Who invented the cotton gin? Eli Whitney is correct.
And they wind up with $10. And that means the housewife and the postal clerk with $210 get the chance at the $2,000 question. And now, a word from Myron Wallace.
The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the postal clerk and the housewife.
Ready to try for $2,000, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. And please, no help from the audience. Ready? The chairman of Europe's Western Union Defense Alliance is a famous British soldier. He wears a beret. For $2,000, what's his name? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
General Montgomery.
General Montgomery is right, huh? That's right, that's right. That's right, you win $2,000. You had the right answer, so you win $2,000 from Elgin American Compacts. What are you going to do with all that money? What are you going to do with it, Mrs. Wolf?
Whenever I have a streak of good luck, I always remember charity, and then I have to go under 2 major operations, and that'll take care of that.
Well, that's a very worthy way of spending the money, huh? And while you're thinking of charity, remember, charity begins right here, right? And Mr. Nelson, you old postal clerk, you, what are you going to do with your swag?
Well, I'm going to finish buying furniture for the house, and I'd like to make a contribution to the Westview Hospital for Negroes.
Well, you received... Let's see, you received lovely gifts from Elgin American. You won $2,000 plus $210. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? Don't go away now. Bing the Crosby is next, you know.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.